Ibid, p. 192. He died on 12 January, probably in 1103. Ibid, Roman 2, p. 407, Roman 4, pp. 183-185. Robert of Torigny gives the date of his death as 9 January 1099. Chronique de Robert de Torigny, ed. Leopold de Lisle, Rouen 1872-73, Roman 2, p. 154. But this is clearly an error, since he was present at the dedication of the Church of Saint Evraul in October 1099, and since he was at Winchester in August 1100, when Henry I seized the royal treasure after the death of William Rufus. Ordericus, Roman 4, p. 185. Interpolations de Robert de Torigny in William of Jumiges, p. 290. Supra pp. 76-78. Interpolations de Robert de Torigny in William of Jumiges, p. 290. Ordericus, Roman 4, p. 186. Ordericus, Roman 4, pp. 186-187. Ibid, p. 187. Interpolations de Robert de Torigny in William of Jumiges, pp. 290-308. Ordericus, Roman 4, p. 190. Ordericus, Roman 4, p. 191. Interpolations de Robert de Torigny in William of Jumiges, p. 285. Ordericus, Roman 4, p. 78. William of Malmesbury, Gr. Roman 2, p. 461. Wace, Roman de Rue, Roman 2, p. 438. Interpolations de Robert de Torigny in William of Jumiges, p. 285. Ibid, Ordericus, Roman 4, p. 78. Wace, Roman de Rue, Roman 2, p. 438. Ordericus Vitalis, Roman 4, p. 184 says she died in Lent, probably in 1102. Cf. William of Malmesbury, Gr. Roman 2, p. 461. Interpolations de Robert de Torigny in William of Jumiges, p. 285. Ordericus, Roman 4, pp. 184-185. Her tomb in the nave of the great church was covered with a slab of white marble bearing her epitaph, which has been preserved in Ordericus Vitalis. Gr. Roman 2, p. 461. Ordericus, Roman 4, pp. 184-473. Vixit autem in Normannia parvo tempor, invidia et faction quorumdum nobilium feminarum decepta. Interpolations de Robert de Torigny in William of Jumiges, p. 285. Ordericus, Roman 4, pp. 161-162. Wace, Roman de Rue, Roman 2, p. 448. Ibid, pp. 448-449. Ordericus, Roman 4, p. 162. ASC. A. 1103, Florence of Worcester, Roman 2, p. 52, Henry of Huntingdon, p. 234. Wace, Roman de Rue, Roman 2, p. 449. The foregoing details have been drawn from Ordericus, Roman 4, pp. 162-163, and from Wace, Roman de Rue, Roman 2, pp. 449-454, the only writers who report this episode with any fullness. They are not in complete accord, yet on the whole they confirm and support one another to a remarkable degree. Ordericus endeavors to justify the king at every point. Wace, on the other hand, sees the king's action in its true light, but he adds many details which are probably imaginative. Ordericus makes no mention of the part played by the queen, but Wace makes this a leading feature of the episode. Can this be mere embroidery on the brief statement of William of Malmesbury? Paro ille, quasi cum fortuna surderit utrum plus eladerit and ipse dispergerit, sola voluntate reginitasite postulantes comperta, tantem massum argenti benignus in perpetuum ignavit, acclines fominae fastus prex pro magno exosculatus, erat enim ius in baptismo filiola? Gr. Roman 2, p. 462. Ibid, p. 474. The same notion finds expression in Wace, not as a fact, but as a current opinion. Roman de Rue, Roman 2, p. 448. Even Ordericus Vitalis cannot conceal it. Roman de Rue, Roman 2, p. 451. Ordericus, Roman 4, p. 163. Haskins, pp. 286-87, number 3. Cf. Supra, p. 127 and n30. Supra, p. 144. Ordericus Roman 4, p. 192. Infra, pp. 160-164. Ordericus Roman 4, p. 215. Gallia Christiana, Zi Inster, call 155. Ordericus Roman 4, p. 116. Bishop Fulcher died 29 January 1102. Ibid, pp. 116-117. Ivo of Chartres, Epistolae, No. 157 and cf. No. 149 in HF Roman 15 pp. 134-131. Ibid, No. 157. Ordericus Roman 4, p. 117. Ivo of Chartres, Epistolae, No. 157 in HF Roman 15, p. 134. Ibid. Ivo of Chartres, Epistolae, No. 157 in HF Roman 15, p. 134. Ibid, No. 153. Ibid, No. 157. Ibid, Ordericus Roman 4, p. 117. Ivo of Chartres, Epistolae, No. 153, in HF Roman 15, p. 133. Ibid, No. 157. Ordericus Roman 4, p. 117. Ivo of Chartres, Epistolae, No. 154, in HF Roman 15 pp. 133-134. It does not appear that the Duke was seriously involved in the ecclesiastical controversy over Thorold, the appointee of William Rufus to the See of Bayeux after the death of Bishop Odo. On 8 October, apparently 1104, Paschal Roman II wrote to the clergy and people of Bayeux announcing the condemnation of Thorold because, among other things, he had failed to keep his promise to King Henry not to receive investiture from Duke Robert. Pro his igitur omnibus pro fide etiam non accipiendi, a Normanorum comite honoris ecclesiastici ante conspectum, Anglici regis data depositionis, in eam erat promenda sententia. Letter inedite de Paschal Roman II, ed. Germain Morin, in Revue de Histoire Ecclésiastique, v. 1904, pp. 284-85, but the execution of the sentence was delayed for a long period, and the Pope satisfied himself that Thorold had not received investiture from the Duke. Epistolae Paschales in mean CLZI, call 188. Thorold was deposed, however, upon other grounds, apparently in 1107. Ordericus Roman 4, p. 18, Morin in Revue de Histoire Ecclésiastique v. pp. 286-88. For an exhaustive discussion of all that is known and for many conjectures about Thorold, see Wilhelm Tavernier, Beiträge zur Rollensforschung, in Zeitschrift für Französische Sprache und Literatur, Roman 37 pp. 103-124, Roman 38 pp. 117-135, Roman 39 pp. 133-151. Tavernier believes that Thorold was the author of the Chanson de Roland. Epistolae Paschales in mean, CLZI, call 81. Nosti quia idem comedi debimus auxilium pro laboribus quos in Oceani ecclesiae liberation laboravit. Id circo volumus ut, si nectum inter ius pax composita est, t satigent, nostris nuntiis intervenientibus, componator. Infra pp. 168-169. A letter discovered by Wilhelm Levison in the British Museum, Harleyen MSS. 633, and published in News Archive der Gesellschaft für Alter Deutsch Geschichtskunde, Roman 35, 1909, p. 427. Reprinted by Leopold Delisle in Bibliothèque de l'École des Charts, LXXI, p. 466. Supra, p. 122. Infra, p. 180. Thomas Rymer, Foedera, ed. Record Commission, London, 1816-69, IP 7 ex originale but incomplete and fragmentary. Liber Niger Scaccara, ed. Thomas Hearn, 2d ed. London, 1771, IPP 715. The original, though very badly damaged, is still extant in the Public Record Office. The document itself is dated 10 March at Dover, and a reference in Eadmer, p. 146, seems to fix it in the year 1103. Cf. J. M. Lappenberg, Geschichte von England, Hamburg, 1834-37, Roman 2 pp. 242-41 Freeman, Norman Conquest v. pp. 858-51, Henry Payern, Histoire de Belgique 3d ed. Brussels, 1909, I.P. 102. The Treaty of 1103 is but one of a series of similar agreements beginning with the original grant of a money fief by the Conqueror to Count Baldwin v. William of Malmesbury, Gr. Roman II, p. 478, and extending to the reign of Henry Roman II, Foedera, IPP. 6-7-22, Liber Niger, IPP. 734. All these agreements, and especially the one of 1103, are being studied by Dr. Robert H. George in a work on the relations of England and Flanders. Harvard Doctoral Dissertation, 1916. Infra, pp. 164, 165, 167, 172, 174, 175. Supra, pp. 145, 146. Ordericus Roman 4, pp. 187, 418, v. p4. Interpolations de Robert de Torigny in William of Jumiges, p. 307. Supra, pp. 145, 146. Supra, p. 140. Ordericus Roman 2, p. 404 and 6. Ibid, Roman 4, p. 198. Interpolations de Robert de Torigny in William of Jumiges, p. 327. Ordericus Roman 4, pp. 198-199. Weiss Roman de Rue Roman 2, pp. 455-459, cf. p. 444. William of Malmesbury, Gr. Roman 2, pp. 473-474, as. c. a. 1104. Florence of Worcester Roman 2, p. 53. Henry of Huntingdon, pp. 234-235. Chronican in Liber de Haida, p. 307, cf. Weiss Roman de Rue Roman 2, p. 445. As. c. a. 1104. Henry of Huntingdon, p. 234. Ordericus Roman 4, p. 199. No other writer mentions the journey of Henry I to Normandy in 1104, and it is not clear that Ordericus is wholly trustworthy at this point, though his testimony is too specific to be rejected. He treats the campaigns of 1105 and 1106 together in a most confusing manner. Ordericus Roman 4, pp. 199-1. Ibid, pp. 201-02. Weiss Roman de Rue Roman 2, p. 470. He tells the story with much picturesque detail. He is in the main confirmed by Ordericus Roman 4, pp. 203-204. Ordericus Roman 4, p. 214. Ibid, p. 206. Ibid, pp. 203, 206, 219, 401. Weiss Roman de Rue Roman 2, p. 469. Ordericus Roman 4, pp. 219, 401. Ibid, pp. 203, 222-23. Ibid, p. 206. Weiss Roman de Rue Roman 2, pp. 461-463. Ordericus Roman 4, p. 204, as. c. a. 1105, cf. Henry of Huntingdon, p. 235. Florence of Worcester Roman 2, p. 53. Ordericus Roman 4, p. 204. Weiss Roman de Rue Roman 2, pp. 464-61. Normandy now becomes the solum natal of King Henry. Ordericus Roman 4, pp. 204-10. Omnis igitur firm Normanorum maiores illico ad regis adventum, spredo comite domino suo, et fidem quam I debebant postponens, in orum et argentum regis cucurarunt, Ic civitates castra et urbs tradiderunt. Eadmer, p. 165. Cf. Florence of Worcester, Roman 2, p. 54. Weiss, Roman de Rue, Roman 2, p. 460. Ordericus, Roman 4, p. 210. Ibid, Weiss, Roman de Rue, Roman 2, p. 461. Ordericus, Roman 4, pp. 214-15. A charter in favor of Saint Mary of Bec, attested by Hugh d'Invermew in Obsidiani Anti-Arches, not improbably belongs to this year, and indicates that military operations were undertaken against arcs. Round, CDF, number 393. Supra, p. 159. Ordericus, Roman 4, p. 219. Annals de Saint-Aubin, in Recule d'Annals Angevins et Vendemoises ed. Halphen, p. 44. Henry of Huntingdon, p. 235. Versus Surlinus de Capta Beocentium Civilate, in HF, Roman 19, pp. XCI. On this poem and its author see the exhaustive study by Heinrich Bohmer, Der Sogenannte Surlo von Bayeux und die Ehem Zugeschriebenen Gedicht, in News Archive, Roman 22, pp. 700-1738. Ordericus, Roman 4, p. 219. Versus Surlinus, in HF, Roman 19, p. Exiv. Ordericus, Roman 4, p. 219. Florence of Worcester, Roman 2, p. 54. Annals de Saint-Aubin, in Halphen, Annals, p. 44. Weiss, Roman de Rue, Roman 2, p. 471. Versus Surlinus, in HF, Roman 19, pp. XCIFF. Ordericus, Roman 4, p. 219. Weiss, Roman de Rue, Roman 2, p. 471. Cf. Florence of Worcester, Roman 2, p. 54. Weiss's account of the siege of Bayeux is elaborate and credits the city with a long and stubborn resistance. But in the absence of all evidence to this effect in the other sources, and in the face of the positive testimony of the poet Serlo, an eyewitness, that the defense was weak and cowardly on the part of both garrison and inhabitants, Weiss's view cannot be accepted. Ordericus, Roman 4, pp. 219-20, Weiss, Roman de Rue, Roman 2, pp. 473-479, cf. Henry of Huntingdon, p. 235, William of Malmesbury, gr. Roman 2, pp. 462-463. Weiss gives an elaborate account of the conspiracy, which is perhaps worth summarizing. Thierry, son of Ralph Fitz-Augier, and several other citizens of Caen had been ambushed and captured by Robert of Saint-Trémy-des-Landes at Cagny in the Hémois while traveling home from Argences. Robert of Saint-Trémy had taken his prisoners to Torigny and sold them for a great price to Robert Fitz-Hamon, who, in turn, surrendered them to the king, in exchange for the grant of Caen as a fief to be held by himself and his heirs forever. The king was delighted over the acquisition of these prisoners, riches homes de Caen, for he saw in them the possibility of gaining Caen without striking a blow. A convention was quickly agreed upon. Henry promised to free the prisoners and to enrich them with lands and goods, and they undertook to deliver Caen into his hands. And to seal the bargain, they gave hostages, fils e nevas de lor lignages. Great precautions were taken to deceive la gent menu. Car si la pauvre gent, seust, que elaver alier isi dust, lili rise con nen used, que grant bearet any used. Though many prominent burgesses were involved in the conspiracy, and treason was spreading far and wide throughout the city before the Duke got wind of it. Then, with the king's men from the Bessin close at hand, and desertion general among the citizens, Robert had no choice but to flee by the Port Millet to the Hémois, leaving his baggage behind to be ransacked at the gate. Weiss, Roman de Rue, Roman 2, p. 478. William of Malmesbury, gr. Roman 2, p. 463. Ordericus, Roman 4, pp. 219-20, cf. Weiss, Roman de Rue, Roman 2, p. 476. Ordericus, Roman 4, p. 220. William of Malmesbury, gr. Roman 2, p. 475. The fact that the attack upon Falaise belongs to the campaign of 1105 is definitely established by a charter of donation by Roger to St. Peter's, Gloucester. Anno Domini millesimo centesimo quinto, Rogerus de Gloustria Miles, apud Walison graviter vulneratus. Hist. Et cart s. Petri Gloustri, IP 69. Ordericus, Roman 4, pp. 222-21. AS, c. A 1105, and almost all the castles and chief men there in the land became subject to him. Cf. Henry of Huntingdon, p. 235. Eadmer, p. 165. Rex enim ipse a Normannia digressus, quia totem eo quo supra diximus modo sibi subiuger nequieret, reversus in Angliam est, ut copioseri pecunia fretis rediens, quad residuum erat, exeradato frater suo subius erit. Ibid. p. 171. Cf. Florence of Worcester, Roman 2, p. 54. Eadmer, p. 166. Eadmer, pp. 165-166, cf. G.B. Adams, History of England from the Norman Conquest to the Death of John, London, 1905, pp. 140–142. Henry of Huntingdon, p. 235, A.S., c. A. 1105. Ibid, A. 1105. Ibid, A. 1106. Ibid, A. 1106, Henry of Huntingdon, p. 235, Florence of Worcester, Roman II, p. 54. The place of the interview is further established by Henry's letter to Anselm, which ends, Test W. Cancel, apud Northamptonum. Epistoli Anselmi, BK, Roman 4, number 77 in mean, clicks, call, 240. References as in N127, supra. Epistoli Anselmi, BK, Roman 4, number 77 in mean, clicks, call, 240. GR Roman 2, p. 463. Cf. Supra pp. 155–156. AS, c. A. 1106. Florence of Worcester, Roman 2, p. 54. Henry of Huntingdon, p. 235. Though Henry's original intention had been to cross at Ascension, 3 May, Epistoli Anselmi, BK, Roman 4, number 77 in mean clicks, call 240, it is clear from the chronicle that he was still in England at Pentecost, 13 May. The phrase, before August, used by the sources would seem to point to a crossing in the latter part of July. Ordericus, Roman 4, pp. 215, 223–24, Annals de Wintonia, in Annals Monastici, Roman 2, p. 42. The chronology of Ordericus is confused. Abbot Fulk, predecessor of the Simoniac Robert, is said to have died at Winchester 3 April 1105. Gallia Christiana Zi Inster, call 155 Ordericus, Roman 4, p. 19 and N2, p. 215 and N2. Henry's destruction of the abbey must, therefore, be referred to 1106, since it would have been impossible for Abbot Robert to have gained possession of the monastery and to have erected a fortress in it while Henry was still in Normandy in the previous summer, the king having returned to England in August. This conclusion is confirmed by the Annals of Winchester. McFi. Hoc anno rex in Normannium duxit exercitum, et veniens ad sanctum petrum super divam, abbatiam redigit in pulverum, et centum homines et eo amplius interfecit. Cf. Interpolations de Robert de Torigny in William of Jumiges, p. 283. Rex autem Henricus, non diudius hoc ferens, maximque indine ferens, quod frater sus ida paternum hereditatem, jucatum silicit Normannii dissipaverat, quod praeter civitatem Rotham agencem, nihil pene in dominio haberit, quam etiam forsitin aliqui ut cetera dediset, si hoc sibi licitum propter cives ipsius fuiset. This is doubtless an exaggerated statement, but it is not without significance. Eadmer pp. 180–183, Florence of Worcester, Roman 2, p. 55. The Pope was clearly no longer supporting the Crusader against the king. William of Malmesbury goes so far as to say that Paschal wrote to Henry, urging him on to the fratricidal conflict. Gr. Roman 2, p. 474. The operations before Tinchebray, such as they are described, must have extended over a considerable period before the decisive battle, which was fought on or about 29 September. Ordericus, Roman 4, pp. 224–25. Ibid, pp. 229–30, Letter of a Priest of Fécamp to a Priest of Sees in EHR, Roman 25, p. 296, Henry of Huntingdon, p. 235, Dom Morris, Preuves I. Call 129, cf. William of Malmesbury, Gr. Roman 2, p. 478. Henry of Huntingdon mentions the presence also of Angevins, but this is probably an error. Ordericus, Roman 4, p. 225. Interpolations de Robert de Torigny in William of Jumiges, p. 283, A.S. c. A. 1106. Florence of Worcester, Roman 2, p. 55. Henry of Huntingdon, p. 235. Ordericus, Roman 4, p. 225. William of Malmesbury, Gr. Roman 2, p. 463. Ad bellum publicum venit, ultimam fortunam expirturis. Ordericus, Roman 4, p. 225. Cf. Letter of Henry I to Anselm in Eadmer, p. 184, A.S. c. A. 1106. Florence of Worcester, Roman 2, p. 55. Henry of Huntingdon, p. 235, William of Malmesbury, Gr. Roman II, p. 475, Interpolations de Robert de Torigny in William of Jumiges, p. 283. Ordericus, Roman IV, pp. 226-27. Ordericus, Roman IV, pp. 227-28. Henry did not fail to propitiate the Almighty. He released Reginald of Warenne from prison, to the great satisfaction of William of Warenne, his brother, who now became a more enthusiastic royal supporter than ever, and made a vow to rebuild the church which he had burned at St. Pierre-sur-Dives. Ibid. p. 229. The Hyde Chronicle is doubtless in error in stating that Reginald of Warenne was captured at Tinchebray and later released at the request of his brother. Liber de Hyde, p. 307. See Appendix F. It is hardly worth while to discuss the numbers engaged in the battle, since medieval figures are not to be relied upon. Cf. EHR, Roman 18 pp. 625-629. The estimate of the priest of Fécamp, EHR, Roman 25 p. 296, placing the king's forces at 40,000 and the duke's at 6,000, of which 700 were knights, is doubtless an exaggeration. It is good evidence, however, of the king's numerical superiority, which is also indicated by Henry of Huntingdon, p. 235. Ordericus Vitalis grants that the duke was inferior to the king in knights, but asserts that he had more foot soldiers. EHR, Roman 25, p. 296, Eadmer, p. 184, Ordericus, Roman 4, pp. 226-230, cf. Interpolations de Robert de Torigny in William of Jumiges, p. 283, Henry of Huntingdon, p. 235. See Appendix F. Ordericus, Roman 4, p. 230. The statement of J.D. Drummond that he held the foot soldiers in reserve in the distant rear behind the forces of Robert of Bellarme, Kriegsgeschichte Englands, p. 40, is based upon pure conjecture. C. W. C. Oman, Art of War, p. 379, adopting the view of a line formation, asserts, equally without authority, that Robert Curthose held the center between William of Mortain and Robert of Bellarme. Primum esim rixit Ranulphus Beocensis, secundum Rodbertus comes Melentensis, tertium viro Guilelmus de Garena. Ordericus, Roman 4, p. 229. It certainly is impossible to reconcile this statement completely with the letter of the priest of Fécamp, but perhaps the leadership of the 1st Division may be accepted. Letter of the priest of Fécamp, in EHR, Roman 25, p. 296. In prima assae furunt Beocenses, abrincatini et Constantinienses omnes pedites, in secunda viro rex cum innumerus baronibus sues omnes similiter pedites. Ad hec septingenti equites utrique assae ordinate. Also Henry of Huntingdon, p. 235. Rex namc et dux, etices ceteri pedites errant, ut Constantius pugnerant. Ordericus, Roman 4, p. 229. Ibid, pp. 229-30. Senemanos autumn et Britons lunge in campo cum Helia consul constituit. Letter of the priest of Fécamp, in EHR, Roman 25, p. 296. Praeterea cum Senemanes et cum Britanum Alanus fregendus circumcingens exercitum, usc ad mil equites, remotis omnibus gildenibus et servis. Henry of Huntingdon, p. 235. Ordericus, Roman 4, p. 230. But cf. Henry of Huntingdon, p. 235. Dux Normanniae cum passus multos audicis emigressus est, asudusc bellis Ierusalimitanis asim regalum fortiter et horrend repulit, Wilhelmus quoque consul de mortuil, asim anglorum de loco in locum turbans promovit. This statement would seem to give some color to Oman's view of a line formation, but it is not convincing in the face of other evidence. Cf. Appendix F. Ordericus, Roman 4, p. 230, Henry of Huntingdon, p. 235. Cf. Dom Morris Perjuves, I. Call 129. Letter of the priest of Fécamp, in EHR, Roman 25, p. 296. Henry of Huntingdon, pp. 235-36. Ordericus, Roman 4, p. 230. Cf. ASC, A. 1106. Florence of Worcester, Roman 2, p. 55. William of Malmesbury, Gr. Roman 2, p. 475. Chronican in Liber de Hyde, p. 307. Ordericus Roman 4 p. 230, cf. EHR Roman 25 p. 296, Henry of Huntingdon p. 236, Eadmer p. 184, as. C. A. 1106, Florence of Worcester Roman 2 p. 55, William of Malmesbury Gr. Roman 2 p. 463, the same GP p. 116, Interpolations de Robert de Torigny in William of Jumiges p. 283, Chronican in Liber de Haida p. 307, on Waldrick the Chancellor Ch. W. C. Davis in EHR Roman 26 pp. 84-89. Ordericus Roman 4 pp. 232-31, EHR Roman 25 p. 296, Henry of Huntingdon p. 236, Eadmer p. 184, Florence of Worcester Roman 2 p. 55 as. C. A. 1106, William of Malmesbury Gr. Roman 2 p. 475, Interpolations de Robert de Torigny in William of Jumiges p. 283, Chronican in Liber de Haida p. 307. Ordericus Roman 4 p. 231, Ibid p. 230, Eadmer p. 184. Robert of Torigny places the number of slain among the Duke's forces at Vix Sexaginta. Interpolations de Robert de Torigny in William of Jumiges p. 284. EHR Roman 25 p. 296, cf. Eadmer p. 184, Interpolations de Robert de Torigny in William of Jumiges p. 284, Chronican in Liber de Haida p. 307. EHR Roman 25 p. 296, Roman 3 cal, Octobris hora tertia. The date usually given by modern writers is 28 September. Le Prévost in Ordericus Roman 4 228 n2, Davis, Normans and Angevins p. 129. Adams' History of England from the Norman Conquest to the Death of John p. 145. Lahardy p. 164. Flitch, Philippe I. Letter 1d49r, p. 311. It is based upon the authority of the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, A. 1106, which is copied by Florence of Worcester, Roman 2, p. 55, and upon the Chronican Breve Fontainellense, H.F., Roman 12, p. 771. But, in view of the explicit statement of the priest of Fécamp, 29 September is probably the correct date. William of Malmesbury, Gr. Roman 2, p. 475, confusingly dates the battle Sabato in Sancti Michaelis Vigilia. Michaelmas in 1106 fell upon Saturday. A further variation is introduced by Robert of Torigny, who dates the battle 27 September. Interpolations de Robert de Torigny in William of Jumiges, p. 284. EHR Roman 25, p. 296. Chapter 8. Robert Curthose in Legend. Though Robert's life had been filled with failures and had ended in a signal disaster, his memory by no means perished with him. As a leader in the Holy War, he had earned an enviable fame, which was early enhanced by legend. And if modern writers have been guilty of some exaggeration in their estimates of his merit as a crusader, they have merely perpetuated unconsciously a tradition which was already well established in the literature of the later Middle Ages. William of Malmesbury, writing as early as 1125, declared that Robert gave proof of his valor on the crusade by many wonderful feats of arms, for neither Christian nor pagan could ever unhorse him. And he goes on to add details about his exploits at Antioch and the honor of the kingship which was offered him at Jerusalem. The more extended account of Wace is equally flattering. Robert Jerusalem requist, Belsi content, maint bien I fist, a Antioch prender fou d'armes I a grant prize eu. Poi fou a Jerusalem prender, ni esse porrent paeans defender. De elestandart quil abati, u corborin si combati, e des paeans que il assist e de elensini quil conquist, quil pois a eliglise dona que samira kim funda, out il grant prize e grant ener, e mult en parlerant pluser. And by Geoffrey Gamer, writing about the middle of the 12th century, he is pictured as the supreme leader of the First Crusade, disposing of the cities and lands of the conquered territory according to his pleasure. Cecil nen out mailer baron, celui fou duc de Normandy, Sir Normans out la seigneurie. Maint bont e maint barnage e maint estrange vassalage fist I cest duc de Normandy, maint bele chevalerie. Co fusil kai molt bienfist, Jerusalem serpensprist, il conquist la bone site, des Christians fustalos. Per curberant kill out oscus in trat lidux si halt pris, ca re la voliant eslayer esgard ont kill sate lure sire antioch la site, la fust tenu peravau. Il la conquist com bur valent, puis la donata normant, les alters bones sites, si com lidux ad devices, furent parties idones, les pies les countries. Duc Godfrey, par son atre fust fate and Jerusalem ray, per co kill nivolt remaner lui lesset, cn fist son heir. The foregoing illustrations, written during the Duke's lifetime or within a generation after his death, offer a convincing demonstration of the extraordinary rapidity with which legends set to work to rehabilitate the memory of the vanquished of Tinchebray. And it will not be without interest to make at least a cursory examination of these unhistorical traditions, in so far as they reflect the Duke's reputation among the writers of the later Middle Ages. Gaston Paris has not hesitated to affirm that Robert, as a crusader, became the hero of a whole poetic cycle which has since been lost, though not without leaving traces in the literature of after times. Stated in this sweeping form, the pronouncement of this distinguished scholar is perhaps an unwarrantable exaggeration. At any rate, in the present state of the evidence, it can hardly be regarded as more than a bold hypothesis. But if there was not, properly speaking, a Norman cycle of the crusade of which Robert was the hero, there certainly were numerous legends which it seems worthwhile to bring together in such order as is possible in the arrangement of matter, so scattered and fragmentary. William of Malmesbury has sounded the keynote of Robert's later fame as a crusader. It was his personal prowess on the field of battle which most impressed itself upon the imagination of later generations. With one exception of minor importance, later writers tell us little or nothing of a legendary character respecting the position and achievements of Robert at the Siege of Nicaea. But his imaginary exploits in the Battle of Dorylaeum, 1 July 1097, begin to meet us in accounts which are almost contemporary. Robert the Monk, writing before 1107, pictures him as the savior of the day. The Franks were all but overwhelmed and had turned in flight, and the contest would surely have ended in disaster for them, had not the Count of Normandy quickly turned his charger and checked the rout by waving aloft his golden banner and calling out the inspiring battle cry, Deus vult. Deus vult. In the Gesta Tancredi of Ralph of Caen, written but a few years later, Robert appears as a hero whose valor surpassed even that of the great Bohemond. For in the crisis of the battle, remembering who he was and the royal blood which flowed in his veins, he turned upon his fleeing comrades and shouted, "O Bohemond, why do you fly? Apulia and Otranto and the confines of the Latin world are far away. Let us stand fast. Either the victor's crown or a glorious death awaits us. Glory will there be in either fate, but it will be the greater glory which makes us sooner martyrs. Therefore, strike, O youths, and let us fall upon them and die if need be." And with that the flight was halted. Henry of Huntingdon puts a similar speech into the mouth of Robert and gives an even more wonderful account of his exploits in the battle. In Henry's story, when Robert had finished speaking, he charged upon a Paynim king, and with one mighty thrust of his lance pierced his shield, armor, and body. Then he felled a second and a third of the infidels. And from Henry of Huntingdon, the account of Robert's prowess on the field of Dorylaeum was handed on with slight modification from writer to writer throughout the medieval period. The further legendary exploits of Robert Curthose are in the main connected with the great battles at Antioch, by which the Christians drove off the successive relief forces which the Moslems sent against them, first the army of Ridwan of Aleppo, 9 February 1098, and then the host of Kerboga of Mosul, 28 June 1098. Actually, Robert seems to have taken no part in the earlier battle, but in the account of the admiring Henry of Huntingdon, we find him leading the first division in the action, and, with a single blow of his mighty sword, splitting head, teeth, neck, and even the shoulders in pectora of a pagan warrior. And while this feat of arms, like the exploits at Dorylaeum, appears to be unknown to the poems of the Godfrey cycle, it was taken up and passed on by English and Norman writers to the close of the Middle Ages. Indeed, new and grotesque exaggerations were added to it. Presently we learn that Robert not only split the Paynim's head and a portion of his body, but his shield and his helmet also, that he slew him even as one slaughters a sheep. And that, as the body fell to earth, the victor cried aloud, commending its blood-stained soul to all the minions of Tartarus. One would have thought this sufficient, surely, but another version tells us that Godfrey came to Robert's assistance, and with a second blow cleft the unfortunate pagan in twain, so that one half of his body fell to the ground, while his charger bore the other in among the infidels. It was, however, in the later battle with Kerboga that, according to the legends, Robert performed his greatest feat of arms. The trustworthy accounts tells us merely that he led the 3rd Division in action, but William of Malmesbury has represented him as attacking the great Kerboga himself, while the latter was rallying the Moslem forces and slaying him. And this tradition was preserved in England and in Normandy without elaboration throughout the 12th century. Wace seems to mention the incident, but without any indication that Kerboga was killed by Robert. And in this, he is in agreement with the earliest extant version of the Godfrey cycle, the so-called Chanson d'Antioche, which narrates the exploit in truly epic form. The Count of Normandy was of right haughty mien. Full, armed he sat upon his steed of dappled grey. He dashed into the mêlée like a leopard, and his doughty vassals followed him. There was wrought great slaughter of accursed Saracens. Kerboga was seated before his standard. Richly was he armed, he feared neither lance nor dart. From his neck a rich buckler was suspended. His helmet was forged in the city of Baudart. A carbuncle burned upon the nasal, a strong, stiff lance he bore, and a scimitar. Upon the shield which swung from his neck a parrot was painted. Kerboga advanced with serried ranks. When the count saw him, he too advanced upon him, and smote him such a blow upon his buckler that he threw him, legs in air, into the press. Now he would have cut off his head, but he was too late, for Persians and Akapars came to the rescue and bore their lord away to his standard. The Chanson d'Antioche also narrates another spectacular exploit in which Robert overthrew and slew the great emir, Red Lion, during the same battle. But this episode seems not to have been repeated in other compilations, and it occupies a far less important place in the Chanson d'Antioche than has been supposed by modern writers, who have sought to trace a connection between it and the Robert medallion in Suger's famous stained glass window at St. Denis. The later compilation of the Godfrey matter, edited by Riefenberg, contains no mention of Robert's combat either with Kerboga or with Red Lion, but it relates a very similar exploit in which he overcame a Saracen king of Tabary. With his lance at the thrust, and raising the triumphant war cry, Normandy, he bore down upon the Saracen with such force that he pierced his shield a full palm's breadth and a half, and wounded him deeply, between lungs and liver. Finally, mention must be made of Robert's prowess in the legendary battle on the plain of Ramleh before Jerusalem, as told in the fantastic account of the Chanson de Jérusalem. This time it was a Turkish King Aetnas whom he slew, and many others besides, so that the ground was strewn with the enemy dead. But at last he was surrounded, and all but overborne by numbers. His horse was struck down under him, and it was only after desperate fighting against almost hopeless odds that he was finally rescued, when bleeding from many wounds, by his fellow princes. Thus the Robert Curthose of the legends enjoyed a marvelous repute for warlike prowess, and when Jerusalem had at last been won, his valor was rewarded, we are told, with an offer of the crown of the Latin kingdom, which he promptly rejected. Resting upon no valid contemporary authority, this tradition arose very early and lent itself to strange distortions as it passed from author to author. It appears first in William of Malmesbury, but it is also to be found before the middle of the 12th century in Henry of Huntington and in the Historia Belli Sacri. In its simplest form, it long continued to be repeated by both English and Norman writers. But it also developed strange variations. As has elsewhere been explained, the position of ruler at Jerusalem was actually offered to Count Raymond of Toulouse and declined by him before the election of Godfrey. Perhaps we have here the historical basis of the tradition that the crown was offered to Robert. It seems possible to trace the growth of the legend. By Albert of Aix, it is said that when the honor had been declined by Raymond, it was offered in turn to each of the other chiefs, and that the humble Godfrey was prevailed upon to accept it only when all the others had refused. In the Chanson de Jérusalem, the matter has gone much further. According to this version, Godfrey was first elected by general acclamation of the people, but modestly declined the honor and responsibility. Then the crown was offered to the Count of Flanders, to Robert Curthose, to Bohemond, and so in turn to the other leaders, until all had declined. Whereupon it was decided to seek divine guidance through the ancient miracle of the holy fire, which was accustomed to descend at Jerusalem each year at Easter tide. Accordingly, the barons assembled in the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, each with an unlighted taper. In the darkness of the night, a single candle burned within the great basilica. At midnight, a fierce storm arose with lightning, wind, and thunder. The sole light was extinguished. The whole edifice was plunged in darkness. The barons were filled with fear. Suddenly there was another flash from heaven, and it was observed that Godfrey's taper was burning brightly. The divine will had expressed itself, and the good Duke of Bouillon bowed before it. Clearly it was in Godfrey's honor that this legend of a miraculous designation first arose. Yet in the late 12th or early 13th century it was said by Ralph Niger that it was Robert's candle which was lighted by the miraculous flame. And once so told, the legend in this form was handed on from writer to the close of the Middle Ages. Langtoft, indeed, declares that Robert was thrice designated by the holy fire. The miracle as told in Robert's favor, however, involved a logical difficulty which met with a characteristically medieval solution. According to early tradition, Robert had refused to accept the crown of Jerusalem. The explanation offered by the Historia Belli Sacri is natural and reasonable. Said Robert, "Although I have come hither in God's service, yet have I not abandoned my county altogether, in order to remain here. And now that I have fulfilled my vow, if God permits, I desire to return to my own dominions." But if Robert had been chosen for the kingship of Jerusalem by divine will and favor, as was almost universally believed, how was it possible that he should reject such a token of heavenly grace without committing a sin and incurring divine displeasure? Did not the disasters which so quickly overtook him make it abundantly clear that the divine favor had departed from him? This, indeed, was the medieval explanation. In refusing the Latin crown, Robert had contemned and spurned the gift of God. Hence his defeat at Tinchebray and well-nigh 30 years of incarceration. No feature of the Robert legends was more persistent or more universally accepted than this. Appearing first in Henry of Huntingdon, it is repeated again and again to the close of the medieval period. It remains to notice the legends of pathetic interest, which concern themselves not with Robert's prowess as a crusader, but with the tragedy of his long imprisonment. It seems clear that Henry I began by keeping his fallen brother in free custody and treating him with remarkable liberality. Indeed, one tradition has preserved a not unattractive picture of the easy conditions under which Robert was allowed to live, his food and clothing and daily exercise and amusements all bounteously and richly provided for him. Yet, strange to say, the official historian of the reign of Henry Roman II makes the statement, if indeed it is to be found no earlier than this, that the king had his brother blinded, and this ugly tale soon spread far and wide and came to be very generally accepted. But how account for such cruel and inhuman treatment from a king of such eminent justice and virtue as Henry I? Another legend soon supplied the needed explanation. Geoffrey de Vigies, writing before 1184, informs us that Henry had released Robert upon certain conditions, and that the latter, violating the agreement, had levied a force against the king and had been captured a second time. And he adds the significant statement that he did not need to be captured a third time, et tertio opus non fuit. In the versions of Matthew Paris and in the related Florus Historiarum, this legend has been elaborated into an episode which is not without its ludicrous as well as its tragic aspects. Friends of Robert, weighty men, had early protested to the king against the duke's imprisonment. It would disgrace the king and the realm of England throughout the world, they said, if a brother should hold a brother in long incarceration. And so they prevailed upon the king to grant Robert's release, upon condition that the latter renounce all claim to both Normandy and England and depart from the realm within a period of 40 days. But instead of going, Robert took advantage of his liberty to conspire with the Earl of Chester and others, with intent to raise an army and drive Henry from the throne. But the plot was discovered, and the king sent messengers to summon Robert before him. When the Duke saw them approaching, he turned and fled, but his palfrey ran into the mire and stuck fast, and so the unfortunate fugitive was taken. And when the king learned what had happened, he ordered his brother to be placed in close and perpetual confinement without any hope of release, and had him deprived of his sight. Nevertheless, Henry continued to provide Robert with the best of daily food and with royal vestments. And this brings us to the tale of the scarlet robe, with which our account of the Robert legends may fittingly end. It so happened that on a feast day, when the king was getting himself a new scarlet robe, and according to his custom was sending one of the same stuff to his brother, he tried to put on the hood, and finding the neck so small that he ripped one of the seams, he said, "Take this hood to my brother, for his head is smaller than mine." And when it was brought to Robert, he put it on and immediately discovered the rent, which the tailor had carelessly neglected to mend, for it was very small, and he said, "Whence comes this rent which I feel?" And the king's messenger laughingly told him all that had happened. Then the Duke cried aloud as if he had been deeply wounded and said, "Alas, alas, now have I lived too long. Why do I still continue to draw out my unhappy days? Behold, my brother, even my betrayer and supplanter, now treats me with contempt, and holds me so cheap that he sends me for alms as his dependent his old and torn clothes." And weeping bitterly, he vowed thenceforth to take no more food, nor would he drink. But he raged against himself and wasted away. And so he died, cursing the day of his birth. Footnotes. This chapter makes no pretense of being based upon an exhaustive examination of all the sources. Scattered as these are through the historical and romantic literature of several centuries, it is not unlikely that important printed materials have been overlooked, while many manuscripts of the poetic cycle of the Crusade still lie unprinted. It is hoped, however, that enough material has been found and used to give an adequate view of the legendary accretions which gathered about Robert's name, and to throw an interesting light upon the repute in which he was held in after times. See Supra, p. 118, and n. 156. Gr. Roman 2 pp. 464-61, cf. The Superlatives of William of Newburgh, writing at the end of the 12th century. Qui tamen armis tantus fuit, ut in ilia magna et famosa expedition Irsalimitana in fortissimos todius orbis procurs clarissimi militiae titulis fulserit. Historia Rerum Anglicarum, ed. H. C. Hamilton, London, 1856, I. p. 15. Roman de Rue, Roman 2 pp. 415-416. Lestery des Ingalls, ed. T. D. Hardy and C. T. Martin, London, 1888-89, I. pp. 244-45. Le Duc de Normandia été, en tant quacrese, le héros de tout un cycle poétique qui est perdu, mais non sans laisser des traces. Robert Curthose à la première croisade, in Comps rendus des séances de l'Académie des inscriptions et belles lettres, 1890, 4th series, Roman 18, p. 208. Gaston Paris, op. Cit. p. 211, n3, believes that the Robert legend was extinguished first by Robert's disastrous and inglorious end, and second by the growing popularity of the Godfrey cycle. He thinks that the Lut des du traditions poétiques, de provenances différentes, don't l'une avec pour héros Robert et l'autre Godfrey, can be seen in an episode of the Chanson d'Antioche, which may be briefly paraphrased as follows. Godfrey, because he is praet and courageous and of the lineage of Charlemagne, has just been chosen to represent the Christian army in a proposed single combat with a champion from Kerboga's host. On hearing which, Robert is so incensed at being himself passed over that he prepares to withdraw with his forces from the crusading army. Compared with his own splendid lineage, the ancestors of Godfrey, he declares, are not worth a button. Thereupon the descent of Godfrey from the Chevalier au Cygne is explained to him, and then Godfrey himself comes and humbles himself before Robert and expresses his willingness to yield the honor to him. At that, Robert is mollified and consents to remain. La Chanson d'Antioche, ed. Paulin Paris, Paris, 1848, Roman 2, pp. 177-183. It is difficult to see where support for Paris's theory can be found in the matter thus summarized. All that concerns Robert, it seems clear, exists not for itself at all, but as a mere literary foil for setting off the merits of Godfrey and his descent from the Chevalier au Cygne. The evidence of the Saint Denis window which Gaston Paris cites must be ruled out. See Appendix G. The Chanson d'Antioche, in the form in which we now have it, is held to have been composed early in the reign of Philip Augustus by Grandeur of Douai, a Flemish trouveur, upon the basis of an earlier poem, now lost, by Richard Le Pellerin, a minstrel who actually took part in the First Crusade. Histoire littéraire de la France, Roman 22, 1852, pp. 355-356, Auguste Molinier, Les Sources de l'Histoire de France, Paris, 190106. No. 2154. Supra, p. 190. L'Histoire de Jérusalem et d'Antioche, in H.C. Ock. V. pp. 629-630. This chronicle, in Old French prose of the second half of the 13th century, is based ultimately upon Fulcher of Chartres, but it is filled with matter of a purely imaginary character. It seems to contain almost no points of contact with the other sources from which the Robert legends are to be drawn. It represents Robert as taking part in the battle with Kilij Arslan at Nicaea. Actually, Robert had not yet arrived at Nicaea, and overthrowing him and taking his horse. It also portrays Robert as the principal leader at Nicaea, and the one to whom Kilij Arslan sent the messenger Amendeles to open negotiations. H.C. Ock, Roman 3, p. 761, cf. The 15th century Anonymi Renani Historia et Gesta Ducis Gottfriedi, Ibid, v. p. 454. H.C. Ock, Roman 3, p. 622. Ralph's whole account of the battle is almost epic in character. Cf. The poems, pp. 625-629, devoted to the exploits of individual heroes, and especially the two lines on p. 627. Rolandum dicas Oliverium granados, si comitum spex hunc hesta, hunc in se furens. p. 221. Chronique de Robert de Torigny, IPP. 8283. Ralph de Deisto Opera Historica ed. William Stubbs, London, 1876, IP 222. Roger of Wendover, Florus Historiarum ed. H. O. Cox, London, 1840-144, Roman 2 p. 87, Matthew Paris, Chronica Majora ed. H. R. Luard, London, 1872-83, Roman 2 p. 64. Idem Historia Minor ed. Frederick Madden, London, 1866-69, IPP. 8586, Florus Historiarum ed. H. R. Luard, London, 1890, Roman 2, p. 29. Le Livre de Rise de Brittany et Le Livre de Rise de Ingleterre ed. John Glover, London, 1865, p. 166, Robert of Gloucester Metrical Chronicle ed. W. A. Wright, London, 1887, Roman 2 pp. 580-5586, Thomas Walsingham, Y. Podigma Neustri ed. H. T. Riley, London, 1876, p. 79. Supra, p. 106. p. 224. Chronique de Robert de Torigny, I. p. 84. Ralph de Deisto, I. p. 223. Matthew Paris, Chronica Majora, Roman 2, p. 74. Florus Historiarum, Roman 2, p. 29. Robert of Gloucester, Roman 2, p. 591. Walsingham, Y. Podigma, p. 80. See also the references given in NN. 17 and 18 infra. Roger of Wendover, Roman 2, p. 103. Matthew Paris, Historia Minor, IP, 102. Le Livre de Rise, p. 168. Supra pp. 107-108. Gr. Roman 2, p. 460. Geoffrey Gamer in the extract quoted on p. 191, Supra, Gestor Regis Henrici Secundi, ed. William Stubbs, London, 1867, I. p. 329. Cf. Roger of Hoveden, I. p. 274. Roman de Rue, as quoted on p. 191, Supra. The reading and the meaning are here uncertain. I follow the conjecture of the editor. Le Trebuch el Bigart. According to Godefroy, Dictionnaire de l'ancien langue francaise, the meaning of Bigart is undetermined. Again, I follow the conjecture of the editor. Chanson d'Antioche, Roman 2 pp. 245-46. Ibid, p. 261. Red Lion is perhaps to be identified with Kilij Arslan, Sultan of Iconium. Paul Riant and Ferdinand de Mailly, in Revue de l'Art Création, 1890 pp. 299-300. Their view has been rightly rejected by Gaston Paris in Comptes rendus de l'Académie des Inscriptions et Belles Lettres 1890, p. 208 see Appendix G in Le Chevalier au Signy et Godefroy de Bouillon, ed. Faft Le Baron de Riefenberg, Brussels, 1846-59, Roman II, pp. 230-232, Red Lion is killed by Count Baldwin. This version of the Godfrey matter has been assigned to the 14th century both by Paulin Paris, Histoire littéraire, Roman 25, p. 508, and by Célestin Hippo, La Conquête de Jérusalem, p. Roman 9, but A.G. Kruger, in a more recent discussion, has placed it as late as the first half of the 15th century. Les manuscrits de la chanson du Chevalier au Signy et de Godefroy de Bouillon, in Romania, Roman 28, 1899, p. 426. Le Chevalier au Signy et Godefroy de Bouillon, Roman II, p. 212-13. La Conquête de Jérusalem, ed. Célestin Hippo, Paris, 1868, pp. 308-311. There is as yet no edition of this poem worthy of the name. Much difference of opinion has been expressed as to the date of its composition. It has been ascribed by its editor to the 13th century. Ibid, pp. Roman 18, Roman 19, Roman 25. But Paulin Paris held it to be a part of the work of Grandeur of Douai, compiler of the Chanson d'Antioche, and thought it, too, like the latter, was based upon the lost work of Richard Le Pellerin. Histoire littéraire, Roman 22, p. 370, and cf. p. 384, and Molinier has somewhat carelessly assigned it to circa 1130. Sources de l'Histoire de France, No. 2154. On the other hand, Henry Pigeonneau, while he would ascribe it to the late 12th century, still holds that it certainly is not by the author of the Chanson d'Antioche, and that it is a later composition than the latter. Le Cycle de la Croisade et de la Famille de Bouillon, St. Cloud, 1877, pp. 42-55. Certainly one works over the poem with a growing conviction that it is late rather than early. It is almost wholly a work of imagination, in which traditions of events centering around Antioch are hopelessly mingled with others pertaining to the region of Jerusalem. One can hardly say whether the imaginary battle of Ramleh contains more of the battle of Escalon or of the battle against Kerboga. It may be noted in passing that in the Battle of Escalon Robert performed an actual feat of arms cf. Supra, pp. 115-116, which may perhaps form the basis of all the legendary exploits which we have been passing in review. The references to the enemies, standard in Wace, Supra, p. 190, and in the Chanson d'Antioche, Supra, p. 195, would seem to lend some color to this view. But it should be borne in mind that such exploits of knightly valor are a commonplace of the chansons de geste, and are attributed to Godfrey and to other chiefs as well as to Robert. Gamer is specific in his statement that the election of Robert was due to his reputation for valor, Supra, p. 191, as is also the author of an anonymous Norman chronicle of the 13th century, excerpted by Paul Mayer from a Cambridge manuscript in Notices et Extraits des Manuscrits, Roman 32, 2, p. 65. Liquens rob, pour les grands proses que il faisait et qu'il avoit faits, et pour sa grant valor et son grant hardment, fut escalate et Esther Roy de Sully. Supra, p. 114. Gr. Roman 2, p. 461. pp. 229, 236. H.C. Ock, Roman 3, p. 225. Chronique de Robert de Torigny, I. p. 87. Annals de Waverley in Annals Monasticii, Roman 2, p. 207. Gesta Henrici Secundi, I. p. 329. Gervase of Tilbury, Oce Imperialia in H.F., Roman 14, p. 13. Chronique de Normandy, Ibid. Roman 13, p. 247. Matthew Paris, Chronica Mayor v. p. 602. Floris Historiarum, Roman 2, p. 32. Robert of Gloucester, Roman 2, pp. 607-6-8. John Capgrave, Chronicle of England, ed. F.C. Hingeston, London, 1858, p. 133. Idem, Liber de Illustribus Henricis, ed. F.C. Hingeston, London, 1858, p. 55. Supra, p. 114. H.C. Ock, Roman 4, p. 485. La Conquête de Jérusalem, pp. 180-191. The legend is repeated in substantially the same form in Le Chevalier au Signy et Godefroy de Bouillon, Roman 3, pp. 81-88. Chronica Universalis, in MGH, Scriptures Roman 27, p. 334. An unedited Flemish chronicle of uncertain date, cited by Pigeonneau, Le Cycle de la Croisade, p. 76. Roger of Wendover, Roman 2, p. 146. Matthew Paris, Historia Minor, I, pp. 149-150. Ranulph Higden, Polychronicon, ed. J. R. Lumbye, London, 1865-86. Roman 7, p. 424. Eulogium Historiarum, ed. F. C. Haydon, London, 1858-63. Roman 3, p. 64. Roger of Wendover and Matthew Paris make the explanation that when his candle had been lighted, Robert secretly extinguished it, meaning to refuse the crown. Peter Langtoft, Chronicle, ed. Thomas Wright, London, 1866-68, IP 460. H. C. Ock, Roman 3, p. 225. The account of the election given in l'Histoire de Jérusalem et d'Antioche appears to have no connection with any of our other sources. Ibid. V. p. 639. Henry of Huntingdon, pp. 229-30, 236. Chronique de Robert de Torigny, I, pp. 87, 128-129. Annals de Waverlea in Annals Monastici, Roman 2, p. 207. Gesta Henrici Secundi, I, pp. 329-330. Roger of Wendover, Roman 2, p. 146. Matthew Paris, Chronica Maiora, Roman 2, pp. 106-107-132. V. p. 602. Idem Historia Minor, I, p. 205. Florus Historiarum, Roman 2, p. 32. Robert of Gloucester, Roman 2, pp. 607-6-8, 628-629. Capgrave, Chronicle of England, p. 133. Idem de Illustribus Henricis, pp. 55-57. Supra, p. 179. Rex Autumn, Memor Fraternitatis, Undum Comitem Robertum in Libera Carceris Custodia, Sine Ciborum Penuria vel luminis beneficio vel preciosarum vestium ornatu, salvo tamen fecit reservari. Licerit etiam iad scacos et alias ludier. Robas etiam regis, sicut ipse rex accipibat, Pomeria vicina et saltus et loca delectabilia perambulando, ex regis licentia, visitavit. Florus Historiarum, Roman 2, p. 39. Gesta Henrici Secundi, I, p. 330. Annals de Wintonia, in Annals Monastici, Roman 2, p. 50. Chronicon Tommywikes, Ibid, Roman 4, p. 15. Annals de Wigornia, Ibid, Roman 4, p. 378. Matthew Paris, Chronica Maiora, Roman 2, p. 133. Idem Historia Minor, I, pp. 30-213. Florus Historiarum, Roman 2, p. 39. Henry Knighton Chronicon, ed. J. R. Lumbye, London, 1880-995. I, p. 113. Eulogium Historiarum, Roman 3, p. 58. Capgrave de Illustribus Henricis, p. 65. H. F. Roman 12, p. 432. Matthew Paris, Historia Minor, I, pp. 212-13. Idem Chronica Maiora, Roman 2, p. 133. Florus Historiarum, Roman 2, p. 39. Matthew Paris, Historia Minor, I, p. 213. Matthew Paris, Historia Minor, I, p. 248. The translation is a free and somewhat condensed rendering of the original. Cf. The same Chronica Maiora, Roman 2, pp. 161-61, Capgrave de Illustribus Henricis, p. 65. Appendices. Appendix. Note on the sources. In a field already so well explored as that of Normandy and England in the 11th and 12th centuries, there is little need to enter into a detailed discussion of primary materials. A brief review, however, of the sources upon which the present volume is based may be a convenience and serve a useful purpose. Among the narrative sources for the life of Robert Curthose, the Historia Ecclesiastica of Ordericus Vitalis is, of course, by far the most important. One of the greatest historical writers of the 12th century, the monk of Saint Ivraul has treated of Robert's character and career at great length and with much vivacity and insight. And while one may admit with Gaston Lahardy that he was no friend of the Duke, indeed, that as a churchman and as a lover of peace, and of strong and orderly government, he was strongly prejudiced against him, and sometimes treated him unfairly. Still, it must be confessed that in the main his strictures are confirmed by other evidence and are presumably justified. Unfortunately, Ordericus Vitalis stands almost alone among early Norman writers in paying attention to the career of Robert Curthose. Some assistance, however, has been gained from William of Poitiers and from the Gesta Normanorum Ducum, a composite work once solely attributed to William of Jumiges, but now at last made available in a critical edition which distinguishes the parts actually written by William of Jumiges, Ordericus Vitalis, Robert of Torigny, and others. The Roman de Rouavues has also been drawn upon, sometimes rather freely, but it is hoped always with due caution and discretion, for much picturesque detail concerning events in western Normandy, about which the author clearly possessed special information. For Robert's relations with Maine, the contemporary Actus Pontificum Senemanis in Urbe Digentium have been an almost constant guide, often confirming and even supplementing the more extensive but less precise narrative of Ordericus Vitalis. Matter of much importance has also from time to time been gleaned from the works of French and Flemish writers, such as the famous Vie de Louis le Gros by Abbot Suger of Saint Denis, the anonymous Chronique de Morigny, and the Histoire du Mueter de Charles Le Bon by Galbert of Bruges. The English writers of the period have naturally proved invaluable. Of these, William of Malmesbury, as we should expect, possesses the keenest insight into Robert's character. But the Anglo-Saxon chronicle treats of the events of Robert's life with greater fullness and in more coherent and trustworthy chronological order. Florence of Worcester is in general dependent upon the chronicle, but occasionally he presents a different view or supplementary matter of independent value. And the same may be said of the Historia Regum, which is commonly attributed to Simeon of Durham, in its relation to Florence of Worcester. Henry of Huntingdon, who is also largely dependent upon the Anglo-Saxon chronicle, professes himself a first-hand authority from the accession of Robert Curthose and William Rufus to the ducal and royal thrones in 1087, and his narrative becomes increasingly valuable as it advances, though he cannot be considered a really independent writer before 1126, i.e., a score of years after the close of Duke Robert's active career at the Battle of Tinchebray. For all the facts bearing upon Robert's life with which it deals, the Historia Novorum in Anglia of Eadmer, the companion and confidential advisor of Archbishop Anselm, is a strictly contemporary narrative of the highest value, though its specialized character considerably restricts its usefulness for the purposes of the present study. The brief chronicle of Hyde Abbey, which was compiled during the reign of Henry I, has often proved helpful, as have also other minor monastic narratives such as the Chronicle of Abingdon and the Annals of Winchester, of Waverley, etc. The documentary sources for the life of Robert Curthose are very meager, but such as they are now all conveniently accessible. As a result of prolonged researches in the archives and libraries of Normandy and in the Bibliothèque Nationale, and after a careful sifting of all the printed materials, Professor Charles H. Haskins has been able to give us, in another volume of the Harvard Historical Studies, a definitive edition of 7 hitherto unpublished ducal charters, together with a complete and annotated list of all the charters of the reign. The best guides to the remainder of the documentary material bearing upon Robert's life are the Regesta Regum Anglo-Normanorum by H.W.C. Davis and the Calendar of Documents Preserved in France illustrative of the history of Great Britain and Ireland by J.H. Round. While both these works leave something to be desired, they have proved invaluable in the preparation of the present study. And it is earnestly to be hoped that the publication of the second volume of Davis's work, containing the charters of Henry I, will not be long delayed. For the full texts of documents and for other scattered materials not calendared by either Round or Davis, it has been necessary to consult many special collections, e.g., the Livre Noir of Bayeux Cathedral, the Charts de Saint Julien de Tours, the Cartulaire de l'Abbé de Saint Vincent du Mans, the Letters of Paschal Roman II, of Ivo of Chartres, and of Saint Anselm, which are too numerous to be listed here in detail, and which have been fully cited in their proper places in footnotes. The Crusade forms a special chapter in the record of Robert's life, for which it is necessary to draw upon a different group of sources. Of works by contemporary or early writers on the Crusade, the anonymous Gesta Francorum is, of course, invaluable for all the facts with which it deals. But the Historia Hierosolimitana of Fulcher of Chartres has proved of even greater service in the present study, because of the author's close association with Robert Curthose on the Crusade from the time when the expedition left Normandy until it reached Marash in Armenia. Concerning later events also Fulcher was by no means ill-informed. The Historia Francorum, qui separunt I Jerusalem of Raymond of Aguilars, is also a first-hand narrative by an eyewitness. And, while the author is at times rather hostile to Duke Robert and the Normans, he is nevertheless invaluable as representing the point of view of the Provençaux. Inferior to any of the foregoing, but still by a writer who was in the East and who was well informed, the Gesta Tancredi of Ralph of Caen has proved of great assistance, as has also the voluminous, but less trustworthy, work of Albert of Aix, which, when it has been possible to check it with other evidence, has contributed valuable information. Of Western writers on the Crusade who did not actually make the pilgrimage to the Holy Land, apart from Ordericus Vitalis, who has already been mentioned, Guibert of Nogent and Baldric, Archbishop of Dol, have been most helpful. The English writers, except William of Malmesbury, whose account is based almost wholly upon Fulcher of Chartres, and, apart from an occasional detail, is of little value, have not treated the Crusade with any fullness, and are of little service except for the beginnings of the movement. Of the Greek sources, only the Alexiad of Anna Komnena has been of much assistance. The Oriental writers are in general too late to be of great importance for the First Crusade, and they had, of course, no particular interest in Robert Curthose, but their writings have not been overlooked, and Matthew of Edessa, Ibn el-Athir, Kemal ed-Din, and Uzama ibn Munki have been of service. The contemporary letters bearing upon the Crusade have been admirably edited, with exhaustive critical notes, by Heinrich Hagenmeier. Of charters, or documents in the strict sense of the word, there are almost none relating to the Crusade. But such as there are, they have been rendered easily accessible by the painstaking calendar of documents dealing with the history of the Latin Kingdom of Jerusalem by Reinhold Roericht. It would be going too far afield to describe at this point the scattered materials from which the attempt has been made to draw up a list of the known associates and followers of Robert on the Crusade. They are fully cited in Appendix D. For the chapter on Robert Curthose in legend, with which the narrative part of the present volume ends, it has been necessary to depart from the narrow chronological limits within which the rest of our researches have been conducted, and to explore a wide range of literature extending to the close of the Middle Ages. Most of the Robert legends make their appearance early, and can be traced to a certain extent in William of Malmesbury and Henry of Huntingdon, and in Robert the Monk and Ralph of Keene. But their elaboration was in the main the work of chroniclers and romancers of a later period. Among Norman and English sources, the works of Geoffrey Gamer, Wace, William of Newburgh, Ralph de Daisto, and Ralph Niger have proved most helpful for the 12th century. Of Roger of Wendover, Matthew Paris, and Robert of Gloucester, together with the anonymous Florus Historiarum and Liver de Rise de Ingleter for the 13th. Of Peter Langtoft, Ranulph Higden, and Henry Knighton, together with the anonymous Eulogium Historiarum for the 14th. While Thomas Walsingham in the 15th century has occasionally been of service. Much material of a legendary character relating to Robert's exploits in the Holy War has also been gleaned from the various versions of the poetic cycle of the Crusade, the most notable of which are the Chanson d'Antioche of the late 12th century, the Chanson de Jérusalem, which probably dates from the 13th century, and the Chevalier au Cygne et Godefroy de Bouillon, edited by the Baron de Riefenberg, which belongs to the 14th or 15th century. Such detailed criticism as it has seemed necessary to make of these widely scattered materials bearing upon Robert Curthose in legend has been placed in the footnotes of Chapter 8, where the additions used have also been fully cited. Footnotes: Ed. Auguste Le Prévost, 5 vols, Paris, 1838-55. The critical introduction IPP, ICVI by Leopold Delisle is definitive. Cf. Supra pp. Roman 7 Roman 8. Gesta Wilhelmi Ducis Normanorum et Regis Anglorum in H.F. Xi pp. 75104. Ed. Jean Marx, Paris, 1914. Most of the material of value for the present study comes from the interpolations of Robert of Torigny. Ed. Hugo Andresen, 2 vols, Heilbronn, 1877-79. Ed. G. Busson and A. Ledru. Le Mans, 1901, Archives historiques du Maine, Roman II. Ed. Auguste Molinier, Paris, 1887. Ed. Léon Murat, Paris, 1909. Ed. Henry Pyern, Paris, 1891. Digestis Regum Anglorum, ed. William Stubbs, 2 vols, London 1889. Digestis Pontificum Anglorum, ed. N.E.S.A. Hamilton, London 1870. 2 of the Saxon Chronicles Parallel, ed. Charles Plummer, 2 vols, Oxford, 1890-99. Chronicon ex Chronicis, ed. Benjamin Thorpe, 2 vols, London 1848-49. Simeon of Durham, Opera Omnia, ed. Thomas Arnold, Roman II, London 1885. Cf. Infra p. 216. Historia Anglorum, ed. Thomas Arnold, London 1879. Hactenus de his qui vel in libris veterum legendo reperimus, vel fama vulgante percepimus, tractatum est. Nunc autem de his qui vel ipsi vidimus, vel ob his qui vidrant audivimus, pertractandum est. Ibid. pp. 213-14. Eds. Martin Rule, London, 1884. Chronicon Monasterii de Haida in Liber de Haida, ed. Edward Edwards, pp. 280-321. London, 1866. Chronicon Monasterii de Abingdon, ed. Joseph Stevenson, 2 vols, London, 1858. Annals Monasterii de Wintonia, in Annals Monastici, ed. H. R. Luard, Roman II, pp. 1125. London, 1865. Annals Monasterii de Waverlea, Ibid, pp. 127-411. Norman Institutions, Cambridge, Massachusetts, 1918, pp. 285-92, 66-70. Volume I Oxford, 1913. Volume I London, 1899, Calendars of State Papers. An Outline Itinerary of King Henry I, by W. Farah, in E. H. R. Roman 34, pp. 303-382, 505-579, July, October 1919, came to hand just as the present volume was going to press. I am indebted to it for the location of certain charters which until then had escaped my notice. Antiquus Carcelarius Ecclesiae Beocensus, ed. V. Burian, 2 vols, Paris, 190203. Ed. L.J. Denis, Le Mans, 1912, Archives historiques du Maine Roman 12. Ed. R. Charles and S. Menjot del Ben, I. Le Mans, 1886. Mean, CLZI. H.F. Roman 15. Mean Clicks. Ed. Heinrich Hagner, Heidelberg, 1890. Ed. Idem, Heidelberg, 1913. H.C. Ock, Roman 3 pp. 235-309. H.C. Ock, Roman 3 pp. 587-601. Liber Christiani Expeditionis pro Eruption, Emendation Restitution Sancti Hierosolomitani Ecclesiae, Ibid, Roman 4 pp. 265-713. B.K. Roman 9 of the Historia Ecclesiastica is devoted to the history of the First Crusade. Gesta de per Francos in H.C. Ock, Roman 4 pp. 115-63. Historia Hierosolomitana, Ibid, pp. 1111. Gr. Roman 2. HCG I2 pp. 1204. Chronique in HCA I pp. 1150. Histoire des Adibix de Massoul in HC or Roman 2 pp. 1375 K. Malaltavaric, Ibid, I. Chronique d'Alep, Ibid, Roman 3. Autobiography, French translation by Hartwig Derenberg, Paris, 1895. Die Kreuzigsbrief aus den Jahren 1088-1100, ein Quellensammlung zur Geschichte des ersten Kreuzzuges. Innsbruck, 1901. Register Regni Hierosolomitani, Innsbruck, 1893, Additamentum, Innsbruck, 1904. Appendix B. De Aeneas de Vexation, Wilhelmi Episcopi Primi. The anonymous tract De Aeneas de Vexation, Wilhelmi Episcopi Primi is worthy of more attention and of a more critical study than it has yet received, since it gives the only detailed account which we possess of the dispute between William Rufus and William of St. Helle, Bishop of Durham, and of the trial of the latter before the Curia Regis at Salisbury upon a charge of treason, in connection with the rebellion of 1088. Final judgment as to the bishop's guilt or innocence must in large measure depend upon a just estimate of its value. Freeman was very reluctant to recognize its high authority as compared with his favorite Southern writers, the Anglo-Saxon chronicler, Florence of Worcester, and William of Malmesbury, but his distrust appears to be unwarranted. The tract is manifestly made up of two distinct parts. One, the main body of an original libellus, concerned exclusively with the bishop's vexation, and beginning p. 171, Rex Wilhelmus Eunior decesivit Dunelmensum Episcopum, and ending p. 194, Rex permissit Episcopo transitum. And two, introductory and concluding chapters, which contain a brief sketch of the bishop's career before and after his unfortunate quarrel with the king and his expulsion from the realm. The joints at which the separate narratives are pieced together are apparent upon the most cursory examination. Not only is there a striking contrast between the detailed and documentary treatment found in the body of the libellus and the bare summaries, which make up the introductory and concluding paragraphs, but the reader is actually warned of the transition in the last sentence of the introduction by the phrase, p. 171, quam rem sequens libellus manifestat ex ordine. The two parts of the tract are evidently derived from different sources and written at different times by different authors. The libellus properly so called, i.e., the central portion of the tract, is a narrative well supplied with documents. It has all the appearance of being contemporary and by an eyewitness, and is manifestly a source of the greatest value for the facts with which it deals. Lieberman, with his unrivaled knowledge of medieval English legal materials, has declared that there is no ground for doubting its authenticity, and Professor G.B. Adams, who also finds abundant internal evidence of its genuineness, points out, as an indication that it was written by an eyewitness in the company of Bishop William, the fact that no attempt is made to tell what went on within the curia while the bishop and his supporters were outside. And further, he considers it more objective and impartial than Eadmer's better-known account of the trial of Anselm before the Council of Rockingham. The author, it may be conjectured, was a monk of Durham who stood in somewhat the same favored position among the intimates of Bishop William as that occupied by Eadmer with regard to Anselm. And while we know nothing of his personality, it is perhaps worth remarking in passing that he may very well be the cert monk, quendam suum monachum, who acts on at least two occasions as the bishop's messenger, pp. 172, 175. The account in the earlier instance is so intimate and personal as strongly to support this hypothesis. Ipsum quoque monachum episcopi, qui de regere dibet, excepit et equum suum I occidit, postea peditum abier permissit. The introduction and the conclusion of the tract, on the other hand, are not a first-hand narrative, and fortunately we possess the source from which they are derived. The introduction, pp. 170f, dealing with the bishop's career prior to 1088, contains nothing which is not told with much greater fullness in the opening chapters of the fourth book of the Historia Dunelmensis Ecclesiae of Simeon of Durham. It is in fact a mere summary of those chapters, and while the author is no servile copyist, he evidently had no other source of information. It seems safe to conclude, therefore, that he was not identical with the author of the original libellus. Judged by style and method, the conclusion of the tract, pp. 194f, appears to be by the same author as the introduction. It, too, is clearly an abridgment of certain chapters of the Historia Dunelmensis Ecclesiae, though with this notable difference from the introduction, that it contains some matter not to be found in the Historia, e.g., the statement that the exiled bishop was entrusted by the Duke with the administration of all Normandy, and the notices of the expedition of William Rufus against King Malcolm in 1091. and of the presence of the Scottish king at the laying of the first stones in the foundation of the new cathedral at Durham in 1093. Apparently, for these more recent events, the writer was drawing upon his own first-hand knowledge. The date at which the introductory and concluding chapters were appended to the original Durham libellus cannot be fixed with exactness. The reference to Anselm as Sancti Memoriae, p. 195, shows that they were written after his death in 1109, and since, as will appear below, they in turn were used in the Historia Regum, which is commonly attributed to Simeon of Durham, the terminus ad quem cannot be placed much later than 1129. The relationship between the above-mentioned additions to the Durham libellus and the Historia Regum may be displayed by the following quotations. The introduction to the Durham tract closes with the following sentence, p. 171. Sed orda inter regem et primates Anglii magna dissension episcopus ab invidies circumventus usque ad expulsionum eram regis percilit, quam rem sequens libellus manifestat ex ordine. And the conclusion opens as follows, pp. 194f. Anno sui episcopatus octavo expulsus est ab Anglia, sed a Roberto frater regis, comite Normanorum, honorifice susceptus, todius Normanniae curam suscepit. Tertio autumn anno, repacificatus regi, recepit episcopatum suum, ipso rege cum frater seu tadoc Anglii exercitu, cum Scotium contra Malcolmum tenderant, eam in sedum suum restituentibus, ipsa videlicet diqua in depulsus furet. Tertio itis septembris, secundo anno sui reversionis, ecclesiam veterum, quam algunus quondam episcopus construxerat, a fundamentis destruxit. The account of the rebellion of 1088 in the Historia Regum, at this point almost wholly independent of Florence of Worcester, ends with the expulsion, not of Bishop William of Durham, but of Bishop Odo of Bayeux. Et ida episcopus qui fear fuit secundus rex Angliae, honorum amicit irrecuperabiliter. Sed episcopus veniens Normannium statum Rodberto comite todius provincii curam suscepit, cuius ordinum causi libellus in hoc descriptus apert ostendit. Etiam Dunhomensis episcopus Wilhelmus, Roman 8, anno episcopatus, et multi alii de Anglia exerunt. And in a later passage, the king's restoration of Bishop William to his see is thus recorded. Veniens Dunelmum, episcopum Wilhelmum restituit in sedum suam, ipso post annos tres diquo eam reliquit, silicet Roman 3. Itis septembris. Thomas Arnold, the editor of Simeon's opera, remarks upon the clause, cuius ordinum causi libellus in hoc descriptus apert ostendit of the Historia Regum. This libellus, describing Odo's administration in Normandy, appears to be lost. Taken by itself, the passage is obscure, and it is perhaps not surprising that the editor wholly mistook its meaning. But a comparison of it with the clause, quam rem sequens libellus manifestat ex ordine, of the Durham tract at once reveals dependence and resolves the difficulty. The verbal similarities are striking, and the author of course uses the puzzling causi, because the source from which he drew was in fact the account of a causa, viz., the trial of William of St. Helle before the Curia Regis. It is clear, therefore, that the libellus to which the author of the Historia Regum refers his readers is not a lost treatise on the administration of Bishop Odo in Normandy, as Arnold supposed, but in fact the Durham tract on the unjust vexation of Bishop William, which Arnold had himself already published in the first volume of Simeon's works. A further comparison of all the passages which have been indicated by italics in the foregoing excerpts fully confirms this conclusion and reveals the extent of the debt of the Historia Regum to the Durham tract. Not only the verbal agreements, but the close similarities in thought are so marked as to preclude every possibility of independence. We are now in a position to see how the author of the Historia Regum worked. Having before him the Chronicle of Florence of Worcester, which he regularly followed, with its dark picture of Bishop William's treason, and the elaborate Durham tract in his defense, he chose to suppress all reference to the Bishop of Durham in connection with the rebellion, and substituted for him Odo of Bayeux as a scapegoat. Then at the end of his chapter, he added, apparently as an afterthought, and borrowing directly from the Durham tract, that Bishop William departed from England in the 8th year of his episcopate. The statement of the Historia Regum, therefore, that Odo of Bayeux upon his expulsion from England after the fall of Rochester went to Normandy, and had the care of the whole duchy committed to his charge, is valueless. If that honor belongs to anyone, it is to William of St. Hallé, Bishop of Durham, as set forth in the conclusion of the Tract de Aeneas de Vexation. But the author of the Historia Regum was a clumsy borrower, and we have not yet reached the end of the confusion which has arisen as the result of his easy way of juggling with his sources. In a later passage in which he deals with the return of Bishop William to his see at the time of the expedition of William Rufus against King Malcolm in 1091, he explains that the restoration of the bishop took place on the 3rd anniversary of his retirement. That is, on the 3d before the Ides of September. Freeman, relying upon this text, but apparently mistaking Ides for nones, states that the arrival of the king in Durham and the reinstatement of the bishop took place on 3 September. Comparison with the parallel text of the Durham Tract, however, makes it clear that the author of the Historia Regum has here again made an unintelligent and altogether misleading use of his source, copying almost verbatim, but detaching the phrase Roman 3. Ides Septembris from the next sentence, where it properly refers to an event of the year 1093. It is necessary, therefore, to get back to the evidence of the de Aeneas de Vexation, which not only says that Bishop William was reinstated on the 3rd anniversary of his expulsion, but fixes that earlier date with exactness. Exceperant ergo Ivotalis Bos, et Ernesius de Buron Castellum Dunelmens in Manus Regis, et de Saeseverant Episcopum de Ecclesia et de Castello, et de Omni Terra Sua Roman 18. Cal. December. p. 192. The bishop's restoration, accordingly, should be dated 14 November 1091. If it cause surprise that William Rufus should have undertaken a campaign in the northern country so late in the season, it may be noted that he previously had his hands full with an expedition against the Welsh, and that Florence of Worcester, in describing the campaign, makes the significant statement, multique de equestri exercitus ius fame et frigor perierunt. It remains to raise a question as to the authorship of the Historia Regum. As is well known, the evidence on which both it and the Historia Dunelmensis Ecclesiae are attributed to Simeon of Durham is not contemporary and not conclusive, though a better case can be made out for the latter than for the former. Without discussing this evidence anew, and without entering at this time upon the more extended inquiry as to whether it is credible that two works of such different character and of such unequal merit can be by a single author, it is still pertinent here to remark their striking difference in point of view with regard to the controversy between William Rufus and the Bishop of Durham. The Historia Dunelmensis Ecclesiae speaks of the quarrel and of the bishop's expulsion and exile without any reserve, and, moreover, it contains remarkably full information concerning his fortunes while in exile. In all this, it is freely reproduced in the additions to the Durham Libellus, pp. 171, 194f, and they in turn are used by the author of the Historia Regum. Yet with these additions, and the original Libellus and Florence of Worcester all before him, he suppresses every reference to the alleged treason of Bishop William, persistently declines to use such words as expulsion and exile in connection with him, and steadily ignores the quarrel. For him, the bishop, went out of England, although he unconsciously slips into an inconsistency in a later passage when he notes that the bishop was restored to the see which he had left. If the Historia Dunelmensis Ecclesiae and the Historia Regum are by one and the same author, then assuredly he had a bad memory for what he had himself previously written, and his point of view had curiously shifted during the intervening years. Footnotes: reprinted with slight revision from E.H.R., Roman 32, 1917, pp. 382-387. Published in William Dugdale's Monastic and Anglicanum, New ed. London, 1817-30, pp. 244-250, and in Simeon of Durham, Opera Omnia, ed. Thomas Arnold, London, 1882-85, pp. 171-95. References are to the latter edition. Professor G.B. Adams has recently made it the basis of an admirable article entitled Procedure in the Feudal Curia Regis. Columbia Law Review, Roman 13, pp. 277–93. But he has confined his attention in the main to forms of procedure, and has dealt only incidentally with the critical problems involved. William Rufus, IPP, 28 ff. Roman 2 pp. 469–474. Historische Aufsätze dem Andenken and Georg Waits, Jew-Admit, Hanover, 1886, p. 159, n10. Columbia Law Review, Roman 13 pp. 277 f. 287, 291. Simeon, HDE, pp. 119–122, 127 f. Simeon, HDE, pp. 128 f. 133–135. Cf. Arnold's Introduction, p. Roman 25. The Historia Dunelmensis Ecclesiae, which they abridge, was composed between 1104 and 1109. Ibid. p. Roman 19. On the date of the composition of the Historia Regum C. Simeon H. R. pp. Roman 20 Roman 21, cf. Simeon HDE, p. Roman 15. Simeon HR, pp. 216–17. Ibid, p. 218. Ibid, p. 217, NA. Cf. Simeon HDE, p. 128. Quem comes Normanorum non ut exulum, sed ut patrum suscipiens, in magno honor per 3 annos, quibus ibi moretus est habuit. The charters also bear evidence of the honored position which he enjoyed in Normandy during his exile. See Haskins, p. 76. William Rufus, I.P. 300. William of Malmesbury, Gr. Roman 2, p. 365. Volume Roman 2, p. 28. It is also clear from Florence that the king did not arrive in Durham until after the destruction of the English fleet, which took place a few days before Michaelmas. Cf. A.S. C. A. 1091. A reference to these events in the Miracula of St. Cuthbert makes mention of the summer heat, tempus aestades fervidum. But this evidently is to be connected with Malcolm's raid of the previous summer and not with the later expedition of William Rufus against him. Simeon, H.R., p. 340. For the evidence, see Arnold's Introductions, I.pp. Roman 15 Roman 23, Roman 2 pp. X, say Roman 20 Roman 21. Simeon, HDA, p. 128. Simeon, HR, pp. 216f. Ibid, pp. 217f. Appendix C. Arnulf of Chaux, chaplain of Robert Curthose. Arnulf of Chaux, who went on the First Crusade with Robert Curthose and ended his dramatic career in 1118 as Patriarch of Jerusalem, is a character of more than ordinary interest, and his provenance and early career are worthy of more careful investigation than they have yet received. The foundation for such a study was laid in 1904, when, by the publication in a new and scholarly edition of a little-known text of the early 12th century, entitled Versus de Viris Illustribus Dioces Tarvanensis, the Belgian scholar Charles Moller identified Arnulf's birthplace as the village of Chaux in the Diocese of Therouanne on the river Clarence, an affluent of the Lys. Thus Moller returns to the view of the Flemish annalists Mayer and Malbranck, who manifestly knew and used this text, though modern writers upon the Crusades, overlooking it and relying mainly upon Albert of Aix, have said that Arnulf was of Rose, a castle of Flanders, which no one has ever been able to identify. If further evidence were needed to establish the correctness of Moller's conclusion, it is found in a charter of 15 August 1095 by Robert Curthose in favor of Rouen Cathedral, among the witnesses to which appears Ernulfo de Siaches Capellano mio. This document is also important as confirming and supplementing the meager notices of the chroniclers, on which one is compelled to rely almost entirely for all that is known about Arnulf of Chaux before he went on the crusade and came into prominence and controversy. As to Arnulf's family, practically nothing is known, though one may safely infer that he was of lowly origin from the speech which his friend and former pupil, Ralph of Caen, puts into his mouth when he makes him say to the princely leaders of the crusade, "You have promoted me from a humble station, and from one unknown you have made me famous, and, as it were, one of yourselves." His enemies openly charged that he was the son of a priest. and that their accusations were not without foundation is evidenced by a letter of Pope Paschal Roman II, replying in 1116 to complaints which had been made against Arnulf, and reinstating him in the patriarchal office from which he had been suspended by the papal legate. While clearing him entirely from two of the charges which had been brought against him, the Pope announced that the third complaint, viz., the general belief as to a stain upon his birth, was to be overlooked by apostolic dispensation, in view of Arnulf's great services and of the needs of the Church. The statement sometimes made that Arnulf had a niece named Emma or Imelota, who figures in the charters of the Latin kingdom, and who was the wife, first of Eustace Gamir, Lord of Caesarea, and then of Hugh Roman II, Count of Jaffa, appears to rest upon the sole authority of William of Tyre. Considering the age in which he lived, Arnulf doubtless received an excellent education, though where it is impossible to say, and while still a young man he appeared in Normandy as a teacher, presumably at Caen. Ralph of Caen, who later became the distinguished historian of the First Crusade, was among his pupils, and upon the completion of his great work, the Gesta Tancredi, dedicated it in grateful remembrance to his old master. Far more important for Arnulf's future, however, was the connection which he early established with the Anglo-Norman ruling family when he was made tutor in grammar and dialectic to the oldest daughter of William the Conqueror, Cecilia, the pious nun of La Trinité at Caen, who later became the second abbess of her mother's great foundation. It was probably through the friendship thus established with the royal princess that the Flemish schoolmaster succeeded in rising to higher things, for Cecilia is said to have obtained from her indulgent brother, Duke Robert, the promise of episcopal honors for Arnulf, in case any of the Norman bishoprics should fall vacant. And while he never gained that preferment, it can hardly be doubted that it was through her influence that he entered the service of the Duke as chaplain. The charter to which attention has been called above furnishes proof that Arnulf already held that position in August 1096, supra N6. But his official connection with the ducal court undoubtedly began at least a year earlier, for the contemporary biographer of Abbot William of Bec states very specifically that on, or shortly after, 10 August 1094, he went on an important official errand for the Duke in the capacity of chancellor. One other fact remains to be noticed as indicating Arnulf's intimate relationship with another member of the Conqueror's family. Although he was chaplain of the Duke before and during the Crusade, he is said to have set out for the Holy War in the company of Robert's uncle, Bishop Odo of Bayeux, who upon his death at Palermo, early in 1097, left him the greater part of his splendid outfit. Footnotes: New light has been thrown upon Arnulf's career in Normandy by the publication of Professor Haskins's Norman Institutions, pp. 74-75, since this appendix was originally written, but it seems worthwhile to let it stand with slight modifications, since it may still serve to bring together in convenient form all the known facts concerning Arnulf's early history. For the fullest treatment of Arnulf's career as a whole, see Eduard France, Des Patriarchat von Jerusalem im Jahr 1099, Sagen 1885, pp. 816. See also the critical and bibliographical notes in Echehard, Hierosolymidae, ed. Heinrich Hagenmeier, Tübingen, 1877, p. 264 n8, gf. p. 481 n14, Kreuzigsbrief, p. 409 n15, Fulcher of Chartres, Historia Hierosolymitana, 1095-1127, ed. Heinrich Hagenmeier, Heidelberg, 1913, p. 590 n24. Les Flamands du Tournoi au Royaume Latin de Jérusalem, in Mélanges Paul Frédéric, Brussels, 1904, pp. 180-9202. The decisive lines are p. 191. Primus Evremarus sidit Patriarcha Sepulchri, post hunc Arnulfus, Oriendis Euderc Sioux. Jacques de Meyer, Commentarii Sive Annals Rerum Flandracarum, Antwerp, 1561, A 1099 Fall, 34 v. Jacques Malbranc de Morinis et Morinorum Rebus, Tournai, 1630-954, Roman 2, p. 684. H. C. Ock, Roman 4, p. 470, Arnulfus de Zox Casello Flandrii. E. G. Riant, Hagenmeier, and Roericht at various places in their well-known works. Hagenmeier, in his recent edition, 1913, of Fulcher of Chartres, p. 590, n24 accepts Moller's conclusion. But Brehier, writing in 1907, L'Église et l'Orient au Moyen Age, p. 83, still says Arnauld de Rohes. Haskins, p. 70, number 31, p. 74, n28. It is true that the text as printed from an original now lost has emolfo de crotches, but this is probably a misreading for siaches or siaches. G. A. de la Roque, Histoire généalogique de la Maison de Harcourt, Paris, 1662, Roman 3 Preuves, p. 34. H. C. Ock, Roman 3, p. 699. Raymond of Aguilar's, Ibid, Roman 3, p. 302, Guibert of Nogent, Ibid, Roman 4, p. 233, William of Tyre, Ibid, I, p. 365. Cartulaire de l'Église du Saint-Sépulcre, ed. Eugène de Rosière, Paris, 1849, number 11. Ducange, Les Familles d'Outre-mer, ed. E.G. Ray, Paris, 1869, pp. 274-275, 339-431, T. W. Archer and C. L. Kingsford, The Crusades, London, 1894, pp. 118,193. Reinhold Roericht, Regesta Regni Hierosolimitani, and Additamentum, Innsbruck, 1893 and 1904. Nos. 104, 112, 147, 102a, 114b. H. C. Ock, I. p. 628. Guibert of Nogent, H. C. Ock, Roman 4, p. 232. In dialectici erudition non hebes, quam minim haberetur ad grammatici documenta rudis. Ralph of Caen, Ibid, Roman 3, p. 604. Nullius etenim liberalis scientiae t cognivimus ex sordum. Cf. The interesting passage, Ibid, Roman 3, p. 665, where Arnulf is represented while on the crusade as learning astrology from a didascalus. The other sources, while not particularizing, bear unanimous testimony to Arnulf's learning. Cf. G. F. pp. 479-480, Raymond of Aguilar's in H. C. Ock, Roman 3, p. 281 Echehard, Hierosolymica, p. 264. H. C. Ock, Roman 3, p. 604. Praesertim melita mihi erit quicumque erit correctio tua, c. Quem sordidus sum preceptorum puer eu venum, nunc quoque correctorum t impetrivero versenum. Guibert of Nogent, Ibid, Roman 4, p. 232. Regis anglorum filium monachum e diu disciplina docurat. Ordericus Vitalis, Roman 2, p. 303, without mentioning any particular teacher, remarks upon Cecilia's unusual education. Qui cum grandi diligentia in coenobio cado mensi educata est et multipliciter erudita. Guibert of Nogent in H. C. Ock, Roman 4, p. 232. Milo Crispin, Vita Venerabilis Wilhelmi Bexensis Tertii Abatis, in Mean, cl. Col 718. Guibert of Nogent in H. C. Ock, Roman 4, p. 233. Cuius comitatui idem Arnulfus sees and did it. Et quam huic ipsi episcopositra, nisi faller, Romanii fines finis obtigiset, ex illo maximo sensu quem post si reliquarat, hunc legatarium, pene ante omnes, sepellictilis sui preciasi effecit. Appendix D. Robert's companions on the crusade. It cannot be said with certainty that everyone who appears in the ensuing list actually went on the first crusade with Robert Curthose. Since it was desired to make the list as complete as possible, doubtful names have been included and marked with an asterisk. The evidence is fully set forth in each case, so that no confusion can arise. 1. Allen, Dapifer Sacri Ecclesiae Dolensis Archiepiscopi. Baldric of Dal in H. C. Ock, Roman 4, p. 33, Ordericus, Roman 3, p. 507. 2. Alan Fergant, Duke of Brittany. His presence is recorded at the Siege of Nicaea, Albert of Aix, in H. C. Ock, Roman 4, p. 316, and at the Siege of Antioch, Baldric of Dal, Ibid, p. 50, n9, being the variant from MS. G. His absence from Brittany during the Crusade is indicated by his disappearance from the charters of the period. The latest document which I have noted in which he appears before his departure is dated 27 July 1096. Cartulaire de L. Abbé de Sainte-Croix de Quimperlé, ed. Léon Mater and Paul de Berthoud, 2d ed. Paris, 1904, number 82, pp. 234-235. He was back again in Brittany 9 October 1101 when he made grants in favor of the Abbey of Marmoutier. P. H. Morris, Mémoires pour servir de preuves à l'histoire ecclésiastique et civile de Bretagne, Paris, 1742-46. I. Calls. 505-507. Cf. Call 504. 3. Alan, son of Ralph de Gale. He was present with Robert at Nicaea and advanced with him from there. Baldric of Dal in H.C. Ock, Roman 4, p. 33. Ordericus, Roman 3, p. 507. 4. Alberic of Grandmesnil, Ordericus, Roman 3, p. 484, cf. Supra, p. 107 n. 88. 5. Anonymous, engineer of Robert of Bellarme, ingeniosissimum artificem, cuius ingeniosa sagacitas ad capiendum Jerusalem Christianis profsit. Ordericus, Roman 3, p. 415. 6. Anonymous, wife of Thurston, Pravat of Luke, see number 44 infra. 7. Anonymous, son of Thurston, Pravat of Luke, see number 44 infra. 8. Arnulf of Chalks, chaplain of Robert Curthose, Raymond of Aguilars in H.C. Ock, Roman 3 pp. 281-302, cf. Appendix C. 9. Arnulf of Hesdin, Ernulphus de Hednith, who was accused of complicity in Robert Mowbray's conspiracy and cleared himself by a judicial duel. But tanto dolor et ira est commodus, ut abdicatis omnibus qui regis errant in Anglia, ipso rege invito et contradicent, deceterit, associatus autem Christianorum exercidui, Antiochium usque devenit, ibec extremum diem clausit. Cumque I infirmenti principes medicorum curam et hiber velent, respondus furter, vincit dominus quer medicus me non contingit, nisi alle pro cuius amore hanc peregrinationem suscepi. Chronican, in Liber de Haida pp. 301-302. Arnulf ceases to appear in charters from about the period of the First Crusade. Cf. Davis Regesta Nos. 315-319. Round, CDF, number 1326. 10. Abré la Grosse, see number 20 infra. 11. Bernard of Saint Valery, Baldric of Dal in H.C. Ock, Roman 4, p. 33, Ordericus, Roman 3, p. 507. Ralph of Caen credits him with having been the first to scale the wall of Jerusalem. H.C. Ock, Roman 3, p. 693. 12. Conan de Lambel, second son of Geoffrey I, called Botrel, Count of Lambel. He was present with Robert at Nicaea and advanced with him from there. Baldric of Dal in H.C. Ock, Roman 4 pp. 28-33, Albert of Aix, Ibid, p. 316, Ordericus, Roman 3 pp. 503-507. He was killed by the Turks at Antioch 9 February 1098. Ralph of Caen saw his tomb there years afterwards. H.C. Ock, Roman 3 p. 648. 13. Edith, wife of Gerard of Gournay and sister of William of Warren. Her husband died on the Crusade, and she returned and became the wife of Dreux de Monchy. Interpolations de Robert de Torigny in William of Jumiges, pp. 277-78. 14. Emma, wife of Ralph de Gale and daughter of William Fitz Osborne. She accompanied her husband on the Crusade. Ordericus, Roman 2, p. 264, Interpolations de Robert de Torigny in William of Jumiges, p. 287. 15. Enguerrand, son of Count Hugh of St. Paul. He died at Mara in Syria. Albert of Aix in H.C. Ock, Roman 4 pp. 372-451, Raymond of Aguilars, Ibid, Roman 3, p. 276. 16. Eustace, Roman 3, Count of Boulogne. It seems impossible to determine the route taken by Eustace of Boulogne on the First Crusade. According to the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, A. 1096, Henry of Huntingdon, p. 219, and Albert of Aix, H.C. Ock, Roman 4, p. 314, he went with Robert Curthose, Baldric of Dal, Ibid, p. 20, Ordericus Vitalis, Roman 3, pp. 484-485, and Robert the Monk, H.C. Ock, Roman 3, p. 732, on the other hand, all say that he went with his brother Godfrey of Bouillon. Cf. GFP 465 N17. 17. Fulcher of Chartres, historian of the Crusade. See the introduction to Hagenmeyer's edition of the Historia Hierosolimitana. 18 Geoffrey Chodard, one of the barons prosers of Ancenis. Anno dedicationis maioris monest. Ob urbano papa facti statum post pascha, cum dominus abbas noster tunc temporis Bernardus rediert ananito civitate per lidrum, anno silicet ordinationis su, Roman 13. Venit ad portum Ancenisi, and Geoffrey Chodard, post parum temporis Icarus in Jerusalem cum exercitu Christianorum super paganos untium, came to him, and granted to St. Martin freedom from customs on the Loire. P. H. Morris Preuves, I. Call 488. 19. Gerard of Gournay, Ordericus, Roman 3 pp. 484-507, Albert of Aix in H. C. Ock, Roman 4 p. 316, Baldric of Dal, Ibid, p. 33. He was accompanied by his wife Edith and died on the crusade. Interpolations de Robert de Torigny in William of Jumiges, pp. 277-78, cf. Number 13 supra. 20. Gilbert, an architect, tunc Gislibertus, quidem lacus de Jerusalem rodamagum venit, et a profato pater i.e. Abbot Hilget of Saint-Ouen, 1092-1112, ad monachatum susceptus, ecclesiae sui dignitor profsit. Opus enim basilici, quod iam Judam admiranda magnitudine intermissum furet, assumpsit, ibec pecuniam albereti grossi, domini sui, qui, in via de moriens, thesaurem isuum commandaverat, largiter distraxit, et inda, alirum quoque fidelium subsides adiutus, in scene opus perficere sacit. Ordericus, Roman 3 pp. 430-433. 21. Gilbert, Bishop of Evreux, he was present at the Council of Clermont as legatus of his fellow bishops. Ordericus, Roman 3 p. 470. He was with Bishop Odo of Bayeux at the time of the latter's death at Palermo early in 1097. Ibid, Roman 4 pp. 1718, Roman 3 p. 266. Cf. Number 29 infra. If Gilbert completed the crusade, he must have returned from Jerusalem far more quickly than most of his comrades, for he was back in Normandy by the middle of November 1099. Ordericus, Roman 4 p. 65. Cf. v. pp. 159, 195-196. 22. Guy, eldest son of Gerard le Duc. He received 5 solidi from Saint Vincent of Le Mans, cum perjurat ad Jerusalem cum pagano de Monte doubly. Carcelaire de S. Vincent, number 666. The editors, without good reason, date the document circa 1096. Cf. Number 30 infra. 23. Guy de Sarcey, a knight of Saint Vincent of Le Mans. He surrendered his fief to the abbot and monks of Saint Vincent, and received from them 20 livres manso and 300 solidi. This was done in the chapter on 22 June 1096. Eo fidelis et anno quo urbanus papa adventus suo oxiduas illustravit parts, quoque etiam innumerables turbis populorum admonitions sua, immo viro de suffragante auxilio, Jerusalemitinum iter super paganos adire manuit. It is not improbable that Guy's brothers, Nicholas and Payne, accompanied him on the crusade. Carcelaire de S. Vincent, number 317. This charter was witnessed, among others, by William de Bradel, who is number 47 of our list infra. 24. Hamo de Huna. He made a grant to St. Vincent of Le Mans on 29 July 1096, and post non multum viro temporis, antequam Jerusalem iert quo tendir volbat. He added another gift, and received from the monks 20 solidi. Hoc actum fuit in domo monacorum apud Basogers, in adventu domini Roman 4 die ante natal domini. Carcelaire de S. Vincent, number 460. This was 22 December, presumably of the year 1096. Hamo, therefore, did not accompany the other crusaders in the autumn, but he may very well have overtaken them in Italy the following spring. 25. Hervé, son of Dodman. He is named among those who advanced with Robert after the capture of Nicaea. Baldric of Dal in H. C. Ock, Roman 4 p. 33, Ordericus, Roman 3 p. 507, cf. N6, Ibid, where Le Prévost remarks that Breton chronicles name Hervé, son of Guyamarc, Count of Laon, in place of Hervé, son of Dodman. 26. Hugh, Roman 2, Count of St. Paul. He set out from Normandy with Robert in 1096. Ordericus, Roman 3 p. 484. He was present at the siege of Nicaea and advanced with Robert from there. Ibid, pp. 525-507, Baldric of Dal in H.C. Ock, Roman 4 pp. 28-33. He was present at the siege of Antioch. Albert of Aix, Ibid, p. 372. 27. In Gelbodus, ego in Gelbodus alud sepulchrum volo Peter. In view of the proposed journey, he made various grants to Saint Vincent of Le Mans. Cartulaire de S. Vincent, number 101. The editors date the document circa 1096, but there are no chronological data. Most of the documents among which this appears are of the late 11th century. 28. Ivo of Grandmisnil, Ordericus Roman 3 p. 484. Cf. Supra p. 107 n. 88. 29. Odo, Bishop of Bayeux. He was present at the Council of Clermont as legatus of his fellow bishops. Ordericus Roman 3 p. 470. He was in touch with Abbot Gerento of Saint Benin of Dijon, the Pope's special agent, who was promoting the crusade in Normandy during the summer of 1096. Haskins, pp. 75-76. But it seems probable that he undertook the crusade rather to escape the wrath of William Rufus than from any religious zeal. Ordericus Roman 4 pp. 1617. He died at Palermo in February 1097 according to Ordericus Vitalis, Ibid, though his obit was celebrated in Bayeux Cathedral on Epiphany, 6 January. Ulysse Chevalier, ordinaire at Caudemire de l'Église Cathédrale de Bayeux, Paris, 1902, p. 410. He was buried by his fellow bishop, Gilbert of Evreux, in the Cathedral Church of St. Mary at Palermo, and Count Roger reared a splendid monument over his grave. Ordericus Roman 4 pp. 1718 Roman 3 p. 266. Cf. Guibert of Nogent in H.C. Ock, Roman 4 p. 233. Odo's epitaph is published from a late 17th century mise by V. Burian in Revue Catholique de Normandy, X, p. 276. 30. Pain de Mondablo. See the quotation from Cartulaire de S. Vincent, number 666, in number 22 Supra. The editors accept this as convincing evidence that Pain de Mondablo went on the First Crusade, but in the absence of any definite date, there is no proof. And indeed it seems hardly likely that we have to do here with the First Crusade, since in 1098, according to Ordericus Vitalis, who, however, is a very untrustworthy guide in matters of chronology, Pain was in Maine and handed over the castle of Ballon to William Rufus. Ordericus Roman 4 p. 47, cf. Latouche, Maine, p. 47, Auguste de Trémalt, recherches sur les premiers seigneurs de Mondablo, in Bulletin de la Société Archéologique du Vendomois, Roman 25, 1886, pp. 301-302. The latter mentions no evidence of Payne's having gone on any crusade. 31. Payne Peveril, the distinguished Norman knight who acted as Robert's standard-bearer on the crusade, and who upon his return was granted a barony in England by Henry I, and became the patron of Barnwell Priory. He is described as egregio militi, armis insigni, militia polenti, viribus potenti, et super omnes regni prosers bellico usu laudabili. He endowed the Church of Barnwell with notable relics which he brought back from the Holy Land. Reliquias verissimas super orum et Topazian preciosas, quas in expedition Antiochina ad quisierat cum Roberto Curthose, dum signiferi visum gererit, nec non quasi patriarcha et reget magnitibus Elias ter impetraverat. Liber Memorandorum Ecclesiae de Barnwell, ed. J. W. Clark, Cambridge, 1907, pp. 54, 55, 41, 46. According to the editor, this anonymous work was written in its present form in 1295-96. The author had access to documents, and probably based his narrative on the work of an earlier writer. Introduction, pp. Roman 9x, Roman 14. The part dealing with our period contains notable chronological inaccuracies, but for the fundamental facts of the life of Payne Peveril, it may probably be relied upon. 32. Philip of Bellarme, called the Clerk, fifth son of Roger of Montgomery. He set out with Robert from Normandy in 1096 and died at Antioch. Ordericus, Roman 3 pp. 483-426. 33. Rainerius de Pomera. Ista qui nervimus e. The details of a miracle wrought by Saint Nicholas of Bari aquatum bono et fideli homine nomen Rainerio, de villa qui dicitur Pomera, didyssimus, qui hic vidit et audivit et iis omnibus praesens effuit, dum rediert to itinerar Jerusalem. Miracula est Nicolae conscriptu a Monacho Beccensi, in catalogus codicum hagiographicorum Latinorum in Bibliotheca Nationali Parisiensi, ed. The Bollandists, Brussels, 1880-993, Roman II, p. 427. 34. Ralph de Gale, Baldric of Dal in H.C. Ock, Roman 4 pp. 28-38 Ordericus Roman 3 pp. 484, 503, 507, Interpolations de Robert de Torigny, in William of Jumiges, p. 287. Emma, his wife, and Alan, his son, went with him. Cf. Nos. 14 and 3 supra. 35. Richard, son of Fulk of Onolafaken, quidem Miles, gener Normannicus, vocabulo Ricardus, filius Fulcanus senioris nu. After the capture of Jerusalem, he was saved from shipwreck off the Syrian coast through the miraculous interposition of Saint Nicholas of Bari, and upon his return to Normandy, he became a monk of Bec. Miracula est Nicolae conscriptu a Monacho Beccensi, in catalogus codicum hagiographicorum Latinorum in Bibliotheca Nationali Parisiensi, ed. The Bollandists, Roman 2, p. 429. On Fulcavanu, see Ordericus, Roman 2, p. 75. 36. Rieu de Lohac. He died while on the crusade, but sent back to Lohac a casket of precious relics, among them a portion of the true cross and a fragment of the sepulchre. Notum sit, quod Walterius, Eudicules filius de Lohoc, quidem Miles nobilissimus et Elias castri princeps et dominus. To Salvatori suisque menaches quadam venerandum et honorable sanctuarium. Quod frater sus, videlis et riacus, dum iert Hierosolomon, et quisieret, et post mortem suum, nomen itiner ipso obiit, per manum siminis deludrin sibi transmiserat, silicet quandam particulum diminis. Crucis et de sepulchro domini et de ceteris domini sanctuariis, cum maximis donares quae subter scribenter, honorifice dedit et in perpetuum haber concessit. These relics were placed in the church of Saint Sauveur at Lohac in the presence of a great concourse of clergy and people, among them being the famous Robert of Arbrisel, quidem sanctissimus homo. The document was attested, among others, by Walter and William, Rieu's brothers, and by Geoffrey his son, Goner his wife, and Simon de Ludrin. Hoc factum est in Castello de Lohoc, iuxta ipsum ecclesiam monachorum, Roman 3. Cal. Il, in Natali Apostolorum Petriet Pauli, anno ab incarnation domini millesimo centesimo I luna Roman 29. Epacti Roman 18. Alano comite existent, iudicahel episcopatum sancti Maclovia obtinent, et hoc donum cum su archidiacono rivalono anvente data Roman 6. Non, Iuliae. Carcelaire de l'Abbé de Redon ed. Aurélien de Courson Paris 1863, Documents in edits, nos. 366, 367. Baldric of Dal names him among those who advanced with Robert from Nicaea. H.C. Ock, Roman 4, p. 33. 37. Robert of Jerusalem, Count of Flanders. One of the well-known leaders who was closely associated with Robert Curthose during most of the Crusade and who returned with him at least as far as southern Italy. See Chapter 4, Passim. 38. Robert the Vicar Vicarius. Before he went to Jerusalem, prius quam Jerusalem perjuret, he made donations to St. Vincent of Lemans, his wife, son, and brothers consenting, and received from Abbot Ranulph and the monks 4 livres manso. Carcelaire de S. Vincent, no. 522. The document is undated, but the mention of Abbot Ranulph places it between 1080 and 1106. The editors date it circa 1096. 39. Roger of Barneville. G.F. p. 185, Ordericus Roman 3 p. 503. He was captured and beheaded by the Turks at Antioch early in June 1098, and was buried amid great sorrow by his fellow crusaders in the Church of St. Peter. Kruzigsbrief p. 159, Raymond of Aguilars in H.C. Ock. Roman 3 p. 252, Ordericus Roman 3 pp. 549, 538, Robert the Monk in H.C. Ock, Roman 3 pp. 888-09, Albert of Aix, Ibid, Roman 4 pp. 407-408. 40. Rotru of Mortegny Roman 2, son of Geoffrey Roman 2, Count of Perche. His father died during his absence, having made provision for Rotru to succeed him in the countship upon his return from the crusade. Ordericus Roman 3, p. 483, v. p. 1. 41. Simon de Ludren. It was he who brought back the relics which had been obtained by Rieu de Lohiac while on the crusade. See the extract from the Redon cartulary quoted in number 36 supra. 42. Stephen, Count of Aumil. He was one of the Norman rebels who had previously sided with William Rufus against Robert Curthose. Ordericus, Roman 3, p. 475. But he was on friendly terms with the Duke by 14 July 1096, doubtless as a result of the pacification which had been brought about by the Pope, since Robert attested a charter by Stephen on that date. Gallia Christiana, Zi Inster, Call 20, cf. Haskins, p. 67 no. 5. Stephen also attested a charter by the Duke in 1096. Archives de la Seine Inférieure, G. 4069, Inventaire sommaire Roman 3, p. 255. Albert of Aix records his presence at Nicaea, and Ralph of Caen names him among those who at Antioch were obligated to Robert Curthose by gifts or homage. H.C. Ock, Roman 4, p. 316, Roman 3, p. 642. 43. Stephen, Count of Blois and Chartres, one of the well-known leaders of the Crusade. He was closely associated with Robert Curthose at least as far as Nicaea. He became faint-hearted and turned back home after the expedition had reached Antioch. See Chapter 4, Passim. 44. Thurston, son of Turgis, Prévôt of Luc-sur-Mer. In 1096 he pledged his alad allodium of 40 acres at Luc for 4 marks and a mount equitatera. See Ips Turstinus aut uxor ius vel filius post Roman 6 annos redirt, rederit sancto Stefano ad finem Roman 6 annorum, I letter 1d52 r argenti marques. Probably the crusade was in contemplation, though it is not specifically mentioned. Argenestal, Roll des Monasters commet Etablissements de Crédit, Paris, 1901, p. 215, cf. pp. 2930. 45. Walter of St. Valery, Ordericus, Roman 3, pp. 483-507, Baldric of Dal in H.C. Ock, Roman 4, p. 33. 46. Vigo de Mera, a crusader from Perche. Redians a Ierusalimitano itiner, tempor proftionis communis Aquilonensium et Occidentalium, he passed through Tours, and while he rested there with the monks of St. Julian, he gave them his church at Belusurgioin, a gift which he afterwards confirmed upon reaching home. Charts de S. Julian de Tours, number 51. The document is dated 1099, Regnant Wilhelmo, Rege Anglorum et Duce Normanorum, and is of special interest as indicating the early date at which some of the Crusaders got back to Western Europe. 47. William de Bretel and Lombron, son of Geoffrey the Viscount. With the consent of his brothers, he made a donation to St. Vincent of Le Mans in 1096, Eo videlis et anno quo Papa Urbanus Occidentals parts presentia sua illustravit. Cartulaire de S. Vincent, number 738. The similarity of dating between this charter and number 317 of the same cartulary, cf. Number 23 supra, as well as the fact that many of the witnesses are identical in both, makes it seem not improbable that they were drawn up on the same occasion. If William actually went on the First Crusade, his return appears to have been delayed until 1116. In that year, a precious relic which he brought back from Jerusalem for Adam, a manso who had become a canon of the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, was presented to the Cathedral Church of Le Mans. Actus Pontificum, p. 407. Cf. Samuel Menjot Delben, Les Sires de Bretel au main du XI letter 1d49, au XII letter 1d49 cycle, Mamers, 1876, p. 38. 48. William, son of Ranulph de Briquessart, Viscount of Bayeux. He is named among those who advanced with Robert from Nicaea. Baldric of Dal in H.C. Ock, Roman 4, p. 33, Ordericus, Roman 3, p. 507. 49. William de Colombières. On 7 June 1103, Henry de Colombières granted to Saint Martin of Troarn all that his father William had given and granted before he went on crusade, Ierusalimam perjuret. Round, C.D. F. number 471. 50. William de Ferrières. He is named among those who advanced with Robert from Nicaea. Baldric of Dal in H.C. Ock, Roman 4, p. 33, Ordericus, Roman 3, p. 507. 51. William de Percy, benefactor of Whitby Abbey. He died while on the crusade. Denique nobilissimus Williamus de Persae Ierusalimam petens apud locum qui vocatur mons Gaudiae, qui est in provincia Ierusalimitana, migravit ad dominum, Ibid honorifice sepultus est. Carcelarium Abathii de Whiteby, ed. J. C. Atkinson, Durham, 1879-81, IP2. The quotation is from the Memorial of Benefactions, which, according to the editor, was written in the second half of the 12th century, certainly before 1180. It is probably only a legend that William's heart was brought back and buried at Whitby Abbey. His son had evidently succeeded him by 6 January 1100. Davis, Regesta, number 427. 52. William du Vast. On 9 September 1096, Vadens in Jerusalem, he pledged his land to the Abbey of Fécamp for a loan of 3 marks until his return. Leopold de Lisle, Literature Latine et Histoire du Moyen Age Paris, 1890, pp. 28-29. Appendix E. Laodicea and the First Crusade. Laodicea, as a commodious port on the Syrian coast directly opposite the fertile island of Cyprus, was a maritime base of the utmost importance to the Crusaders, and it has a special interest for the life of Robert Curthose. Its history during the period of the First Crusade is obscure, and it may be admitted at the outset that it will not be possible to elucidate it entirely from such meager and contradictory materials as have survived. Nevertheless, the problems are by no means hopeless, and the sources, such as they are worthy of a more careful and critical examination than they have yet received. From the Oriental sources, it seems reasonably certain that during the period immediately preceding the arrival of the Crusaders in Syria, Laodicea was in the hands of the Turks. Previous to 1086, it had belonged to the Munkidites of Shazar, but it passed from their hands into the possession of Maliksha when in that year he established himself at Aleppo. Maliksha granted it to Qasim ed-Dawla Aksankar, who held it until his death in 1094. There is no evidence that it passed out of Turkish control between this date and the arrival of the Crusaders and their associates from the West in 1097. And, in view of the precarious situation of the Eastern Empire and the preoccupation of the Greek emperor with other problems during this period, there seems to be no ground for such a supposition. According to Kemal ed-Din, who wrote towards the middle of the 13th century, and whose statement would perhaps deserve little consideration were it not so specific, a fleet of 22 ships came from Cyprus on the 8th of the month of Ramadan in the year 490 of the Hejira, 19 August 1097, entered the port of Laodicea, pillaged the town, and carried off all the merchandise. The Western sources dealing with Laodicea in 1097-98 are numerous, but at some points they are contradictory, and at best they yield but scanty information. It will be well to analyze them separately with some care. 1. The letter of Anselm de Riebmont to Archbishop Manasses of Rheims, written from Antioch near the end of November 1097, states definitely that Laodicea had been taken, evidently by someone acting in the interest of the Crusaders, and pretty clearly before the arrival of the land forces at Antioch on 21 October 1097. This statement is confirmed by the anonymous Florenensis brevis narratio belli sacri, as it is also by the account of Raymond of Aguilars. 2. Raymond of Aguilars, who, because of his actual presence in Syria and his close association with the Count of Toulouse, is by all odds the best and most reliable chronicler dealing with the events now under consideration, seems to have received but little attention from modern scholars in this connection. According to his account, which is quite full, English mariners, who were fired with enthusiasm for the crusade, sailed via Gibraltar to the eastern Mediterranean, and with much labor obtained possession of the port of Antioch, evidently Port Saint Simon is meant, and of Laodicea before the arrival of the land forces. And during the siege of Antioch, together with the Genoese, they rendered important services to the Crusaders by means of their fleet, keeping open commercial intercourse with Cyprus and other islands, and in particular protecting the ships of the Greeks from attack by the Saracens. Finally, when the Crusaders were about to advance from Syria upon Jerusalem, the English, finding that their ships had been reduced by wear and tear from 30 to 9 or 10, abandoned them or burned them, and joined the land forces on the southward march. Now, of the actual presence of English mariners on the Syrian coast acting in cooperation with the Crusaders, there can be no doubt. Apart from the foregoing narrative, the fact is proved beyond question by the well-known letter of the clergy and people of Lucca in which they state that their citizen Bruno had journeyed from Italy to Antioch with English ships, had taken part in the siege, and had stayed on for 3 weeks after the victory, and b. by the letter of Patriarch Dagobert, written from Jerusalem in the spring of 1100, which mentions the presence of English ships, apparently at Jaffa. While the English ships referred to in these letters are not necessarily, or even probably, identical with those mentioned by Raymond of Aguilars, the letters are still of great importance as demonstrating the general fact of the presence and activity of English mariners at this period in these distant waters. As will appear below, Raymond's account receives some further confirmation from Ordericus Vitalis and from Ralph of Caen. 3. The narrative of Ordericus differs widely from that of Raymond of Aguilars. According to him, at the time when the Christians were themselves being besieged at Antioch, 620, 8 June 1098, a great number of pilgrims from England and other islands of the ocean landed at Laodicea and were joyfully welcomed by the inhabitants, who accepted their protection against the Turks. The chief among these pilgrims was Edgar Atheling. Taking Laodicea under his protection, Edgar afterwards handed it over to Robert Curthose, whom he loved as a brother. Thus Robert gained possession of Laodicea and came and dwelt there for some time with Normans, English, and Bretons. Then, leaving his own garrison in the fortresses, Robert pursued his way to Jerusalem. But meanwhile Ravendinos, Protospatharius of Emperor Alexius, and other Greek officers came with an expedition by sea and laid siege to Laodicea. And the citizens, sympathizing with the Greeks, their compatriots, expelled the men from beyond the Alps and admitted imperial governors. William of Malmesbury is the only other writer who mentions a journey of Edgar Atheling to the Holy Land, and his account is very different from that of Ordericus Vitalis. He makes no mention of English mariners, and he places Edgar's arrival in the east, in company with a certain Robert, son of Godwin, at the time of the siege of Ramleh by the Saracens, May 1102. 4. Raymond of Aguilars is authority for the statement that Robert was absent from Antioch in the 3rd month of the siege, apparently about Christmas 1097. A fuller explanation of this absence seems to be supplied by Ralph of Caen, who says that Robert, disgusted with the tedium of the siege, withdrew to Laodicea in the hope of ruling there. For the English at that time were holding it for the emperor, and being menaced by a wandering band, had called in Robert as their protector. Robert accordingly went to Laodicea and gave himself up to idleness and sleep. Yet he was not altogether useless, for, having come upon opulence, he shared it generously with his needy comrades at the siege. Laodicea was then the only city on the Syrian coast which was Christian and which obeyed the emperor, and Cyprus had filled it with an abundance of wine, grain, and cattle. Robert was very loath to turn his back upon such ease and plenty, and it was only after he had been thrice summoned, and even threatened with excommunication, that he reluctantly yielded to the entreaties of his comrades and returned to the hardships of the siege. From the place which this incident occupies in Ralph's general narrative, one would judge that it belongs to the spring of 1098, but he does not date it exactly, and his chronology at best is confused and by no means trustworthy. It may be conjectured that this account is to be connected with the above-mentioned briefer but more trustworthy statement of Raymond of Aguilars, thus placing the episode in the winter of 1097-98. Ralph's chronology is not to be regarded as impossible, however, since there is no record of Robert's presence at Antioch between 9 February and the end of May, or even the 1st of June, and he may very well have enjoyed more than one sojourn in Laodicea. Further evidence of the Duke's connection with Laodicea is found in a curious statement of Guibert of Nogent that Robert had once held it, but that when the citizens were unable to bear his excessive exactions, they drove his garrison from the fortresses and threw off his domination, and out of hatred abjured the use of the money of Rouen. Finally, the 12th century poet Gilo remarks that English victors gave Laodicea to the Norman count. 5. The problem of Laodicea in its relation to the First Crusade is still further complicated by a statement of Anna Komnena that the emperor wrote. She gives no date to Raymond of Toulouse, directing him to hand over the city to Andronicus Ts and Seleucus, and that Raymond obeyed. Both Riant and Chalendon accept this statement and assign the emperor's letter to the first half of 1099. Their reason for so doing appears to be found in the strange narrative of Albert of Aix, which is unique among the sources. 6. According to Albert of Aix, while Baldwin and Tancred were at Tarsus on the way to Antioch, circa September 1097, a strange fleet approached the Cilician coast. It proved to be made up of Christian pirates from Flanders, Antwerp, Frisia, and other parts of Gaul, who, under their commander, a certain Rymer of Boulogne, had been pursuing their calling for the past 8 years. But when they learned of the crusade, they concluded a treaty with Baldwin and, landing, joined forces with him and advanced as far as Mamastra. But here they turned back, and re-embarking, sailed away to Laodicea, which they besieged and took. Then, resting there in the enjoyment of ease and plenty, they sent no aid to their Christian brothers at Antioch. But presently they were attacked and cut to pieces by Turcopoles and men of the emperor, who recovered the citadel and threw Rymer into prison, Godfrey and the other chiefs at Antioch being ignorant of the whole affair. Later, Rymer was released at the request of Godfrey. Elsewhere, Albert sets forth another version of these curious events. Rymer and his pirates, he tells us, had assembled their fleet in conjunction with the Provencaux of the land of St. Gilles under the dominion of Count Raymond. Then, sailing to Laodicea, they had taken it and driven out the Turks and Saracens whom they found there. Then, after the siege of Antioch, they had handed their prize over to Count Raymond. Still later, Rymer, the master of the pirates, had been captured by the Greeks, and after long imprisonment had been released through the intervention of Duke Godfrey. Then, when the advance to Jerusalem had been decided upon, Raymond had restored Laodicea to the emperor, and so kept his faith inviolably. Thus, if we could rely upon Albert of Aix, Laodicea came into the hands of the Count of Toulouse after the siege of Antioch, and Alexius might naturally be expected to write him demanding its restoration to the empire, as Riant and Chalendon suppose in accepting the above-mentioned statement of Anna Komnena regarding the emperor's letter. It should be noted, however, that from Albert's statement that Raymond handed over Laodicea to Alexius when the advance to Jerusalem had been decided upon, it follows that the transfer could not have taken place later than 16 January 1099, the date on which Raymond moved southward from Cafartab, whereas Chalendon has shown that the letter of which Anna speaks cannot be earlier than March 1099. Albert of Aix and Anna Komnena, therefore, are not mutually confirmatory. 7. Finally, note should be taken of the statement of Caffaro of Genoa, who passed the winter of 1101 at Laodicea, but who wrote as an old man years afterwards, that, at the time of the capture of Antioch by the Crusaders, Laodicea with its fortresses was held by the emperor, and was under the immediate command of Eumathios Philocales, Duke of Cyprus. So much for an analysis of the sources. It remains to consider what conclusions may reasonably be drawn from them. And since the efforts which have been made to accept them all as of equal validity and to bring them into reconciliation have plainly not been successful, it will be well to begin with a consideration of some things which must probably be eliminated. And first, it seems clear that the account of Ordericus Vitalis, which represents Edgar Atheling as landing at Laodicea between 6 and 28 June 1098 at the head of a great body of English pilgrims, cannot be accepted without serious modification. For we know from reliable English sources that towards the end of 1097 Edgar was engaged in Scotland, assisting his kinsman, another Edgar, to obtain the Scottish throne. And it would, it seems, have been impossible for him to have made the necessary preparations for a crusade, and to have journeyed from Scotland to Laodicea within the limitations of time which our sources impose. It is perhaps conceivable that he should have made a hurried trip to Italy in the winter of 1097-98 with a small band of attendants, and sailing from there, have reached the Syrian coast by June. But according to Ordericus, he arrived at the head of almost 20,000 pilgrims from England and other islands of the ocean. Further, if the account of Ordericus were to be brought into chronological accord with the other sources which deal with Robert's sojourn at Laodicea, the arrival of Edgar Atheling would probably have to be placed several months earlier. Indeed, in the early winter of 1097–98, almost at the very time he is known to have been in Scotland. The chronology of Ordericus, therefore, which in general is notoriously unreliable, seems at this point unacceptable, and William of Malmesbury, who places Edgar's arrival in the East in May 1102, appears to give the necessary correction. In view of the testimony of both Ordericus Vitalis and William of Malmesbury, it can hardly be doubted that Edgar Atheling actually went to the Holy Land, but that he reached Laodicea in time to have anything to do with the calling in of Robert Curthose seems highly improbable, if not impossible. The tale of Geinmer of Boulogne and his fleet of Christian pirates, as told by Albert of Aix, must also meet with rougher handling than it has yet received, and for the following reasons. 1. The description of this fleet with its masts of wondrous height, covered with purest gold, and refulgent in the sunlight, is not such as to inspire confidence, particularly in such a writer as Albert of Aix, where one expects at any time to meet with the use of untrustworthy poetical materials. 2. As the narrative proceeds, it becomes self-contradictory. At one point, we are told that Geinmer was captured by the Greeks during the siege of Antioch, whereas at another, he seems to have held Laodicea throughout the siege, since he turned it over to Count Raymond after the siege, and his capture and imprisonment by the Greeks are placed still later. 3. Albert of Aix is in direct contradiction with Raymond of Aguilars, the best of all our authorities, who tells us that the English held Laodicea during the whole of the siege of Antioch and rendered important services to the Crusaders. Whereas, according to Albert's account, Geinmer and his pirates held it and refused to aid the Crusaders. 4. Not a scrap of evidence concerning Geinmer and his pirates has come to light in any source except Albert of Aix, unless perchance their fleet is to be identified with the ships which, according to Kemel Eddin, came from Cyprus 19 August 1097, pillaged Laodicea, and sailed away, and this seems unlikely. 5. In any case, outside the pages of Albert of Aix, evidence is lacking that such a piratical fleet held Laodicea for any considerable period. And apparently the only reason why Riant and Chalendon have accepted this fantastical tale of Geinmer and the Christian pirates is the fancied possibility of connecting it with the letter which, according to Anna Komnena, the emperor wrote at an undetermined date to Raymond of Toulouse, directing him to hand over Laodicea to Andronicus Ts and Seleucus. But Riant and Chalendon have somewhat arbitrarily assigned this letter to the first half of 1099. If Raymond was directed to hand Laodicea over, he must have possessed it. Therefore, so the argument seems to run, the Geinmer episode should be accepted as explaining how Raymond came into possession of Laodicea. But, as has already been pointed out, this explanation involves a serious chronological inconsistency. Further, the evidence is not conclusive that the letter ever existed. It rests upon the sole statement of Anna Komnena, and, if it did exist, it may with more reason, and with less violence to Anna's chronology, be assigned to the period between September 1099 and June 1100, when Raymond is known to have been in possession of Laodicea and on terms of close understanding with the emperor. The foregoing considerations are not, it may be conceded, sufficient to prove that there is no shadow of truth in the tale of Geinmer and the pirates. But they do constitute a strong case against the narrative as it stands, and suggest the probability that it is one of the strange pieces of fiction occasionally to be met with in the pages of Albert of Aix. Having now somewhat cleared the ground, it is possible to set forth the probable course of events at Laodicea on the basis of the more reliable sources. There can be little doubt that Laodicea had already been taken from the Turks when the Crusaders arrived at Antioch, 21 October 1097, and we may accept without question the statement of Raymond of Aguilars, which Riant and Chalendon appear to ignore without reason, that it was taken by the English, who had come by sea, and who held it during the siege of Antioch and assisted the land forces by protecting commerce and keeping communications open with Cyprus and the other islands. These English mariners were unquestionably acting in cooperation with the emperor, who at this time, as Chalendon has shown, was supporting the Crusaders in accordance with his treaty obligations. At some time during the siege of Antioch, by the Christians, Robert Curthose was called to Laodicea by the English, probably because of dangers on the landward side, which made their situation there precarious. And he remained there for a time, in the enjoyment of ease and plenty, until he was obliged by repeated summonses and by a threat of ecclesiastical censure to return to Antioch. The date of Robert's sojourn at Laodicea cannot be determined with certainty, but it may probably be assigned to December-January 1097-98, 8 February being the extreme limit for his return to the siege. Yet there is no record of his presence at Antioch between 9 February and the beginning of June, or between the end of June and 11 September, and the possibility of his having paid more than one visit to Laodicea must be recognized. The accounts of Ralph of Caen and of Ordericus Vitalis, interpreted strictly, point to sojourns in the spring and in the summer of 1098. But the chronology of these authors is not trustworthy, and it is not unlikely that they have fallen into inaccuracies here, and that they really refer to Robert's earlier sojourn at Laodicea, for which we have the indirect but more reliable evidence of Raymond of Aguilar's. The arrangements which were made at Laodicea upon Robert's final departure before his advance to Jerusalem must remain a matter of doubt. According to Ordericus Vitalis and Guibert of Nogent, he left a garrison, which was later driven out by the citizens. Guibert is curiously circumstantial. He says that the citizens, unable to bear the duke's excessive exactions, drove his men from the citadel, threw off his domination, and abjured the use of the money of Rouen. But this incident is confirmed by none of the early writers who were in the East, and in the absence of any other evidence of Robert's having attempted to secure for himself a private possession in Syria, we may well wonder whether Guibert and Ordericus have not blundered through a misunderstanding of the actual situation in the East and of the spirit in which Robert undertook the crusade. Finally, what is to be said of the statement of Caffaro of Genoa that, at the time of the capture of Antioch by the Crusaders, Laodicea was under the rule of Eumathios Philocales, Duke of Cyprus? It would not be surprising if Caffaro, writing long after the event, should be mistaken on a point of this kind. Yet he is by no means to be ignored, and on the whole his account does not seem inconsistent with established facts. The sojourn of Robert Curthose at Laodicea was apparently a passing episode rather than a lasting occupation. But throughout the period under consideration, the Syrian port was clearly in the hands of crusaders, mainly English mariners, who were acting in cooperation with the Greeks. Under existing treaty obligations, the place might fairly be regarded as a Greek possession from the moment the Turks were expelled, unless there were a Bohemond or some other like-minded chief to seize and hold it in defiance of imperial rights. And the emperor would most naturally delegate authority over Laodicea to the head of his administration in Cyprus. From the Greek standpoint, therefore, it might well be regarded as subject to Eumathios Philocales, though actually held by the emperor's allies, the Crusaders. Between the departure of the Crusaders from northern Syria early in 1099 and their return in September after the capture of Jerusalem, Laodicea seems to have become definitely a Greek possession. But whether there was any violent expulsion of the garrison of a crusading chief, as Ordericus and Guibert suppose, or any formal transfer, must remain uncertain. When the Crusaders moved southward from northern Syria to Jerusalem, their influence at Laodicea must, it seems, inevitably have declined, while that of the Greeks increased, and without any formal transfer, it is conceivable that the place might gradually and almost imperceptibly have passed under full Greek control. But for this later period, there are some further scattered notices in the chronicles of Albert of Aix and of Raymond of Aguilar's, and in the anonymous Gesta Francorum, which must now be considered, and which make it clear that at this time Laodicea was still in Christian hands and served as a most important base for the further prosecution of the crusade. Albert of Aix, who is the fullest and most specific, explains that the Crusaders still remaining in Syria gathered in council at Antioch on 2 February 1099, and, determining upon an advance to Jerusalem, fixed 1 March as the date for a general rendezvous of all the forces at Laodicea, a city, which was then under Christian dominion. Pursuant to this decision, Godfrey, Robert of Flanders, and Bohemond assembled their forces at Laodicea on the appointed day. And from Laodicea, Godfrey and Robert moved on southward to the siege of Jebelais. But Bohemond, ever suspicious and anxious lest through some fraud he should lose a city which was impregnable by human strength, returned to Antioch. This very specific account of Albert of Aix is confirmed by the much briefer statements of the Gesta Francorum, which record the meeting of the leaders at Laodicea, the advance of Godfrey and the Count of Flanders to the siege of Jebelay, and the return of Bohemond to Antioch. It is also clear from Raymond of Aguilars that in the spring and summer of 1099, at least until June, the port of Laodicea was open to the ships of the Greeks, Venetians, and Genoese who were engaged in provisioning the Crusaders at Arca and at Jerusalem. There can be little doubt, therefore, that until June 1099, Laodicea was held in the interest of the Crusaders, and that its harbor was open to the ships of Greeks and Italians without distinction. Albert of Aix nowhere explains what he means when he says that Laodicea was under Christian dominion. But, in the absence of valid evidence of its retention by any of the crusading chiefs, or by the fleet of any Italian city, the most reasonable hypothesis appears to be that it was held by the Greeks in the interest of the common enterprise. We get our next information concerning Laodicea when in September 1099, Robert Curthose, Robert of Flanders, and Raymond of Toulouse, upon their return from Jerusalem, found the place undergoing a prolonged siege at the hands of Bohemond, who was assisted in his nefarious enterprise by a fleet of Pisans and Genoese. Since the early summer, when ships of Genos, Venetians, and Greeks had all enjoyed free entry to the port, a complete change had come over the situation at Laodicea. What had happened to produce this? As is well known, it was the fixed policy of the emperor to turn the crusade to his own advantage, and to utilize the efforts of the Franks for the recovery of the lost provinces which had formerly belonged to the Greek Empire in Asia. To this end, he had been on the whole successful in cooperating with the Crusaders. But in Bohemond of Taranto, he had encountered opposition from the beginning, and, since the capture of Antioch by the Crusaders, it had been the little disguised policy of this crafty and ambitious leader to hold it for himself, and to make it the capital and center around which he hoped to build up a Norman state in Syria. It was, of course, inevitable that the emperor should set himself to thwart such plans by every means at his disposal. And when the departure of the main body of the Crusaders for Jerusalem left Bohemond with a free hand in the north, open hostilities became imminent. Undoubtedly foreseeing what was to come, Bohemond had separated from Godfrey and Robert of Flanders at Laodicea in March, and had returned to Antioch to mature his plans. A few weeks later, ambassadors from the emperor arrived in the Crusaders' camp at Arca and lodged a complaint against Bohemond. But the emperor was in no position to take vigorous measures at that time. Such a course might even have endangered his friendly relations with the other leaders. But neither was Bohemond in a position to resort to an overt act against Laodicea so long as he was powerless to meet the imperial fleet at sea. In the late summer of 1099, however, all this was changed by the arrival of a Pisan fleet under the command of Dagobert, Archbishop of Pisa, for Bohemond, with true Norman adaptability and shrewdness, came to an understanding with the Pisans and secured their aid for an attack upon Laodicea. And with this, the slight naval supremacy which the Greek emperor had been vainly striving to maintain in the eastern Mediterranean came to an end. Such was the situation at Laodicea when in September 1099, Robert Curthose and the Counts of Flanders and Toulouse arrived at Jebelay on their way home from the crusade. The siege had already been going on for some time and was making progress. The place seemed to be on the point of falling, but never were the plans of Bohemond to end in more egregious failure. His unprovoked attack upon a friendly city, which had rendered important services to the Crusaders, roused the indignation and jealousy of the returning leaders. The Archbishop of Pisa suddenly discovered that he had been led into a false position by the crafty Norman, and, deserting Bohemond, he threw his powerful influence on the side of Raymond, Robert Curthose, and Robert of Flanders. The Greeks, too, who, though hard-pressed, were still holding out, well understood that Bohemond was their real enemy and that it behooved them to make terms quickly with the leaders who had kept faith with the emperor. Accordingly, an agreement was promptly reached among the Pisans, the Laodiceans, and the returning leaders. An ultimatum was dispatched to Bohemond demanding that he withdraw forthwith, and thus suddenly confronted with superior force, he had no choice but to yield. Wrathfully, he retired under the cover of darkness. And next morning Robert Curthose and the Counts of Flanders and Toulouse entered Laodicea with their forces, and were enthusiastically welcomed by the inhabitants. Count Raymond placed a strong garrison in the citadel, and raising his banner over the highest tower, took possession of the city, in the emperor's name, it may be supposed, since by this time he clearly had an understanding with Alexius. A few days later, he met Bohemond outside the city and concluded peace. After a fortnight's sojourn at Laodicea, the two Roberts and a large number of humbler crusaders took ship and proceeded on their homeward way. But Raymond, still suspicious of the Prince of Antioch, remained to keep a close guard upon Laodicea and Tortosa until the following summer, when he went to Constantinople and entered the emperor's service. Footnotes. In general on Laodicea and the First Crusade see Riant, Scandinaves Enter Saint pp. 132 ff. Chalendon, Alexis I letter 1d49r pp. 210 ff. Roericht, Geskich des Ersten Cruisages pp. 205-07. Uzama ibn Munki, Autobiography, French translation by Hartwig Derenberg, Paris, 1895, p. 107. Ibn al-Athir, Histoire des Audiobook de Mosul, in H.C. or Roman 2 p. 17. Ibid. Chronique d'Alep, Ibid, Roman 3, p. 578. There is possibly some confirmation of this in the following statement of Caffaro of Genoa. In tempore enim captionis Antiochiae arma mainbet, nisi ecclesia episcopalis ubi clerici morabanter. Annals Genenses, in H.C. Ock, v. p. 66. Roman 12 calendas Novembris Antiochium obsedimus, iamque vicinas civitates Tharsum et Laodicem multasque alias Roman 6 sepimus. Cruigsbrief, p. 145. H.C. Ock, v. p. 371. Sed antequam ad reliqua perveniamus, do his pretermitter non debimus qui, pro amore sanctissimi expeditionis, per ignota et longissima equora Mediterranae, et oceani navigare non dubitaverunt. Etenim Angli, audito nomen ulcionis domini in ius qui terram nativitatis, isu Christi et apostolorum ius in dien occupaverant. Ingressi mare Anglicum, et cercenata Hispania, transfertantes per mare oceanum, ac sic Mediterraneum mare sulcantes, portum Antiochi ac civitatum Laodicei, antequam exercitus noster per terram aluc venert, laborios obtinerunt. Profurant nobis eo tempor tam istorum naves, quam et genuncium. Habemus enim ad obsidionum, per istas naves et per securitatem aerum, commercia accipro insula et a reliquis insulis. Quip he naves quodity discurrabant per mare, et ob e Grecorum naves securiorant, quia serisni is incurrer formidabant. Quam viro Angli illi videscent exercitum proficiscae in Jerusalem, et rober suarum navium allonginquitate temporis imminudum, quip quam usc ad trigenta in principio naves habuissent, modo vix decem vel novum haber potrent, aliae demissus navibus sues et expositus, aliae autem incensus, nobiscum iter acceleraverunt. H.C. Ock, Roman 3 pp. 292-91. Civis quidem noster, brunus nomen, cum anglorum navibus ad ipsum usc pervenit Antiochium. Cruigsbrief, p. 165. The letter contains a number of chronological data, from which it is clear that Bruno set out from Italy in 1097 and that he arrived in Syria shortly before 5 March 1098. Hagenmeier reasons plausibly that he landed at Port St. Simeon on 4 March 1098. Cruigsbrief, p. 177. Grandson of Edmund Ironside, and claimant to the English throne upon the death of Harold in 1066. Ordericus Roman 4 pp. 70-71. Gr. Roman 2 p. 310, cf. p. 449. Davis, who by a slip of the pen names him Baldwin, places this Robert among the native Englishmen who joined Robert Curthose at Laodicea. Normans and Angevins, p. 100. But William of Malmesbury, who is the sole authority, makes no mention of him before the siege of Ramleh. Freeman is more careful. William Rufus, Roman 2 p. 122. Normannia comes e tempor aberrat. H.C. Ock, Roman 3 p. 243. Abscisserant interi ex castris, exocetidia, comites, blessensis in silicium, laodicem normanus. Blessensis tharsum ob remedium majestatis, normanus ad Anglos spe dominationis. Angli e tempestate laeditium tenebant, missi ob imperator tutela. Cuius fines vagus populabator exercitus, ipsum quoque cum violentia irrumper tentantes. In hac formidine Angli assertorum vocant prescriptum comitum, concilium fidel ac prudens. Fidae fuit fidelum domino seu verum, cui si manciparent is sicere. Iugo Normannico si subtraxerent, denu subdunt, hoc prudentiae. Gentes Elias fidem experti et munera, facile redunt unda exierent. Igiter Normanus comes, ingressus laeditium, somno vacabat et odio. Nec inutilis tamen, dum opulentium nactus, aliis indigentibus large eragabat. Quoniam conserva Cyprus Bacco, serer, et multo pecor abundans laeditium repleverat, quip indigentem, vicinam, Christicalem et quasi collectim. Ipsa namc una in liter Ciro et Christum colbat, et Alexio servabat. Sed nec sic excusado odio, predictus comes frustra semel ac itrum ad castra revocatur, tertio, sub anathemate accitus, redit invitus, difficilem enim habet transitum comedio, quam comedi ministrare laeditia veniens debabat. H.C. Ock, Roman 3, p. 649. Ibid, Roman 4, p. 254. Ibid, v. p. 742. HCG, IP 66. Inventaire critique des lettres historiques des croisades, in Archives de l'Orient Latin, IPP. 180-9191. Alexis I letter 1D49R, pp. 208-12. Turcopoles are defined by Albert as gens impia et dicta Christiana nomen, non oper, qui ex Turco pater et Greca mater procreati. H. C. Ock, Roman 4, p. 434. Ibid, pp. 348-349, 380, 447. High collection navium a diversis terris et rignes contracta, videlicet ob Antwerpia, Tila, Frisia, Flandria, per mare provincialibus in terra sancti Egidae, depotstate comitis Raimundo, associati. H.C. Ock, Roman 4 pp. 505-1. Post captionum Antiochiae, decreto itiner seu cum ceteris in I Jerusalem. H.C. Ock, Roman 4, p. 501. Cf. Hagenmeyer, Chronology, number 341. Alexis I letter 1D49R, p. 212. Annals Genonses in H.C. Ock, v. p. 66. Son of Malcolm Canmore. A.S. C. A. 1097, Henry of Huntingdon, p. 230. The former places Edgar's expedition to Scotland after Michaelmas, 29 September, the latter after Martinmas, 11 November. Cf. Florence of Worcester, Roman 2 p. 41. Navium diversi generis et operis multitudinum, quarum mali muri altitudinis, oro purissimo operti, in radiis solis refulgebant. H.C. Ock, Roman 4, p. 348. Supra, p. 230. Chalendon, Alexis I letter 1D49R, pp. 212-14, 217. Supra, p. 231. This is clear from the accounts of both Raymond of Aguilers and Ralph of Caen. Cf. Supra, pp. 231-233. Alexis I letter 1D49R, ch. Roman 7. Ralph of Caen, Supra, pp. 233-34. Raymond of Aguilers, Supra, p. 233. Tudebode in H.C. Ock, Roman 3, p. 43. On the treaty relations between Alexius and the Crusaders, see Chalendon, Alexis I letter 1D49R, ch. Roman 6. Albert of Aix says that it was handed over to the emperor by Count Raymond, but, as has been pointed out above, his account is hardly trustworthy. There is a statement in Raymond of Aguilers to the effect that during the siege of Arca, spring of 1099, Count Raymond sent Hugh de Montel to Laodicea to fetch the cross of the late bishop at Hemer. Missit idac comes Guilhelmum Eugonum de Montilio, fratrum episcopi podiensis, Laodicium, ubi crux de missa furat cum capella ipsius episcopi. H.C. Ock, Roman 3, p. 287. It is possible that this indicates some closer provincial connection with Laodicea at this period than I have allowed. Qui Christiani erat potestas. H.C. Ock, Roman 4, p. 450. Ibid, p. 453. GF pp. 428-29. HC Oc, Roman 3 pp. 276-295. In the former passage, Raymond, writing from the standpoint of Arca, mentions the arrival of Greek, Venetian, and Genoese provision ships, which, in the absence of a port directly opposite Arca, were obliged to turn back northward and put in at Tortosa and Laodicea. In the latter, recording the disaster which overtook the Genoese ships at Jaffa in June, he notes that one escaped and returned to Laodicea. Ibec sociis et amicis nostris, de nobis qui eramus I Hieroselymus, sicudi erat, denunciavit. For the date cf. Hagenmeyer, Chronology, No. 394. For the identification of naves nostri or naves de nostris with the ships of the Genoese, cf. HC Oc, Roman 3 pp. 294-298. Albert of Aix in HC Oc, Roman 4 p. 500, Ordericus Roman 4 pp. 70-71. Letter of Dagobert, Godfrey, and Raymond to the Pope in Kreuzigsbrief p. 173. Cf. Chalendon, Alexis I Letter 1d49r, CHS Roman 6 Roman 7. Supra p. 241. Raymond of Aguilars in HC Oc, Roman 3 p. 286. Gesta Triumphalia Pisanorum, HC Oc, v. p. 368. On the decline of the Byzantine fleet in the 11th century, see Karl Neumann, Die Byzantinische Marine, in Historische Zeitschrift, LXXXI, 1898, pp. 123. Albert of Aix in HC Oc, Roman 4 p. 500. Ibid, pp. 505-03, Ordericus Roman 4 pp. 70-72, Kreuzigsbrief p. 173. Albert of Aix in HC Oc, Roman 4 p. 503. Chalendon, Alexis I Letter 1d49r, pp. 207 ff. Albert of Aix in HC Oc, Roman 4 p. 504, cf. Ordericus Roman 4 p. 72. Albert of Aix in HC Oc, Roman 4 p. 504, Ordericus Roman 4 pp. 72-75 Fulcher pp. 323-21, 342-343, Translatio S. Nicolai Venetium in H.C. Oc. v. p. 271. Appendix F. The Battle of Tinchebray. The tactics of the Battle of Tinchebray have been the subject of much discussion among recent writers, including the specialists in military history. There is general agreement as to the strategical stroke by which the victory was won, viz. a surprise attack upon the flank of the ducal forces by a band of mounted knights from Maine and Brittany. But as to the disposition of the troops in the two main armies, widely different views are held upon 2 points. One, Oman thinks that the battle formation on each side was an extended line made up of a right, center, and left. Ramsay, on the other hand, holds that the opposing forces were marshaled in column, in successive divisions. And this view is accepted by Drummond, by Delbruck, and by Davis, the two latter conjecturing a formation in echelon. Ramsay's view is pretty clearly supported by the sources. Ordericus Vitalis, Roman 4, p. 229, designates a first, second, and third Achais or division on the side of the king, and a first and last extrema Achais on the side of the duke. And according to his account, only the first Achais, i.e., the leading elements of the two opposing forces engaged in the fighting. The contemporary letter of a priest of Fécamp, which is discussed below, is also specific with regard to the royal forces, describing a first and a second Achais. 2. The larger question in debate between the specialists, however, turns upon the relative importance of cavalry and infantry in the Battle of Tinchebray. Oman, relying upon a very specific passage in Henry of Huntingdon, p. 235, and placing a strained interpretation upon Ordericus Vitalis, Roman 4, p. 229, holds that the battle was almost wholly an affair of infantry, and therefore almost without precedent in the tactics of the period. For Ramsay, on the other hand, it was mainly an engagement of cavalry, the foot soldiers playing but a minor part. Drummond has gone even further and taken great pains to demonstrate that it was ganz normal Schlacht des Roman 12. Jahrhunderts, i.e., a battle between mounted knights, the foot soldiery that happened to be present being held entirely in reserve, and Drummond's conclusions have been accepted without question by Delbruck. It is surprising that in none of the discussion above noted has any account been taken of the most important extant source for the tactics of Tinchebray, viz., a letter from a priest of Fécamp to a priest of Seez written a very few days after the engagement, and describing with exactness certain tactical features of the battle. If not actually by an eyewitness, the letter is still by one who was in touch with the king and who was well informed as to the disposition of the royal forces. It is, therefore, entitled to rank as an authority above any of the accounts in the chronicles. It was first discovered by Paul Mayer in an Oxford manuscript, and published in 1872 by Leopold de Lisle as a note in his great edition of the Chronicle of Robert of Torigny I, p. 129. But strangely overlooked by all the military historians, it remained unused, and was rediscovered by H.W.C. Davis and published with extensive comment in 1909 in the English Historical Review, Roman 24, pp. 728-732, as a new source. As afterwards turned out, Davis's transcription of the letter had been exceedingly faulty, rendering, indeed, a part of the text which was fundamental for tactics quite unintelligible. And in a later number of the Review, Roman 25, p. 296, it was again published in a corrected text. By a comparison with the original edition of de Lisle, it appears that, by an almost unbelievable coincidence, the same omission of an entire line of the manuscript was made there as in the edition of Davis. Yet all transcripts have been made from a single manuscript, viz., Jesus College, Oxford, No. 51, Fall, 104. We have then, at last, a correct edition of this important source in the English Historical Review, Roman 25, p. 296. Davis, in commenting on the tactics of the battle in the light of this letter, but from his own faulty transcript, maintains that neither of the extreme views is correct, and suggests a third interpretation of the evidence, midway between the two existing theories. He holds that infantry played an important part in the action, but still assigns much prominence to the cavalry. Apropos of the corrected text of the priest's letter, however, he remarks, taking the omitted words into consideration, it is clear that the foot soldiers played a larger part in the battle than I allowed in my article. The second of Henry's divisions, like the first, was composite, containing both infantry and cavalry. This, indeed, is the correct view. Our conception of the Battle of Tinchebray must be based upon the sources, and not upon a preconceived theory of the all-importance of the mounted knight in 12th century warfare. Drummond and Delbruck have quite unjustifiably ignored Henry of Huntingdon in favor of Ordericus Vitalis. Whatever the theorists may hold, foot soldiers did play an unusually large part in the Battle of Tinchebray. In view of the explicit statement of Henry of Huntingdon, p. 235, and of the priest of Fécamp, it cannot be denied that, on the king's side at least, some knights were dismounted and fought on foot, in order that they might stand more firmly ut constantius pugnerant. On the other hand, Oman, while perfectly justified in pointing out the unusual prominence given to foot soldiers, certainly exaggerates in representing the battle as almost wholly an affair of infantry. The large part played by cavalry is clear both from the explicit statement of the priest of Fécamp and from the account of Ordericus Vitalis. The Battle of Tinchebray may, therefore, still claim to stand as an important precedent in the development of medieval tactics because of the unusual combination of infantry and cavalry in the fighting line. Footnotes. For the recent discussion, see C.W.C. Oman, History of the Art of War. The Middle Ages, London, 1898, pp. 379-381, J. H. Ramsay, Foundations of England, London, 1898, Roman 2, pp. 254-55, J. D. Drummond, Studien zur Kriegsgeschichte Englands, IM 12. Jarendert, Berlin, 1905, pp. 3543, Hans Delbruck, Geschichte der Kriegskunst, Berlin, 1900-07, Roman 3, pp. 411-412, H. W. C. Davis, A Contemporary Account of the Battle of Tinchebray, in E.H.R., Roman 24, pp. 728-732, The Battle of Tinchebray, A Correction, Ibid, Roman 25, pp. 295-96. Art of War, p. 379. Foundations of England, Roman 2, p. 254. Kriegsgeschichte Englands, pp. 3940. Geschichte der Kriegskunst, Roman 3, p. 412. EHR, Roman 24, p. 732. CPP 246-47 and N14 infra. It would doubtless be unwarrantable to put a strict technical interpretation upon the language of our sources, but the designation of numbered akais certainly suggests successive elements one behind another rather than any other arrangement. Art of War, p. 379. Foundations of England, Roman 2, pp. 254-55. Kriegsgeschichte Englands, pp. 3543. Geschichte der Kriegskunst, Roman 3, p. 411. Jesus College, Ms. 51, Fall, 104. Chronique de Robert de Tourigny, I, p. 129, note. That part of the letter which is descriptive of tactics reads as follows, the italics indicating the line omitted from the editions of Davis and Delisle. In prima assai furunt beosenses, abrincatini, et Constantinienses, omnes pedites. In secunda viro rex cum innumerus baronibus sues, omnes similiter pedites. Ad hec septingenti equites utrique, assia ordinati. Praeterea cum senemanes et cum Britanum alanus fergendus circumsingens exercitum, usc ad mil equites, remotis omnibus gildanibus et servis, nam totus exercitus regis prop modum ad excel milia hominum estimabetur. Comes viro ad Roman 6 milia habuit, equate septingentos, et vix una hora prelium stetit, Roberto de bellismo stadum terga vertent, ex cuius fuga dispersi sunt omnes. Evidently, the error in transcription was due to the fact that the omitted clause ended in the same word as that immediately preceding it. Davis also wrote horum for hominum in the last word, but one of the following sentence. Delisle's edition has this correctly. EHR, Roman 24, p. 728. Ibid, Roman 25, p. 296. See the excerpt in N14, supra. Appendix G. The Robert medallion in Suger's stained glass window at St. Denis. A recent writer has described Suger's reconstruction of the Abbey Church of St. Denis as le fait capital de l'histoire artistique du X I letter 1d49 cycle. And certainly among the most remarkable features of that great achievement were the stained glass windows, which were the abbot's pride, and which he caused to be wrought by the skillful hands of many masters from divers nations. The oldest painted windows of known date, which survived from the Middle Ages, most of them were destroyed during the French Revolution, and there would be no occasion to mention them in connection with the life of Robert Curthose, were it not that a series of 10 medallions from one window, representing scenes from the First Crusade, has been preserved for us by the venerable Benedictine, Bernard de Montfaucon, in copperplate engravings of the early 18th century. The 8th scene in the series has given rise to much discussion. It portrays a Christian knight in the act of unhorsing a pagan warrior with a mighty thrust of his lance, and bears the inscription, RDVX Normanorvum partvum prosternit. Clearly, we have here some spectacular victory of Robert Curthose over a Saracen, and it is the oldest graphic representation of the Duke now extant. The only problem is to identify it either with a historic or with a legendary exploit of Robert on the Crusade. Ferdinand de Mailly, assuming that it had nothing to do with veritable history, has supposed that it represented Robert's legendary combat with the Emir, Red Lion, during the great battle of the Franks against Kerboga, as related in the Chanson d'Antioche. And at Riant's suggestion, he has gone further and proposed that it may offer a terminus adquem for determining the date of composition of that poem. Gaston Paris has very properly rejected both these hypotheses. But he still holds that the Robert medallion can only be explained by reference to the Chanson d'Antioche, and he identifies the scene portrayed with Robert's legendary victory over Kerboga himself rather than with that over Red Lion. On the other hand, Hagenmeier, who is better qualified to speak upon such matters, sees not legend at all but sober history in the scene in question. Indeed, upon comparison of the whole series of Montfaucon's engravings with the original narratives of the First Crusade, he finds all the scenes portrayed to be in remarkably close agreement with historic facts. L'artiste quia fait ces peintures, he says, a été, sans aucun doute, très au courant des événements marquants de la première croisade, a proprement parler, aucune de ces peintures ni contient d'épisode légendaire. and the scene in the Robert medallion he considers to be no more than a pictorial rendering of a text from the Gesta Francorum describing the Battle of Escalon. Comes autumn de Normannia cernens amoravisi stantarum, rut vehementer super alum, Jumc vulneravit usque ad mortem. Although Maley, in quoting Hagenmeyer's opinion, does not accept it, there can be little doubt of its correctness. The scenes from the Crusade in Suger's window do not, it is true, agree in every minute detail with the primary literary sources, but the deviations are certainly not greater than should be expected from a medieval painter striving to produce an artistic result within the limitations of his craft. The arrangement and numbering of Montfaucon's engravings leave some doubt as to the original sequence of the medallions, but so far as it is possible to determine, the outstanding events of the Crusade from the Siege of Nicaea to the Battle of Escalon appear to have been portrayed in chronological order. About the first 6 scenes, as arranged by Montfaucon, there can be practically no doubt. And the great battle against Kerboga is set in its proper place between the capture of Antioch and the storming of Jerusalem, and there is no indication that Robert played a special part in it, any more than there is in the strictly historical literary sources. The last 4 medallions, as given by Montfaucon, present peculiar difficulties, and it will be well to describe them briefly, preserving his numbering. Number 7. The flight of defeated horsemen through a gate into a walled city. Inscription: Arabs victi in Escalon fv gevant. Number 8. The Robert medallion which has been described above. Number 9. A single combat between a Christian and a pagan horseman, each supported by a band of warriors who fill the background. Inscription: De velvum party ex Roberti Flandrensis comitis. Number 10. A general combat between Christian and pagan warriors fighting on horseback. Inscription: Belvum amite Escalonia Roman 4, and an unfilled space at the end seems to indicate that it is incomplete. Evidently, this inscription has become corrupt in transmission, and as it stands it is not wholly intelligible. It seems clear enough, however, that we have here a representation of the great battle of the Franks against the Egyptian Emir Malik Eliftal near Escalon. Now, if the 4 medallions in question be taken in the order in which they have just been described, it is difficult, if not impossible, to reconcile them with the literary sources as a representation of actual events in chronological order. But it is very doubtful whether Montfaucon has placed them in their proper sequence. We have no way of checking him as to the arrangement of nos. 8 and 9, but a glance at his engravings reveals the fact that nos. 7 and 10 are not perfectly circular like the rest, but are considerably cut away, the former in the upper right-hand sector and the latter in the upper left-hand sector. Clearly, they were placed side by side at the top of the window in the restricted space beneath the pointed arch, number 10 being on the left and number 7 on the right. Now the general sequence of the medallions in the window appears to have been from the bottom to the top, and in that case nos. 10 and 7 must have been the last 2 of the series. If this arrangement be accepted, the interpretation of the last 4 medallions does not seem to offer greater difficulties than that of the first 6. All 4 have to do with events centering around Escalon and the great contest of the Franks with the Egyptian emir. Nos. 8 and 9 portray the individual feats of arms of Robert Curthose and Robert of Flanders as set forth in the literary sources. Number 10, with the corrupt inscription, probably represents the general engagement in which the exploits of the 2 Roberts were such notable features. And number 7, properly belonging at the end, represents the flight of the vanquished pagans through the gate within the protecting walls of Escalon. It is true that our best literary sources in describing the pursuit, which followed the battle, make no mention of this particular feature. But we know that the inhabitants of Escalon closed their gates and successfully bid defiance to the Crusaders, and it certainly does not seem improbable that some of the fugitive Saracens should have escaped thither. At any rate, the artist might very well have assumed that they so escaped. Footnotes: Emile Mail in André Mitchell, Histoire de l'Art, Paris, 1905, IP. 786. On the rebuilding of the church, see Otto Cardellari, Abt Suger von St. Denis, 1081-1151, Berlin, 1898, p. 105, and the references there given. Mitchell Fay Libyan, Histoire de l'Abbé Réal de St. Denis and France, Paris, 1706, pp. 171-76. Paul Vitry and Gaston Breyer, L'Église abbatiale de Saint-Denis et ses Tomo Paris, 1908, pp 9-10, and above all Anthem St. Paul, Suger, L'Église de Saint-Denis et Saint-Bernard, in Bulletin archéologique du Comité des Travaux historiques et scientifiques, 1890, pp. 258-75. Vitrium etiam novarum preclarem veritatem, ob e prima qui incipit estirps is in capite ecclesiae, usc ad eam qui superist principali porti in intridu ecclesiae, tam superius quam inferius, magistrorum multorum de diversis nationibus mono exquisita depingi fessimus. Overis completes de Suger, ed. A Lecce de la Marque Paris, 1867, p. 204. Les plus anciens vitrox at date certain qui subsistent encore, furent mise en place de 1140 à 1144. Mitchell, Histoire de l'Art, IP 784. Nevertheless, it may be doubted whether all the windows were actually completed at the time of the consecration of the choir and the translation of the relics, 11 June 1144. The windows, only fragments of which have escaped destruction, are most fully described by Ferdinand de Lasteyrie, Histoire de la peinture sur verre d'après ses monuments en France Paris, 1853-57, I, pp. 2737, Roman II, Planches Roman III Roman VII. Les Monuments de la Monarchie Franquiste Paris, 1729-33, I, Planches L. Live, between pages 390 and 397. Montfaucon says, p. 384. Cette première croisade est représentée en dix tableaux sur les vitres de l'Église des Denis, à l'extrémité du rond pont derrière le grand hôtel, dans cette partie qu'on appelle le chevet. Ces tableaux qu'on voit tous sur une même vitre, furent faits par ordre de l'abbé Suger, qui est fait peindre plusieurs fois dans ces vitres du chevet avec son nom sugerius abbes. There seems no reason to doubt Montfaucon's identification of this window with one of those executed at Suger's order, and modern writers have accepted it without question. It ought to be noted, however, that no fragment of this particular window appears to have escaped destruction, and that Suger, although he describes two of the windows in detail and names a third, makes no specific mention whatever of this one. And moreover, it is the very windows which he does describe which have in part been preserved. But on the other hand, Suger makes no pretense at a complete list or description of the windows, and he himself indicates that there were many. Ouvres de Suger, pp. 204-206, Lasteyrie, Histoire de la peinture sur verre, I, pp. 2737 Roman II, Planches Roman III Roman VII. Montfaucon, Monuments, I, Planchelii, opposite p. 396. Volume Roman II, p. 261. La Croix des Premières Croisades, in Revue de l'Art Création, 1890, pp. 298-300. Robert Curthose à la Première Croisade, in Comptes Rendus de l'Académie des Inscriptions et Belles Lettres, 1890, pp. 207-08. Letter to Riant, printed in Revue de l'Art Création, 1890, pp. 300-301, gf. pp. 494-495. M. Hagenmeier, me semble erder à beaucoup trop loin, dans le casquil fait de nos cartons pour l'explication des textes quils representent. Genie sars le suivre sur ce terrain, persuadé quelles datels de faits qui s'y sont passés en orient ont incontestablement été modifiés par des artistes qui en avaient jamais quitté la France. Revue de l'Art Création, 1890, p. 300. Montfaucon, Monuments, I, Planches Lii, Live, opposite p. 396. See Supra, p. 116, cf. Revue de l'Art Création, 1890, p. 300. Supra, p. 116. Index. Medieval names of persons are arranged alphabetically under the English form of the Christian name. Abbeville Somme, 40 note. Abingdon, Berkshire, Chronicle of 31-207 Abbey, 31 Abbot, C. Adelelm. Absalom, 20. Acapars, 196. Acre, Palestine, 111 note. Actus Pontificum Senemanis in Urbe Digentium, 205. Adam, Canon of the Church of the Holy Sepulchre at Jerusalem, 229. Adams, G.B., 212. Adela, Countess of Blois and Chartres, sister of Robert Curthose, 168. Adelome, Abbot of Abingdon, 31. Adelina, daughter of Robert of Meulan, 146. Adherbal, Scali minister, 73 note. Adhemer, Bishop of Lepi, papal representative on the First Crusade, 106, 108, 111. Administration of Normandy under Robert Curthose, 80-81. Adrastus, 37. Adriatic Sea, 98. Aegean Sea, 100. Agnes de Ribemont, sister of Anselm de Ribemont and wife of Walter Giffard, 147. Aid Auxilium, taken from the English barons by William Rufus, 1096, 92. Aymeric de Villeray, 22, 23. Axonker, Sicassim ed Dola Axonker. Alan Fergant, Duke of Brittany, 94, 172, 174, 221, 227, 247, note. Alan, son of Ralph de Gale, 221, 226. Alan, steward of Archbishop Baldric of Dal, 94, 221. Alberic comes, 37 note, 41 note. Alberic, son of Hugh of Grandmesnil, 21 note, 22, 93, 221. Alberic de Milas, 74 note. Albert of Aix, chronicler, 198, 208, 217, 228, 235, 236, 237, 238, 241. Aldhun, Bishop of Durham, 213. Alenkin Orn, 9, 43, 76. Aleppo, Syria, 230. Aleppo Road, 105. Alexandria, Egypt, 47. Alexiad, see Anna Komnena. Alexius I Komnenos, Greek Emperor, 100, 101, 102, 105, 109, 112, 117, 230, 233, 236. Passim, 238, 239, 240, 242, 243, 244. Almaneches Orn, Abbey, 140, 142, 143 Abbess, see Emma. Alost East Flanders, 186. Alps Mountains, 96, 120, 184, 233. Alton, Hampshire, 131, 133, 172 Treaty of 141, 144, note, 148, 157. Amalfi Province of Salerno, 97. Amory de Montfort, 145, 146. Amendeles, reputed messenger of Kilij Arslan, 193 note. Ancenis Loire Inferior, 223. Andronicus Tizan Seleucas, 234, 238. Angers Mainet Loire, Abizat C. Saint Aubin, St. Nicholas. Anglo-Flemish relations, 155, 156, 181, 182, 185. Anglo-French relations during the reign of Henry I, 122, 155, 180, 1185. Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, 24, 45, 83, 95, 136, 206. Anjou, relations of Henry I with, 156, counts of, see Fulk Roman 4, Fulk v. Geoffrey Roman 2, Geoffrey Roman 3, Geoffrey Roman 4. Anna Komnena, daughter of Emperor Alexius I, 209, 234, 236, 238 Alexiad, 209. Annals of Renaud, 34. Annals of Winchester, see Winchester. Anonymous of York, 82 note. Anselm, Archbishop of Canterbury, 81, 83, 84, 92 note 121, 122 and 30, Passim 132, 136, note 154, 168, 171, Passim 177, 206, 208, 212, 213. Anselm de Ribemont, 231. Antioch, Syria, 93, 94, 104, 105, 106, 109, Passim 111, 112, 114, 190, 191, 194, 221, 222, 224, 226, 227, 228, 231-42, Passim. See St. Peter, Church of. Anti-Pope, see Clement Roman III. Antwerp, 235. Apennines, Mountains, 96. Apulia, 98, 112, note, 193. Aquitaine, 24, 38. Arabia, 113. Ardevan Manche, 64. Argences, Calvados, 85, note. Argentin, Orne, 85, 127, 141, 144, note, 178. Arca, Syria, 110, 111, 241, 242. Arnold, Bishop of Le Mans, 35. Arnold Thomas, 214. Arnulf, brother of Robert of Bellarme, 127, 140, 142. Arnulf of Chaux, chaplain of Robert Curthose, 95, 111, 115, 116-20, 221. Arnulf of Hesdin, 95, 222. Arcs Seine Inferior, 55, 75 note, 165 note. Arundel Sussex, 139. Escalon Palestine, 115-116, 119, 125 note, 197 note, 251, 252. Esselin Guile, 78, 145, 146. Asia Minor, 104. Aetna's legendary Turkish king, 197. Athira Modern Bajikti Çekmece, Thrace, 99 note. Auberville Calvados, 79. Aubray-la-Grosse, 222, 223. Aumel Seine Inferior, 60 Count of C. Stephen. Avranches Manche, 49, 62, 63, 75, 78, 81, 174. Atzo Marquis of Este, 72 note. Bagora Mount Macedonia, 99 note. Bagulatus Mons C. Bagora. Baldric, Archbishop of Dal, historian of the First Crusade, 208, 221. Baldwin, Count of Edessa, brother of Godfrey of Bouillon, 104 note, 196 note, 235. Baldwin V, Count of Flanders, 4, 155 note. Baldwin Roman 7, Count of Flanders, 182. Ballinger John, 188 note. Ballon Sarth, Castle 70, 71, 225. Bardarium C. Vardar. Barfleur Manche, 161, 164. Bari Province of Bari, 97, 98, see St. Nicholas Church of. Barnwell, Cambridgeshire, Priory 95, 225. Bartholomew, Abbot of Marmoutier 12. Bath, Bishop of C. John. Battle of Escalon, 115-116 of Bramule, 182 of Dorylium, 103 of Gerberoy, 2627, with Kerboga of Mosul, 107, of Tinchebray, 173-176, 245-48. Baudart, 196. Bavant Calvados, 71 note, 75-79. Bayeux Calvados, 15 note, 16, 51 note, 53 note, 55 note, 91 note, note, 159, 160, 165, 166, 167, 225. Bishop of C. Odo, Thorold. Bazoj La Sarthe, 224. Beaumont Le Roger, Jura, 140, 145, 156. Beaumont sur Sarthe, Sarthe 14. Beauvais Abbeyat C. St. Quentin. Beckhellouin, Jura, La Abbey 81, 83, 165, note, 171, 226. Belial, 163. Bellarme Orne, 43, 76 House of C. Talvas. Belosurhuin Orne, 228. Bernard, Abbot of Marmoutier, 223. Bernard, son of Walter of St. Valery, 94, 222. Bertrade de Montfort, 71, 75. Besson, 159, 160, 166, note, 174. Bibliothèque Nationale, 207. Biota, daughter of Herbert of Achene, 8-9. Blancheland, C. La Brura. Blois, Count of C. Stephen, Countess of C. Adela. Boffinat, C. Vodna. Bohemond, Prince of Taranto, eldest son of Robert Guiscard, leader of the First Crusade, 97-98, 100, 102, 104, 105, 107, 108, 109, 112, 117, 118, 119, 193, 198, 240, 241, 242, 243. 244. Boehmer Heinrich, 82 note, 165 note. Bonville Surtaux Calvados, 12 note, 14 note, 15, 19, 29 note. Botella, C. Monaster. Boulogne, Counts of C. Eustace Roman II, Eustace Roman III. Bramule Jura, Battle of 182. Bretuil Succession, War of the 144-146, 156. Bretons on the First Crusade, 94. Bravil St. Atois, Siege of 78. Bridgenorth Shropshire, 139. Brindisi, Province of Lex, 99. Brion Jura, 43, 75, 76. Bristol Gloucestershire, 186. British Museum, 154 note. Brittany, Relations of Henry I with 156 Dukes of C. Hyle, Alan Fergant. Bruno, Citizen of Lucca, 107 note, 232. Bulgaria, 100. Burs Seine Inferior, 55, 75 note, 85. Con Calvados, 31 note, 42, 60 note, 65, 66, 80, 124, 125 note, 160, 166, 167, 170, 191, 219 Abbeys, see La Trinité, Saint Etienne. Caesarea Palestine, 110 note. Caesarea Mazaka, Cappadocia, 104 note. Caffaro of Genoa, 230 note, 236, 240. Cagni, Calvados, 166 note. Calabria, 43, note 98. Calixtus Roman II, Pope, 183. Calonces, 56. Campus Martius, 84. Canterbury, 125 note, 150, Archbishops of C. Lanfranc, Anselm, Ralph, William. Cardiff, Glamorganshire, Castle, 138, 186, 189, Passim. Cairnton, Manche, 161, 164. Carcelaire de l'Abbé de Saint Vincent du Mans, 208. Castellum Vallium, Truce of 33. Cox, Pays de, 160. Cecilia, daughter of William the Conqueror, Abbess of La Trinité at Keene, 95, 124, 219. Chalendon, Ferdinand, 100 note, 117, 234, 236, 238, 239. Chanson d'Antioche, 195, 196, 210, 250. Chanson de Jerusalem, 197, 198, 210. Chanson de Roland, 153 note. Charlemagne, 192 note. Charles the Good, Count of Flanders, 185. Cherovienne, 142. Charter of Liberties of Henry I, 122. Charts de Saint Julien de Tours, 207. Chartres, Bishop of C. Ivo, Count of C. Stephen, Countess of C. Adela. Chateau-Gontier, Mayenne, 77, 141. Châteauneuf-en-Thymerise, Eure-et-Loire, 22. Chamonten-Vexin, Oise, 85 note, 96 note, 185. Cherbourg, Manche, 60, 62, 63. Chester, Earls of C. Hugh, Richard. Chetelholmum, C. Quedihu. Chew Calvados, 150. Chevalier au Signy, 192 note. Chevalier au Signy at Godefroy de Bouillon, 210. Chichester, Bishop of C. Ralph. Chaux Pas-de-Calais, 217. Chrysopolis, C. Pravista. Christopolis, C. Cavala. Chronique de Morigny, 206. Church, C. English Church, Norman Church. Cilicia, 233 note. Cilician Gates, 104. Syntho, Calvados, 167. Clarence River, 217. Clement Roman III Guibert, Antipope 97. Clermont Pydidome, Council of 88, 89, 90, 93, 223, 224. Companions of Robert Curthose on the Crusade, 9395, 220-1229. Compigny Ois, 29 Note Abbey C. Saint Cornet. Conan, citizen of Bayeux, 165. Conan de Lambel, son of Geoffrey I, called Botrel, Count of Lambel, 222. Conan, son of Gilbert Pilatus, citizen of Rouen, 56, 57, 58. Conan's Leap, 58. Conches Jura, 58. Conquest of Normandy by Henry I, 150-5179. Constantinople, 98, 99, 100, 112. Note, 117, 244. Consuetudines at Eastasi, 65. Corbinais, 21, 22. Cotentin, 49, 62, 63, 64, note, 75, 78, 79, 80, 123, note, 124, 134, 160, 161, 174. Count of the C. Henry I. Cowesnin River, 64. Councils ecclesiastical, see Clermont, Rheims, Rouen ducal or royal, see Lycia, Rockingham, Winchester. Kersey Calvados, 59-77. Coutances Manches, 62, 63, 81. Coxon Ancient Caucasus in Cappadocia, 104 note. Cross see Holy Cross. Crusade, 1st, 77, 89, 119, 123, 124, 125, 127, 149, 150, 156, 190, 199, 208, 209, 217, 218, 219, 220, 221 to 44, 249 to 52. Crusaders, see Companions of Robert Curthose. Curiadusus, 7680. Curse laid upon Robert Curthose by his father, 27. Cyprus Island, 105, 230, 231, 232, note, 233, 234, note, 238, 239. Demonis Flumen, see Scumby. Dagobert, Archbishop of Pisa, Patriarch of Jerusalem, 232, 243. Dallington, Northampton or Sussex, 167. Danegeld 92. Dapifer of Philippi, King of France 23. David, King of Israel 162. David I, King of Scotland, son of Malcolm Canmore 186 note. Davis, HWC 36 note 97 note 233 note 245 246 247. Regesta Regum Anglo-Normanorum 207. Duenias de Vexation, Wilhelmi Episcopi Primi, 211-16. Delbruck Hans, 245, 246, 247. Delisle Leopold, 246. Devizes Wiltshire, 180. Dijon, Abbot of C. Gerento. Dal Alet Villain, Siege of 23, 32 Bishop of C. Baldric. Domfront Orne, 77, 78, 87, 89, 123, note, 124, 134, 135, 157, 158. Dorylium, Phrygia. Battle of 103, 104, 193, 194. Dubbs River 96. Dover, Kent, 58 note, 73 note, 87, 128, 155 note. Downton, Wiltshire, 36. Drew de Monchi, 222. Drummond, J.D., 245, 246, 247. Duncan, son of King Malcolm, 42. Durand, Abbot of Troarn, 53 note. Durazzo, Illyria, 99. Durham, 67, 136, 177, 212, 213, 215, 216, note. Bishops of C. Aldhun, William of St. Halley, Ranulph Flambard. Eadmer, 132, 167, 212. Historia Novorum in Anglia, 206. East Anglia, 47. Easter celebration at Cairnton, 160-1164. Eccles Berwickshire, 31. Icramville Calvados, 79. Edessa Mesopotamia, 104 Note 112 Count of C. Baldwin. Edgar Atheling, grandson of Edmund Ironside, 67, 175, 232, 233, 236, 237. Edgar, King of Scotland, son of Malcolm Canmore, 236. Edith, sister of William of Warenne, wife of Gerard of Gournay, 222. Edward the Confessor, King of England, 12, 122. Elbeuf sur Endel, Seine Inferior, 177 Note. Elbucia, Syria, Valley of 110. Imelota, see Emma. Emenderville, modern Saint Sever, suburb of Rouen, 57. Emma, Abbess of Almanetches, sister of Robert of Bellarme, 140, 142 Note. Emma or Imelota, niece of Arnulf of Chalks, 218. Emma, daughter of William Fitz Osborne, wife of Ralph de Gale, 222, 236. English Church taxed by William Rufus, 92, supports Henry I, 132. English Historical Review, 246, 247. English Mariners on the First Crusade, 95, 105-106, 231-32, 236-37. Enguerrand, son of Ilbert de Lacy, 160, 166. Enguerrand, son of Count Hugh of St. Paul, 94, 222. Iraklia, see Iregli. Iregli Thrace, 99 Note. Iremberg, daughter of Helias of La Fleche, 126. Ernest de Buron, 215. EU Seine Inferior, 55, 59, 60, 84, 86, 87 Counts of C. Henry Robert. Eulogium Historiarum, 210. Eumathios Philocales, Duke of Cyprus, 236, 240. Eustace Roman II, Count of Boulogne, 47, 51. Eustace Roman III, Count of Boulogne, 115, 118, Note, 135, 222. Eustace, natural son of William of Bretuel, 144, 145, 146, 156. Eustace Garnier, Lord of Caesarea, 218. Ivresin, 144. Evremer of Chalks, Patriarch of Jerusalem, 217 Note. Ivrew, Bishop of C. Gilbert, Count of C. William. Exmes Orne, 75, 77, 143. Falaise Calvados, Castle 9, 167, 170, 171, 177, 178, 180, Vicomte of 178. Farah W., 207 Note. Fécamp Abbey, see La Trinité, Letter of a Priest of Fécamp to a Priest of Sees, 245-48, Passim. Feudal Anarchy or Private War in Normandy, 43-44, 53, 58, 75-80, 123-146, 159-160. Firth of Forth, 67 Note. Flanders, 28, 59, 155, Counts of C. Baldwin v. Robert the Frisian, Robert of Jerusalem, Baldwin Roman 7, Charles the Good, William Clito. Flitch Augustin, 85 Note, 86 Note. Florence of Worcester, 68, 206, 211, 214, 216. Floris Historiarum, 201, 210. Florinensis Brevis Narratio Belli Sacri, 231. Forches Calvados, Castle of Robert of Bellarme, 77, 141. Freeman, E.A., 4 Note 9 Note, 23 Note, 26 Note, 34 Note, Note, 66 Note, 67 Note, 95 Note, 118, 119, 127 Note, Note, 134 Note, 211, 215. Fresnay Sarthe, 1470 Note. Frisia, 235. Fulcher of Chartres, Historian of the First Crusade, 95, 101, 209, 223. Historia Hieronymus 208. Fulcher, Bishop of Lycia, brother of Ranulph Flambard, 151. Fulcher, son of Walter, 179 note. Fulk Roman for Larachin, Count of Anjou, 15, 32-35, Passim, 70, 71, 74, 75, 126. Fulk Villajun, Count of Anjou, son of Fulk Larachin, 182, 184. Fulk of Onulafaken, 226. Fulk, Abbot of St. Piercer Dives, 150, 171, note. Gesse Calvados, 71, note, 75, 79. Galefontaine, Seine Inferior, 54. Galbert of Bruges, Histoire du Mutter de Charles Le Bon, 206. Gascony, 24, 38. Gavre Manche, 62. Genealogy of the Counts of Maine, 8, note. Genert's Manche, 64. Gentleman's Magazine, 187. Geoffrey Roman II Martel, Count of Anjou, 7. Geoffrey Roman III Le Barbu, Count of Anjou, 8, 9. Geoffrey Roman IV Martel, the Younger, Count of Anjou, 164. Geoffrey Chaudard, Baron of Ancenis, 223. Geoffrey of Conversano, 118. Geoffrey Gamer, 191, 209. Geoffrey, son of Rieux de Lohac, 227. Geoffrey of Mayenne, 70, 72. Geoffrey of Mortegny Roman II, Count of Perche, son of Rotrui, 77, 94. Geoffrey, Archbishop of Rouen, 183 note. Geoffrey de Vigies, 201. George Robert H., 155 note. Gerard of Gournay, 54, 56, 58, 60, 93. Gerard de Saint-Hilaire, 141. Gerberoy Ois, 19, 20 note, 23, 25, 28, Passim, 35, 39, 40 note. Gerento, Abbot of Saint Benin of Dijon, 91, 93, 96, 225. Gersint, daughter of Herbert of Achene, 72 note. Gesta Francorum, 208, 241, 251. Gesta Normanorum Ducum, see William of Jumiges. Gesta Tancredi, see Ralph of Caen. Gibraltar, 231. Gilbert, an architect, 223. Gilbert, Bishop of Evreux, 93, 99, 151, 152, 223, 225. Gilbert of Lagal, 57, 75, 77. Gilbert Mamonot, Bishop of Lycia, 151. Gilo Poet, 234. Gimilgina Macedonia, 99 note. Geysers Jura, 81, 82, 183, 185. Glamorgan, 186. Gloucester, 83 Abbey of St. Peter, 27, 167, note, 189 Abbot, see Walter Cathedral, 189. Godfrey, Duke of Bouillon, leader of the First Crusade, 100, 102, note, 109, 110, 112, 113, 119, 192, note, 195, 197, note, 241, ruler of the Latin Kingdom, 114, 117, Passim, 191, 198, 199. Poetic Cycle of the Crusade, 192, note, 194, 195, 196. Godfrey of Jumiges, Abbot of Malmesbury, 92 note. Goner, wife of Rieux de Lohac, 227. Gontier Donne, 159, 160, 162, 165. Gontier, inhabitant of Lagal, 21. Gouffern Orne, forest of 127, 144 note. Gurn Seine Inferior, 54, 56. Grandeur of Douai Trouver, 192 note, 197 note. Gravenkin Seine Inferior, 71 note, 75. Great Saint Bernard, pass over the Alps, 96. Gregory Roman 7, Pope 30. Guibert Antipope, see Clement Roman 3. Guibert of Nogent, 208, 234, 239, 240. Geinmer of Boulogne, Pirate Chief, 235, 237, 238. Guise W.V., 189 note. Gulfer, son of Aymeric de Villeray, 23. Guy, son of Gerard Le Duc, 223. Guy de Sarcey, 224. Hagenmeier Heinrich, 96 note, 104 note, 209, 250, 251. Hainavilla, 79. Halfin Louis 9 note. Hamo de Huna, 224. Harim Syria, 105. Harold, King of the English, 12 note 40, 232 note. Harvard Historical Studies, 207. Haskins, C.H., 81 note 207, 217 note. Hastings, Sussex, 73 note 84, 86, Battle of Hastings or Senlac, 12 note 15 note. Helias, Count of Maine, son of John of La Fleche, 70, 71, 72, 74, 94, note, 125, 126, 164, 167, 174, 178, 247. Helias of St. Sands, 39, 55, 75, 85, 181. His wife a natural daughter of Robert Curthose, 39. Henry, Earl of Warwick, son of Roger of Beaumont, 28, 128. Henry, son of William de Colombiers, 229. Henry I, King of England and Duke of Normandy, 6, 21, 36, note 39, note 42, 49, 52, 61, Passim, 66, 74, 75, 78, 79, 81, 87, 89, 125, 126, 138, 154, Passim, 177, 186, Passim, 200, 201, 202. 247, at war with William Rufus and Robert Curthose in the Cotentin, 6265 gains the English crown, 121-23, his war with Robert Curthose for possession of England, 127-137, his conquest of Normandy, 150-5176. Henry Roman II, King of England, 18, 155, note 200. Henry, Count of EU, 158. Henry Fitzhenry, the young king, 18. Henry of Huntingdon, 89, 179, 194, 198, 200, 246, 247. Henry Knighton, 210. Herbert I of Achene, Count of Maine, 71. Herbert Roman II, Count of Maine, 7-8. Herbert Losinga, Bishop of Thetford or Norwich, 59 note, 136 note. Hervé, son of Dodman, 224. Hervé, son of Guyamark, Count of Leon, 224. Heimois, 77, 141, 143, 166. Hilget, Abbot of Saint-Ouen, Rouen, 223. Hippo Celestin, 196 note. Histoire du Mueter de Charles Le Bon, see Galbert of Bruges. Historia Belli Sacri, same as Tudibatus imitatus et continuatus. Note, 198, 199. Historia Dunelmensis Ecclesiae, see Simeon of Durham. Historia Francorum qui separant I Jerusalem, see Raymond of Aguilers. Historia Hierosolimitana, see Fulcher of Chartres. Historia Novorum in Anglia, see Eadmer. Historia Regum, see Simeon of Durham. Hiel, Duke of Brittany, 33 note. Hiel, Bishop of Le Mans, 35, 69, 71-74 Passim. Holy Cross, 113 note. Holy Fire, see Miracle of the Holy Fire. Holy Lance, 111. Holy Land, 90, 116, 119, 208, 233, 237. Holy See, see Papacy. Holy Sepulchre, 91, 94, 113, note, 114, 119. Church of the 114, 116, 125, note, 199. Holy Shroud at Campigny, 29 note. Holy War see Crusade. Homage of King Malcolm to William Rufus, 67-68. Of the Norman barons to Robert Curthose, 12, 15, 19, 40. Of the Norman barons to William Atheling, 184. Of Robert Curthose to Fulk le Rachin, Count of Anjou, 34. Of Robert Curthose and Margaret of Maine to Geoffrey le Barbu, Count of Anjou, 910. Of William, Count of Evreux to Henry I, 158. Hubert, Cardinal Legate of Gregory Roman 7, 34 note. Hubert, Viscount of Maine, 35. Hugh of Amiens, Archbishop of Rouen, 179 note. Hugh of Avranches, Earl of Chester, 59, 62, 63, 79. Hugh Bunnell, son of Robert de Jalgio, 112 note. Hugh of Châteauneuf-en-Thymerais, 22, 24. Hugh d'Invermew, 165 note. Hugh of Este, Count of Maine, grandson of Herbert of Achene, 72, 74. Hugh of Flavigny, 91 note 96. Hugh of Gurney, 28. Hugh of Grandmesnil, 28. Hugh Roman II, Count of Jaffa, 218. Hugh de Montail, brother of Bishop Edhemer of Lapai, 240 note. Hugh de Montpinkin, brother-in-law of Robert of Grandmesnil, 141. Hugh de Nonant, 143, 160, 162, 177. Hugh Painel, 59 note. Hugh, Count of St. Paul, 118 note. Hugh of Vermandois, called the Great, brother of King Philip I, 102, 118 note. Ibn el-Athir, 209. Ilger, tutor of Robert Curthose, 6. Ingelbottus, 224. Inquest of Caen, 1091. Concerning ducal rights in Normandy, 60, note 66, 80. Insurrection at Rouen, 5658, of the Manso at St. Suzanne, 35. Investiture controversy in England, 127, 129, 132, 136. Note, 154 169, 171, in Normandy, 128, 154 155. Ilo Morganug, C. Williams, Edward. Iron Bridge, Gisserel Haddad, 104. Isle of Wight, 68. Ivo, canonist and Bishop of Chartres, 84 note, 85 note 96, note 153, 168, 208. Ivo, son of Hugh of Grandmesnil, 21 note, 22 93, 107 note 108 note, 139, 224. Ivo Tailebois, 215. Ivry Ura, 75, 76, 78, 145. Jaffa, Palestine, 232, 241 note. Jasper, Duke of Bedford, 187. Jebeleh, Syria, 117, 241, 243. Jehoshaphat, Valley of at Jerusalem, 113. Jericho, Palestine, 117. Jerusalem, 39, 90 note, 92 note, 94, 95, 108, 109, 110, 113. Passim, 125 note, 184, 190, 191, 197, 198, 199, 221-26. Passim, 233, 235, 236. 241, 242, 251. Tower of David at 114, Patriarchs of C. Amulf, Dagobert, Evremer. Jesus College, Oxford Ms., 247. John, Bishop of Bath, 136 note. John of La Flèche, 32, 33, 34. John of Meulan, wealthy burgess, 145, 146, 156. Jordan River, 117. Judical, Bishop of St. Malo, 227. Julian Alps, C. Alps. Juliana, natural daughter of Henry I, 145, 156. Cafartab, Syria, 110, 236. Qasim ed Dawla Axonker, 230. Kavala, Macedonia, 99, note 100. Kemal Eddin, 209, 230, 238. Kent, Earldom of Odo, Bishop of Bayeux, 44, 46. Kerboga of Mosul, 94, note 108, 111, note 191, 192, note 194, 195, 197, note 250, 251. Kilij Arslan Solomon Roman II, Sultan of Iconium, 101 2, 103, 193, note. Kruger Ag, 196, note. Labrura Sarth, Treaty of 33, note 34, 35, note 36. La Couture, Abbey at Le Mans, 14, note 73, note. La Ferté-en-Bray, Seine-Inférieure, 54, 55, note 56, 59, 86. La Flèche Sarthe, 33, 34. L'Aigle Orne, 21, 22, 168, 171. Lance see Holy Lance. Lands of Matilda, claimed by Henry I, 52, 62. Lanfranc, Archbishop of Canterbury, 45. Laodicea ad Mare Syria, 105, 106, 117, 232, 44. Laodicea see Laodicea. Latin Kingdom, 116, 197, 209, 218. Latich Robert 7 note 9 note 11 note 73 note. La Trinité, Abbey at Caen, 62 note 80, cartulary of 7980 Abbess C. Cecilia. La Trinité, Abbey at Fécamp, 11, 43, 49 note 51, 60, 81 note 82, 229. Leeds, Yorkshire, 67 note. Legends of Robert Curthose on the Crusade, 190-200, during his long imprisonment, 200-202. La Hardy, Gaston 5 note, 205. La Haume, Modern L'Île Marie, Manche, 205. La Haume, District 77. Leland, John, Antiquary, 189 note. Le Mans, Sarthe, 7, 9, 14, 15, 69, 73, Passim 90, 125, 126, Bishopric of 35, Cathedral of 229. Historian of the Bishops of 69, right of patronage over the see of 35, 72 Abbeys, see La Couture, St. Vincent. Bishops of C. Arnold Heil. Leo Roman 9, Pope 4. Le Prévost, August, 4 note, 127 note. Laissez Manche, Abbey of 36 note. Leveson Wilhelm, 154 note. Lieberman Felix, 212. Lincolnshire, 129 note. Liard Jura, 144. Lycia Calvados, Simony in connection with the episcopal succession to 150 154, 177, councils at 178, bishops of C. Gilbert Maminot Fulcher. Liver de Rise de Ingleter, 210. Liver Noir of Bayeux Cathedral, 207. Lohiac Ilet Villing, 227. Loire River, 223. London, 87, 121, 131, 132, Tower of 128, 179, note, Bishop of C. Morris. Longueville Saint Inferior, 54, 86. Lorraine, 24, 38. Lot Ferdinand, 5 note 13 note. Lothian, 31, 67, 68. Louis Roman 6 Le Gros, King of France, 122, 155, 180, 182, 183, 185. Lucca, Province of Lucca, 96. Lucer, Achille, 18 note. Lucretia, see Acrida. Lies River, 217. Mabel, sister of Robert of Bellarme and wife of Hugh of Chateauneuf-en-Thymerise, 22. Mabel, wife of Roger of Montgomery, 112 note. Macra see Macri. Maine, direct rule of Geoffrey Martel established in 7. William the Conqueror adopts a policy of intervention in 7-8. Norman domination established in 8-11. Norman domination overthrown 14. Reconquest by William the Conqueror 14. Aggressive policy of Fulk Laration in 32-34. War between William and Fulk for possession of 34. Insurrection against Norman rule at St. Susan 35. Loss of the county by Robert Curthose, 6975. Proposed expedition of Robert Curthose and William Rufus against 61. Aggressive policy of William Rufus in 125. End of Norman rule in 125-126. Relations of Henry I with 156. Counts of C. Herbert I, Herbert Roman II, Robert Curthose, Hugh of Est, Helias of La Fleche. Maynor, Abbot of St. Evroul, 25. Macri Thrace, 99 note. Malbranc Jacques, 217. Malcolm Canmore, King of Scotland, 30 note, 31, 65, 67, 68, 213, 215. Malik Eliftal, Grand Vizier of Egypt, 115, 252. Malik Shah Seljuk Sultan, 230. Malmesbury, Abbot of C. Godfrey of Jumigiz. Malpalu, suburb of Rouen, 57. Mamastra, Cilicia, 235. Manasses, Archbishop of Rheims, 231. Manso on the Crusade, 94. Mance Saint-Etois, 39, 185. Maresh Armenia, 95, 104 note 208. Margaret, heiress of Maine, sister of Herbert Roman II, 711 passim 19. Margaret, Queen of Scotland, sister of Edgar Atheling and wife of Malcolm Canmore, 122. Marmoutier in Driet-Loire, Abbey, 73 note 221, 223 abbots of C. Bartholomew Bernard. Maram Seine Inferior, 164. Maris Syria, 94, 109, 110, 222. Marriage of Henry I and Matilda, daughter of Malcolm Canmore, 122, of William the Conqueror and Matilda of Flanders, 45. Matilda Queen, wife of William the Conqueror, 47 passim 13, 24, 30 note 36 note 37, 52, 62. Matilda Queen, wife of Henry I, goddaughter of Robert Curthose, 122, note 148. Matilda, Countess of Tuscany, 38. Matthew of Edessa, 209. Matthew Paris, 201, 210. Modger Malherbe, 143 note. Morris, Bishop of London, 121. Masin Rue Street in Caen, 160. Mailly, Ferdinand, 250, 251. Messinopolis, C. Gimmelgina. Mulin, Count of C. Robert. Mayor Jacques, 217. Mayor Paul, 246. Millet Port Gate at Caen, 160, 166 note. Miracle of the Holy Fire, 198 199. Moeller Charles, 217, 218. Monastir Macedonia, 99 note 100. Mons Gaudii Palestine, 229. Montaigu Mayenne, Castle of 75 note 77. Montbouin Calvados, 79. Monte Cassino, Province of Caserta, Abbey 97. Montensis Baldwin comes de Monte, 118 note. Montfaucon, Bernard de Antiquary, 249-52, passim. Mont Saint Michel Manche, Abbey 36 note 49, 60, 63, 64, 65, 78, 124. Morel Emile, 29 note. Mount Bagora, see Bagora. Munkett Heights, see Chazar. Nantes Loire Inferior, 223. National Library of Wales, 188 note. Natura, see Athyra. Neapolis probably Maldura, Thrace, 99 note. Newcastle upon Tyne, Northumberland, 31. New Forest, Hampshire, 38, 120, 123, 124. Nicaea, Bithynia, 101, 102, 193, 221, 222, 224, 227, 228, 229, 251. Nicholas, brother of Guy de Sarcey, 224. Nicholas Seaman-Darson, abbot of Thingerar, 96 note. Nicomedia, Bithynia, 101. Norgate Kate 10 note. Norman Church under Robert Curthose, 53, 54 note 80 182, 150. Norman Conquest of England, 12, 14, 15, 19, 32. Northampton, 169. Northumberland, 31, 47. Norwich, Bishop of, see Herbert Losinga. Notre Dame du Pré, Priory at Amenderville, 57. Noyon-sur-Indel, modern Charleville, Jura, 71 note 75. Nuns of Almanetches, 140, 142, note, of La Trinité at Caen, 7980, 81. Achrida, Macedonia, 99 note 100. Odo, Bishop of Bayeux, 16, 18 note 36 note 44, 45, 47, 53, 55. Passim, 69, 70, 93, 98, 99, 153, 165, 214, 215, 223, 224. Odo, Bishop of Treves, 24. Oisel-sur-Seine, Seine Inferior, 36. Oliver de Fresnay, 143. Oliver, one of the 12 peers of Charlemagne, 194 note. Oman, CWC, 245, 246, 248. Amont Henry, 73 note. Ordericus Vitalis, 4, 19, 21, 24, 34, 36, 37, 38, 44, 53, 65, 70, 79, 116, 127, 128, 135, 140, 141, 147, 158, 159, 161, 163, 164. 173, 206, 208, 225, 232, 233, 236, 237, 239, 240, 245, 246, 247, 248. Orne River, 77, 160. Orontes River, 104, 110. Osmond de Gapre, 70 note. Otranto, Province of Lex, 193. Pain de Mondablo, 70, 223, 225. Pain Peveril, 95, 225-26. Pain, brother of Guy de Sarcey, 224. Palermo, Sicily, 98, 220, 223, 225. Cathedral of St. Mary at 99, 225. Palestine, see Holy Land. Palgrave Sir Francis, 97 note, 118 note. Penatos Thrace, 99 note. Papacy, Relations with Henry I, 169, with Robert Curthose, 82, 150-155. Paris Gaston, 192, 250. Paris Paulin, 196 note, 197 note. Paschal Roman II, Pope, 152, 153, 154, 171, note, 208, 218. Patronage over the bishopric of Le Mans, 72. Paula, daughter of Herbert Ivachine, mother of Helias of La Flèche, 71. Peckham, Kent, 92 note. Penarth, Glamorganshire, promontory of 188 note. Pension paid by Henry I to Robert Curthose, 134, 138, 148, by William Rufus to Malcolm, King of Scotland, 68. Perche 94, Counts of C. Geoffrey Rotrue. Persians, 196. Peter the Hermit, 101. Peter Langtoft, 199, 210. Pevensey, Sussex, 47, 49, 50, 52, 130. Pfister Christian 5 note. Philip of Bellarme, called the Clerk, 5th son of Roger of Montgomery, 226. Philip I, King of France, 12, 23, 25, 29, Passim, 38 note, 39, 55, 56, 70, 73 note, 78, 81, 87, Passim, 122, 164, 170, 180. Philip Roman II Augustus, King of France, 192 note. Philippensium, see Valles Philippensium. Pigeonneau Henry, 197 note. Pilatenses, faction at Rouen, 56. Pilot Jean, 29 note. Pirates in the English Channel, 52 note. In the Eastern Mediterranean, 105, 235, 237-38. Pisa, Archbishop of C. Dagobert. Pledge of Normandy to William Rufus for a loan of 10,000 marks, 9196. Po River 96. Poem in the Welsh language attributed to Robert Curthose, 187-188. Poitou 90. Paulinus's The Theban, 37. Pontarlier Dubs, 96. Ponthieu 40 note. Pontois Saint-Etois, 85 note, 96 note, 185. Pont Saint-Pierre Jura, 71 note, 75. Popes, see Leo Roman 9, Gregory Roman 7, Urban Roman 2, Paschal Roman 2, Calixtus Roman 2. Porchester, Hampshire, 130 note. Port Millet, see Millet. Port St. Simeon, Syria, Port of Antioch, 231. Portsmouth, Hampshire, 130. Pretoria, see Yenage. Pravista, Macedonia, 99 note. Preparations for the Crusade, 92-96. Private War in England, 139. In Normandy, see Feudal Anarchy. Prue Morris, 26 note. Public Record Office, 155 note. Quarrel between Bohemond and Raymond over the possession of Antioch 109. Between Godfrey and Raymond over possession of the Tower of David at Jerusalem. 114-115 Quarrels between Robert and his father, 1641. Quedihum Manch, 62 Note 80. Raherius Consularius Infantes, 6. Rainerius de Pomera, 226. Ralph of Caen, 193, 208, 209, 218, 219, 222, 228, 232, 233, 234, 239. Justa Tancredi, 193, 208, 219. Ralph, Bishop of Chichester, 59 Note. Ralph Roman II of Conches, or de Toni, 22, 43, 58, 60, 70, 78, 140. Ralph Roman III of Conches, or de Toni, son of Ralph Roman II, 145, 146, 156, 157. Ralph de Deisto, 209. Ralph Fitzanseret, 49 Note. Ralph Fitzbernard, 125 Note. Ralph de Gale, one-time Earl of Norfolk, Crusader, 16 Note 94, 226. Ralph of Mortimer, 54, 158. Ralph Niger, 199, 209. Ralph, Abbot of Sees, 144, 150, Archbishop of Canterbury, 183 Note. Ralph Roman II, Archbishop of Tours, 73 Note. Ramlay Palestine, 197, 233. Ramsay, J.H., 34 Note, 245, 246. Ranulph of Bayeux, 174. Ranulph Flambard, Bishop of Durham, 81, 86, 121, 122, 128, 130, 136, 151, 153, 177. Ranulph Higden, 210. Ranulph, Abbot of St. Vincent of Le Mans, 227. Ravendinos, Protospatharius of the Greek Emperor, 233. Raymond of Aguilars, 208, 231-34, Passim, 237, 238, 239, 241. Historia Francorum qui separant I Jerusalem, 208. Raymond of St. Gilles, Count of Toulouse, 101, 102, 108, 119, Passim, 231-44, Passim. Rebellion of 1088 against William Rufus, 4552, of Robert Curthose against William the Conqueror, 3, 1927, 3640. Reconciliation of Robert Curthose and William the Conqueror, 2830. Red King, see William Rufus. Red Lion, perhaps Kilij Arslan, Sultan of Iconium, 196, 250. Regency of Normandy during the absence of William the Conqueror, 1315. Regesta Regum Anglo-Normanorum, C. Davis, H.W.C. Reginald of Warren, brother of William of Warren, Earl of Surrey, 57, 160, 170, 171, 173, note. Rehoboam, 20. Riefenberg, F.A.F.T. Baranda, 196, 210. Ramelard Orne, 22, 23. Renaud of Grancy, 144. Revolt of the Manso against Norman rule, 1314. Rhymes, Councils at 5, 182. Riant Paul, 234, 236, 238, 250. Richard, son of Fulk of Onulafaken, 226. Richard, Earl of Chester, son of Hugh of Avranches, 158, 201. Richard de Courcy, 79. Richard, son of Herluin, 79. Richard the Fearless, Duke of Normandy, 185, note. Richard Le Pellerin, Minstrel, 192, note, 197, note. Richard de Redvers, 62, 79, 128. Richard, natural son of Robert Curthose, 38. Ridwin of Aleppo, 106, 194. Rieu de Lohac, 94, 226, 227. Rivalonus, Archdeacon of St. Malo, 227. Robert of Arbrisel, 227. Robert de Beauchamp, Vicomte of Arques, 181. Robert of Bellarme, son of Roger of Montgomery, 22, 43, 47, 50, 52, 57, 76, 77, 78, 127, 131, 134, note, 135, note, 139, 150, pass him, 158, 159, 160, 162, 169, 174. 175, 177, 221, 247, note. Robert de Bonibos, 79, 176. Robert the Burgundian, 70. Robert de Courcy, 141. Robert Curthose, see contents. Robert Roman II d'Estoutville, 160, 165. Robert Roman III d'Estoutville, son of Robert Roman II, 170, 171, 175. Robert, Count of EU, 54. Robert Fitz-Hammon, 62, 128, 134, note, 158, 159, 165, 166, note, 187. Robert I the Frisian, Count of Flanders, 24. Robert Roman II of Jerusalem, Count of Flanders, son of Robert the Frisian, 98, 101, 105, 119, Passim, 170, 182, 198, 227, 241, 242, 243, 252. Robert Guéret, or of Saint Seigneury, 75, 77, 143. Robert of Gloucester, Chronicler, 210. Robert, Earl of Gloucester, natural son of Henry I, 186. Robert, son of Godwin, 233. Robert, son of Hugh of Grandmesnil, 141. Robert Mallet, 139. Robert, Count of Meulan, son of Roger of Beaumont, 28, 76, 128, 131, 145, 148, 153, 156, 158, 162, 163, 174, note. Robert the Monk, Chronicler, 193, 209. Robert de Montfort, 141, 158. Robert, Count of Mortain, 35, 49, 50. Robert Mowbray or de Montbray, Earl of Northumberland, 22, note, 79. Robert of Pontefract, son of Ilbert de Lacy, 127, 139. Robert Quarrel, 76. Robert of Saint Seigneury, see Robert Guéret. Robert, Abbot of Saint Pierre-sur-Dives, 150, 170, 171. Robert of Saint-Trémy-des-Landes, 166, note. Robert of Torigny, 146, 147, 205, 246. Robert the Vicar, Vicarius, 227. Rochester, Kent, 47, 49, 52, Passim, 62, 69, 150, 215. Church of St. Andrew at, 52, note. Rockingham, Northampton, Council of 212. Rodley, Rodel, 189, note. Redosto, Thrace, 99, note 100. Roger d'Aubigny, 36, note. Roger of Barneville, 93, 227. Roger of Beaumont, 13, note, 2875. Roger de Bienfait, 22, note. Roger Bigot, 128. Roger Bursa, Duke of Apulia, son of Robert Guiscard, 98, 117. Roger of Cox, inhabitant of Lagal, 21. Roger of Gloucester, a knight in the service of Henry I, 167. Roger, Earl of Hereford, 16, note. Roger of Ivry, butler of William the Conqueror and warden of the castle at Rouen, 21. Roger de Lacy, magister militum of Robert of Montgomery and brother of Robert of Bellarme, 85, 127, 140, 142. Roger, Bishop of Salisbury, 180, 186. Roger Dusap, Abbot of Saint Evrel, 54, 66, note 81. Roger, Count of Sicily, 97, 99, 117, 225. Roger of Wendover, 210. Roe Seachox. Roricht Reinhold, 209. Roland, one of the 12 peers of Charlemagne, 194 note. Roman de Rue see Wace. Rome 43 note 97, 152, 155, 169, see St. Peter S. Rotru of Mortegnii, Count of Perche, 22, 23. Rotru of Mortegni Roman II, Count of Perche, son of Geoffrey Roman II, 94, 143, 158, 227. Juan Saint Inferior, 21, 28, 39, 42, 43, 44, 53 note, 60, 84, 95, 160, 164, 170, 171, 177, 180 note, 223, 234, 239. Insurrection at 5658, 62 councils at 8190. Cathedral of St. Mary, 81, 82, 146. Archbishops of C. William Boname, Geoffrey, Hugh of Amiens Abbey, C. St. Towan Priory, C. St. Gervais. Round, J.H., Calendar of Documents Preserved in France, illustrative of the history of Great Britain and Ireland, 207. Ruja Syria, 109. St. Andrew, Church of C. Rochester. St. Aubin, Abbey at Angers, 126 note. St. Benedict, 97. St. Sainery, Orne, 75-76. St. Tournay, Abbey at Campigny, 29 note. St. Cuthbert, Miracula of 216 note. St. Denis, Seine, Abbey, 192 note, 196, 249-50. St. Etienne, Abbey at Caen, 16-19 note, 41, 43, 49 note, 150, 228. St. Evraul, Orne, Abbey, 25-70 note, 142 note, 144 note, Abbot of C. Manor. St. Gervais, Priory at Rouen, 40. St. Gilles Guard, 235. St. James Manche, 79. St. John the Divine, 163. St. Julian, Abbey at Tours, 36 note, 74 note, 228. St. Malo, Bishop of C. Judical. St. Martin of Marmoutier, Abbey, C. Marmoutier. St. Martin of Troarn Abbey, 229 Abbot, C. Durand. St. Mary of Bec Abbey, C. Bec. St. Mary, Cathedral of at Palermo, C. Palermo. St. Mary, Cathedral of at Rouen, C. Rouen. St. Maurice, Canton of Valais, Abbey, 96. St. Nicholas, Church of at Bari, 98 note, 226. St. Nicholas, Abbey at Angers, 33 note. St. Towan, Abbot of C. Hilget. St. Peter, Church of at Antioch, 109 note, 227. St. Peter, Abbey of at Gloucester, C. Gloucester. St. Peter's Church at Rome, 97. St. Piercer Dives, Calvados, Abbey, 150, 154, 171, note, 173, note, Abbots of C. Fulk Robert. St. Paul, Count of C. Hugh. St. Quentin, Abbey at Beauvais, 26 note, 27. St. Sands, Saint Inferior, 75 note. St. Sauveur of Lohac, Elaet Villain, Abbey, 226, 227. St. Simon of Crepy, 29. St. Stephen, Church of at Jerusalem, 112 Abbey at Caen, see St. Etienne. St. Susan Mayenne, 35. St. Valerie sur Somme, Somme, 54, 130. St. Vincent, Abbey at Le Mans, 70 note 80, 223, 224, 227, 228, Abbot, C. Ranulph. Salisbury, Wiltshire, 52 note 211, Bishop of C. Roger. Salonika, Macedonia, 99 note 100. Salumbria, C. Salivry. Samson le Breton, Messenger of Queen Matilda, 25. Sangarius, River, 102. Saracens, 116, 195, 231. Scotland, Raid of King Malcolm in Northumberland and the Conqueror's Retaliation, 31. Expedition of William Rufus, Robert Curthose, and Henry I against 68. Secquevillen-Bessin, Calvados, 159. Sees, Bishopric of 127, 144, 150, 160, 162. Bishop of C. Surlo. Seine River, 54, 56, 57, 58, 60, 70, 75. Senlac, C. Hastings. Sepulchre, C. Holy Sepulchre. Serlo of Bayeux, poet, 166 note. Serlo, Bishop of Sees, 81, 144, 150, 161, 162. Severn C. Bristol Channel, 186, 187, 188. Shazar, Syria, 110 Monket Heights of 230. Shrewsbury, Shropshire, 139 Earl of C. Roger of Montgomery, Robert of Bellarme. Sybil, daughter of Fulk Lejeune, Count of Anjou, 184, 185 note. Sybil of Conversano, Duchess of Normandy, wife of Robert Curthose, 123, 147. Sicily, 98, 112 note. Siege of Antioch by the Crusaders, 104-107 by Kerboga of Mosul, 107-108 Arca, 110-111 Bayeux, 1105, 165 Gerberoi, 26. Jerusalem, 112-114 Laodicea, 117, 242-243 Mara, 109 Mont St. Mitchell, 63-65 Nicaea, 101-102 Pevensey, 49-50. Rochester, 51 Tinchebray, 170-172. Salivry, Thrace, 99 note. Salala Guillaume Sarth, 14. Simeon of Durham, Historia Dunelmensis Ecclesiae, 212, 213, 216. Historia Regum, 206, 213-16, Passim. Simon de Ludren, 226, 227. Simony practiced by Robert Curthose, 151-53. Scum by River, 99, note 100. Sonnet, Frederick, 5 note. Solus Ms. Sarth, 73 note. Solomon Roman II, Sultan of Iconium, see Killage Arslan. Sorel Uretloir, 22. Southampton, Hampshire, 87, 148. Stained glass window at St. Denis, 196, 249-52. Stapleton, Thomas, 4 note, 85 note. Stella, 99 note. Stenton, F.M., 17 note. Stephen, Count of Aumil, 54, 58, 93, 118, 158, 228. Stephen, Count of Blois and Chartres, brother-in-law of Robert Curthose, 97-101, Passim, 112, 118, note, 228. Stigand de Mazarin, 8. Suger, Abbot of St. Denis, 196, 249, 250, note, 251. His stained glass window at St. Denis, 249-52, his Vie de Louis le Gros, 206. Surrey, Earldom of William of Warenne, 147. Tabury, Saracen King of, 196. Tale of the Scarlet Robe, 201-202. Talvas or Bellarme, House of 70, 76, 77, 139, 141. Tancred, nephew of Bohemond, leader of the First Crusade, 102, 104, note, 110, 113, 115, 116, 117, 235. Tarsus, Cilicia, 231, note, 233, note, 235. Tasley, Calvados, 79. Tavernier, Wilhelm, 153, note. Taxation, see Aid Dangeld. Tetboldus Grammaticus, 6. Thetford, Bishop of, see Herbert Losinga. Thiel, Province of Gelderland, 235, note. Thierry, son of Ralph Fitz Augier, citizen of Caen, 166, note. Thomas, son of Ranulph Flambard, 151. Thomas de Saint Jean, 172. Thomas Walsingham, 210. Thorold, Bishop of Bayeux, 153, note. Thurston, Archbishop of York, 183, note. Thurston, son of Turgis, Prévôt of Luxembourg, 221, 228. Tickhill, Yorkshire, Fortress, 139. Tila, see Thiel. Tinchebray, Orne, 39, 55, 135, 138, 171, 172, 200 Battle of 136. Note, 173-176, 177, 180, 192, 206, 245-48. Tyrrell de Manières, tutor of William Clito, 181. Title of Robert Curthose before his accession to the Duchy of Normandy. Note. Tachig, son of Wigod, 26. Tomb of Robert Curthose in Gloucester Cathedral, 189. Note. Topaz brought from Jerusalem by Robert Curthose, 125. Note. Torigny Manch, 166. Note. Tortosa, Syria, 241. Note 244. Toulouse, Count of, see Raymond of St. Gilles. Tournay-sur-Dive, Orne, 162. Tour Indriet-Loire, 73. Note 90, 228. Abbey at, see St. Julian, Archbishop, see Ralph Roman II. Tower of David, see Jerusalem. Tower of London, see London. Tracy, Sir Humphrey of Stanway, 189. Note. Traianopolis, 99. Note. Treaty of Alton, 134-136, 137, 138, 141, 148, 157, of La Brura, or of Blancheland between William the Conqueror and Fulk le Rachin, see La Brura between Henry I and Robert of Jerusalem, Count of Flanders, 155-156 between Robert Curthose and William Rufus, 1091, 6061. Between Robert Curthose and William Rufus, 1096, 9192, between William the Conqueror and Geoffrey le Barbu, Count of Anjou, 9, between William the Conqueror and Herbert Roman II, Count of Maine, 78. Tréport Seine-Inférieure, 128-130. Treves, Bishop of Odo. Trial of William of St. Hallay, Bishop of Durham, before the Courier Regis, 1088. 52. Note 211, 212, 214. Troarn Abbey, see St. Martin of Troarn. Truce between William the Conqueror and Fulk le Rachin, Count of Anjou, see Castellum Vallium. Truman Thomas, 187. Truman Collection, MSS, 187. Note. Tunbridge, Kent, 49. Turcopoles, 235. Tweed River, 67. Tyne River, 31. Urban Roman II, Pope, 82, 8891, Passim, 9497, Passim, 108, 223, 224, 228. Uzama Ibn Monkey, 209. Vanes Manch, 43. Valleys Philippensium, probably the valley of the Struma, 99. Note. Vardar River, 99. Note 100. Vendôme Loire-Etcher, 90. Vernon Jura, 55. Versus de Viris Illustribus Dioces Tarvanensis, 217. Vexin, 39, 95. Note 185. Via Ignatia, Roman Road, 99. Vitalouis-le-Gros, see Suger. Vifgage, 92. Note. Vignats Calvados, 77, 141. Vitalis, a hermit, 172. Vodna, Macedonia, 99. Note. Wace, 64, 124, 133, 149, 160, 164, 165, 166. Note 190, 195, 209. Roman de Rue, 205. W. Cancel, see Waldrick, Chancellor of Henry I. Waldrick, Chancellor of Henry I, 169. Note 175. Wales, Campaign of William Rufus against the Welsh, 66. Walter Gifford, 54, 127, 147. Walter, Abbot of St. Peter's, Gloucester, 189. Note. Walter, son of Judical de Lohac, 226, 227. Walter of Mance, Count of the Vexin, 89. Walter of St. Valery, 94, 228. War between Robert Curthose and Henry I for the English crown, 1101, -136, for possession of Normandy, 110406. 155-179, between Robert Curthose and William Rufus for the English crown, 1088. 4752 for continental possessions, 1089-91, 5360, war renewed, 1094-95, 8388. Wareham, Dorsetshire, 179. Waverley, Annals of 207. Welsh see Wales. Wessex, 68. Westminster, Middlesex, 121. Whitby, Yorkshire, Abbey, 95, 229. White Ship, 184. Wigo de Mera, 228. William, son of Anster, wealthy citizen of Rouen, 58. William Atheling, son of Henry I, 182, note 183, 184. William Bavel, 79. William, son of Ranulph de Briquessart, Viscount of Bayeux, 229. William, Abbot of Bec, 219. William Bertrand, 79. William Bonaime, Archbishop of Rouen, 35, 40, 82, 146, 151, 152, note. William de Bretel, son of Geoffrey the Viscount, 224, 228-29. William of Bretuil, son of William Fitz-Osborne, 22 note 43, 57, 58, 71 note 75, 76, 120, 144, 145. William Chamberlain, son of Roger de Candos, 79. William Clito, Count of Flanders, son of Robert Curthose, 146, 181-86. William de Colombières, 229. William of Conversano, brother of Duchess Sybil, 143, 160, 162. William Crispin, 175. William I the Conqueror, King of England and Duke of Normandy, 344, Passim, 48, 55, 65-69, Passim, 75, 76, 79, 90, 112, note 120, 155, note 158, 177, 178, 189, note 220. William Roman II Rufus, King of England and ruler of Normandy, 1619, note 27, 36, 40, 42, 44, 45, 47, 49, 75, Passim, 78, 81, 83, 95. Passim, 121-25, Passim, 132, 136, note 140, 144, note 153, note 156. 170, 206, 211, 213, 215, 216, 225, 228. William, Count of Evreux, 34, 43, 57, 58, 70, 71, note 75, 78, 79, 140, 144, 146, 158. William, Archdeacon of Evreux, Bishop-elect of Lycia, 151-152. William de Ferrières, 175. William Gifford, Bishop of Winchester, 121. William of Grandmesnil, 107, note. William of Jumiges, Justa Normanorum Ducum, 205. William, brother of Rieux de Lohiac, 227. William of Malmesbury, 3, 17, 27, 38, 61, 95, 146, 149, 170, 183, 190, 195, 198, 206, 208, 209, 211, 233, 237. William, Count of Mortain and Earl of Cornwall, 131, 134, note 157, 160, 169, 172, 174, 175, 179. William de Molens, 22, note. William of Newburgh, 190, note 209. William de Pacy, 152. William de Percy, 95, 229. William Peveril, 86. William of Poitiers, 205. William, natural son of Robert Curthose, 38. William de Roupière, 22, note. William of St. Helle, Bishop of Durham, 33, note 46, 51, note 59, 65, note 67, 68, note 211-16. William of Tyre, 218. William du Vast, 229. William of Warenne, 55. William of Warenne Roman II, Earl of Surrey, son of William of Warenne I, 131, 147, 148, 173, note 174, note. Williams, Edward known as Iolo Morganwg, Welsh poet, 187, 188, note. Winchester, Hampshire, 33, 55, note 120, 122, 130, 131, note, 144, note, 171, note. Annals of 136, 207. Windsor, Berkshire, 136, note, 179. Wissant Pas-de-Calais, 87, 128. Writ of Henry I to the Shiremoot of Lincolnshire, 1101, 129, note. Wulf, son of King Harold, 42. Yenege, Macedonia, 99, note. York, 132, Archbishop of C. Thurston. Printed at the Harvard University Press, Cambridge, Mass., USA. End of the Project Gutenberg ebook of Robert Curthose, Duke of Normandy, by Charles Wendell David.